Chapter 1 of the Life of Washington, Volume 3, by John Marshall. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Washington, Volume 3, by John Marshall. Chapter 1. Incursion into Jersey. General Lacy surprised. Attempt on Lafayette at Barren Hill. General Howe resigns the command of the British Army. Is succeeded by Sir H. Clinton. He evacuates Philadelphia and marches through the Jerseys. A council of war which decides against attacking the British on their march. Battle of Monmouth. General Lee arrested, sentenced to be suspended for 1 year. Thanks of Congress to General Washington and his army. 1778. The position at Valley Forge had been taken for the purposes of covering the country, protecting the magazines, and cutting off all supplies to Philadelphia. Although the intercourse of the inhabitants with that place could not be entirely prevented, the sufferings of the British army from the scarcity of fresh provisions and forage were considerable, and as the spring opened, several expeditions were undertaken, both to relieve their own wants and to distress the army of the United States. About the middle of March, Colonel Mawhood and Major Simcoe, who were detached into Jersey at the head of about 1,200 men, landed at Salem, nearly opposite Reedy Island, and dispersed the small bodies of militia who were stationed in that part of the country. General Washington had given early intelligence of this expedition to Governor Livingston, and had requested that he would immediately order out the militia to join Colonel Shreve, whose regiment was detached into Jersey, but the legislature had neglected to make provision for paying them, and the governor could not bring them into the field. Colonel Shreve, on his arrival at Haddonfield, the place at which they had been directed to assemble, found less than 100 men. March 23. Colonel Ellis, their commanding officer, remarked in a letter to the governor that without some standing force little was to be expected from the militia, who being alone not sufficient to prevent the incursions of the enemy, each one naturally consults his own safety by not being found in arms. Mawhood, of course, was unrestrained, and the devastation committed by his party was wantonly distressing. Its course of destruction was preceded by a summons to Colonel Hand, the commanding officer of the militia, to lay down his arms, which was accompanied with a threat of the consequences to result from his refusal. This threat was too faithfully executed. After completing his forage without molestation, Mawhood returned to Philadelphia. During the continuance of this incursion, which lasted 6 or 7 days, not more than 200 men could be collected to reinforce Colonel Shreve, who was consequently unable to effect anything, and did not even march to the lower parts of Jersey, which were plundered without restraint. May 1, not long after this incursion into Jersey, an enterprise was undertaken against General Lacy, who, with a small number of Pennsylvania militia, seldom amounting to 600, and sometimes not exceeding 50, watched the roads leading to Philadelphia on the north side of the Schuylkill, and was generally posted within 20 miles of that town. General Lacy surprised. This expedition was entrusted to Colonel Abercrombie and Major Simcoe, who avoided all the posts Lacy had established for his security, and threw a body of troops into his rear before he discovered their approach. After a short resistance, he escaped with the loss of a few men killed and all his baggage. His corps were entirely dispersed, and he was soon afterwards relieved by General Potter. To maintain the command of the water as far as was practicable, Congress had ordered impediments to be sunk in many of the rivers of common use, so as to obstruct the passage up them, and had constructed frigates and other smaller vessels to be employed above those impediments or elsewhere, as the occasion might require. Several of them had been commenced above Philadelphia, but were not completed when the British obtained the command of the river. General Washington then became apprehensive for their safety, and repeatedly expressed his desire that they should be sunk in such a manner as to be weighed with difficulty should any attempt be made to raise them. The persons, however, who were entrusted by Congress with this business supposed it would be equally secure to put plugs in their bottoms, which might be drawn out on the approach of danger. Against these vessels and some stores collected at Bordentown, an expedition was planned which ended in their total destruction. General Dickinson was in the neighborhood, but his force was too small to interrupt the execution of the design, and General Maxwell, who had been ordered to his assistance, was retarded in his march by a heavy rain, which did not obstruct the movement of the British, who passed up the river in vessels. May 18. To cover the country more effectually on the north of the Schuylkill, to form an advance guard for the security of the main army, and to be in readiness to annoy the rear of the enemy should he evacuate Philadelphia, an event believed to be in contemplation, General Washington detached the Marquis de Lafayette with more than 2,000 choice troops to take post near the lines. As this corps formed a very valuable part of the army, the commander-in-chief recommended in his instructions to General Lafayette the utmost attention to its safety, and particularly to avoid any permanent station, as a long continuance in one position would facilitate the execution of measures which might be concerted against him. The Marquis crossed the Schuylkill and took post near Baron Hill Church, 8 or 10 miles in front of the army. Attempt on Lafayette at Baron Hill. Immediate notice of his arrival was given to Sir William Howe, who reconnoitred his position and formed a plan to surprise and cut him off. On the night of the 19th of May, General Grant, with 5,000 select troops, took the road which leads up the Delaware and consequently diverges from Baron Hill. After marching some distance, he inclined to the left, and passing White Marsh, where several roads unite, took one leading to Plymouth Meeting House, the position he was directed to occupy, something more than a mile in the rear of the Marquis, between him and Valley Forge. May 20. He reached his point of destination rather before sunrise. Here the roads fork, the one leading to the camp of Lafayette and the other to Matron's Ford over the Schuylkill. In the course of the night, General Gray, with a strong detachment, had advanced up the Schuylkill on its south side, along the Ridge Road, and taken post at a ford 2 or 3 miles in front of the right flank of Lafayette, while the residue of the army encamped on Chestnut Hill. Captain McLean, a vigilant partisan of great merit, was posted on the lines some distance in front of Baron Hill. In the course of the night he fell in with 2 British grenadiers at 3 Mile Run, who informed him of the movement made by Grant, and also that a large body of Germans was getting ready to march up the Schuylkill. Immediately conjecturing the object, McLean detached Captain Parr with a company of riflemen across the country to Wanderers Hill, with orders to harass and retard the column advancing up the Schuylkill, and hastened in person to the camp of Lafayette. He arrived soon after daybreak and communicated the intelligence he had received. It was not long afterwards confirmed by the fire of Parr on the Ridge Road, and by an inhabitant who had escaped from White Marsh as the British column passed that place. Thus surrounded with danger, Lafayette took with promptitude and decision the only course which could preserve him. He instantly put his troops in motion and passed over at Matron's Ford, which was rather nearer to General Grant than to himself, without being intercepted by that officer or sustaining a greater loss than 9 men. General Grant, who reached the ground lately occupied by Lafayette soon after it was abandoned, followed his rear and appeared at the ford just after the Americans had crossed it. but finding them advantageously posted, did not choose to attack them, and the whole army returned to Philadelphia, having effected nothing. He did not escape censure for having allowed the great advantage he had acquired to slip through his hands unused. He might with the utmost certainty have reached Matron's Ford before the Marquis, and have cut off the only retreat which remained for him. But the same skill and address were not displayed in executing this plan as in forming it. In the statement of this affair made by General Lafayette, he represents himself to have advanced the head of a column towards Grant as if to attack him, while the rear filed off rapidly towards the Schuylkill. This movement gained ground even for the front, which, while it advanced towards the enemy, also approached the river, and at the same time induced General Grant to halt in order to prepare for battle. While this maneuver was performing in the face of the detachment under Grant, a small party was thrown into the churchyard on the road towards General Gray, which also gave the appearance of an intention to attack in that quarter. By these dispositions, happily conceived and executed with regularity, the Marquis extricated himself from the destruction which had appeared almost inevitable. In a letter to Congress, General Washington termed it a timely and handsome retreat, and certainly the compliment was merited. It might be supposed that this young nobleman had not displayed the same degree of military talent in guarding against the approach of danger as in extricating himself from it, but the imputation which generally attaches to an officer who permits an enemy to pass unobserved into his rear is removed by a circumstance stated by Lafayette. The Pennsylvania militia were posted on his left flank with orders to guard the roads about White Marsh. Without his knowledge, they changed their position and retired into the rear, leaving that important pass open to the enemy. General Howe resigns his command and returns to England, is succeeded by Sir Henry Clinton. This was the last enterprise attempted by Sir William Howe. He resigned the command of the army into the hands of Sir Henry Clinton, and embarked for Great Britain. About the same time, orders were received for the evacuation of Philadelphia. The part, it was now evident, France was about to take in the war, and the naval force which had been prepared by that power before she declared herself, rendered that city a dangerous position, and determined the administration to withdraw the army from the Delaware. The preparations for this movement could not be made unobserved, but they indicated equally an embarkation of the whole army, or an intention to march to New York through Jersey. The last was believed by the American chief to be most probable, and he made every exertion to take advantage of the movement. His detachments were called in, and the state governments were pressed to expedite the march of their levies. In the meantime, Sir Henry Clinton hastened his preparations for the evacuation of Philadelphia, and the opinion that he intended to reach New York through Jersey gained ground. General Maxwell, with the Jersey Brigade, was ordered over the Delaware to take post at Mount Holly and to join Major General Dickinson, who was assembling the militia of that state for the purpose of cooperating with the Continental troops in breaking down the bridges, felling trees in the roads, and otherwise embarrassing the march of the British general. June 17. In this state of things, intelligence was received that a great part of the British army had crossed the Delaware, and that the residue would soon follow. The opinion of the general officers was required on the course now to be pursued. General Lee, who had been lately exchanged, and whose experience gave great weight to his opinions, was vehement against risking either a general or partial engagement. The British army was computed at 10,000 effective men, and that of the Americans amounted to between 10 and 11,000. General Lee was decidedly of opinion that with such an equality of force it would be criminal to hazard an action. He relied much on the advantageous ground on which their late foreign connections had placed the United States, and contended that defeat alone could now endanger their independence. To this he said the army ought not to be exposed. It would be impossible, he thought, to bring on a partial action without risking its being made general, should such be the choice of the enemy, since the detachment which might engage must be supported or be cut to pieces. A general action ought not to be fought unless the advantage was manifestly with the American army. This at present was not the case. He attributed so much to the superior discipline of the enemy as to be of opinion that the issue of the engagement would be almost certainly unfavorable. General du Portail, a French officer of considerable reputation, maintained the same opinions, and the Baron de Steuben concurred in them. The American officers seem to have been influenced by the counsels of the Europeans, and of 17 generals, only Wayne and Cadwallader were decidedly in favor of attacking the enemy. Lafayette appeared inclined to that opinion without openly embracing it, and General Greene was inclined to hazard more than the counsels of the majority would sanction. The country, he thought, must be protected, and if in doing so an engagement should become unavoidable, it would be necessary to fight. The British army evacuate Philadelphia and march through the Jerseys. On the morning of the 18th, Philadelphia was evacuated, and by 2 in the afternoon all the British troops were encamped on the Jersey shore from Cooper's Creek to Red Bank. Although they availed themselves to a great extent of the transportation by water, yet their line of march was so lengthened and encumbered by baggage, and the weather was so intensely hot, that they were under the necessity of proceeding slowly. Indeed, their movements wore the appearance of purposed delay, and were calculated to favor the opinion that Sir Henry Clinton was willing to be overtaken, and wished for a general engagement. As his line of march, until he passed Crosswicks, led directly up the Delaware, General Washington found it necessary to make an extensive circuit, and to cross the river at Coryell's Ferry, after which he kept possession of the high grounds in Jersey, thereby retaining the choice of bringing on or avoiding an action. June 24, as Sir Henry Clinton encamped at and about Allentown, the main body of the American army lay in Hopewell Township, about 5 miles from Princeton. Major General Dickinson, with about 1,000 militia, and Maxwell's brigade, hung on Sir Henry Clinton's left flank. General Cadwallader, with Jackson's regiment and a few militia, was in his rear, and Colonel Morgan, with a regiment of 600 men, watched his right. Notwithstanding the almost concurrent opinion of his general officers against risking an action, Washington appears to have been strongly inclined to that measure. He could not be persuaded that, with an army rather superior in point of numbers to his enemy, too much was hazarded by fighting him. Council of war, called by General Washington, decided against attacking the enemy on the march. The situation of the two armies was, therefore, once more submitted to the consideration of the general officers, who were asked whether it would be advisable of choice to hazard a general action, and if it would, whether it should be brought on by an immediate general attack, by a partial attack, or by taking such a position as must compel the enemy to become the assailants. If the council should be of opinion that it was unadvisable to hazard an engagement, then he asked what measures could be taken with safety to the army to annoy the enemy in his march should he proceed through the Jerseys. The proposition respecting a general action was decidedly negatived, but it was proposed to strengthen the corps on the left flank of the enemy with a reinforcement of 1,500 men, and to preserve with the main body of the army a relative position which would enable it to act as circumstances might require. In pursuance of this opinion, the troops on the lines were strengthened with a detachment of 1,500 select men, commanded by General Scott, and the army moved forward the next day to Kingston. Though the council had been almost unanimous against a general action, Several officers, whose opinions were highly valued, secretly wished for something more than light skirmishing. The opinion of the general against this decision. Knowing this, General Washington, who was still in favor of an engagement, determined to take his measures on his own responsibility. As the British army moved towards Monmouth Courthouse, he ordered Brigadier General Wayne, with an additional detachment of 1,000 select men, to join the advance corps. June 25. As the Continental troops, now constituting the front division, amounted to at least 4,000 men, he deemed it proper that they should be commanded by a major general. Lee had a right to claim this tour of duty, but as he had declared himself openly and strongly against hazarding even a partial engagement, and supposed that nothing further would be attempted than merely to reconnoiter the enemy and restrain plundering parties, he showed no inclination to assert his claim. Unintentionally promoting the private wishes of General Washington that the command should be given to an officer whose view of the service comported more with his own, Lee yielded this important tour of duty to Lafayette. The orders given to this general were to proceed immediately with the detachment, and after forming a junction with General Scott and taking command of the troops on the lines, to gain the enemy's left flank and rear, give him every practicable annoyance, and attack by detachment or with his whole force as the occasion might require. These dispositions and orders could scarcely fail to bring on an engagement. Wayne had openly supported that measure, and Lafayette, though against seeking a general action, had been in favor of a partial one. Of consequence, should any proper occasion offer, he would certainly attack with his whole force, which would as certainly produce such a state of things as would render it proper to support him with the whole army. June 26, immediately after the march of this detachment, General Washington moved to Cranberry, that he might be in readiness to support his front division. The intense heat of the weather, a heavy storm, and a temporary want of provisions prevented the army from continuing its march that day. The advance corps had pressed forward and taken a position about 5 miles in rear of the British army, with the intention of attacking it next morning on its march. Thinking this corps too remote to be supported in case of action, General Washington ordered the Marquis to file off by his left towards Englishtown. These orders were executed early in the morning of the 27th. Lafayette had scarcely taken command of the advance party when General Lee began to regret having yielded it to him. June 27. He perceived that, in the opinion of all the general officers, great importance was attached to it, and that his reputation was in danger of being impaired by connecting his strenuous opposition to even a partial action with his declining the command of a very strong detachment, which it was believed would engage the rear of the enemy. He therefore solicited earnestly for the command he had before declined. To relieve the feelings of Lee without wounding those of Lafayette, General Washington detached him with 2 additional brigades to Englishtown to support the Marquis. He would, of course, have the direction of the whole front division, which would now amount to 5,000 Continental troops. But it was expressly stipulated that if any enterprise had been already formed by Lafayette, it should be carried into execution as if the commanding officer had not been changed. Lee acceded to this condition, and with 2 additional brigades joined the front division of the army encamped at Englishtown. The rear division also moved forward and encamped about 3 miles in his rear. Morgan's corps still hovered on the right flank of the British, and General Dickinson on their left. Sir Henry Clinton occupied the high grounds about Monmouth Courthouse, having his right flank in the skirt of a small wood, while his left was secured by a very thick one and a morass running towards his rear. His whole front was also covered by a wood, and for a considerable distance towards his left by a morass. This position seemed unassailable, and the British were within 12 miles of the high grounds about Middletown, after reaching which they would be perfectly secure. Under these circumstances General Washington ordered Lee to attack the British rear the moment it should move from its ground. June 28. About 5 in the morning, intelligence was received from General Dickinson that the front of the enemy was in motion. The troops were immediately put under arms, and Lee was ordered to attack the rear, unless there should be powerful reasons to the contrary. He was at the same time informed that the rear division would be on its march to support him. Sir Henry Clinton had observed the appearances on his flanks and rear on the 27th, and conjecturing that the American army was in his neighborhood, had changed the order of his march. The baggage was placed under the care of General Knyphausen, while the strength and flower of his army, entirely unencumbered, formed the rear division, under the particular command of Lord Cornwallis, who was accompanied by the commander-in-chief. To avoid pressing on Knyphausen, Cornwallis remained on his ground until about 8, and then descending from the heights of Freehold into an extensive plain, took up his line of march in rear of the front division. General Lee had made dispositions for executing the orders given the preceding evening and repeated in the morning, and soon after the British rear had moved from its ground, prepared to attack it. General Dickinson had been directed to detach some of his best troops to take such position as to cooperate with him, and Morgan was ordered to act on the right flank. Lee appeared on the heights of Freehold soon after Lord Cornwallis had left them, and following the British into the plain, ordered General Wayne to attack the rear of their covering party with sufficient vigor to check it, but not to press it so closely as either to force it up to the main body or to draw reinforcements to its aid. In the meantime he intended to gain the front of this party by a shorter road, and intercepting its communication with the line, to bear it off before it could be assisted. Martha Washington, from the portrait of Gilbert Stuart. After studying under Benjamin West, the American painter who succeeded Sir Joshua Reynolds as second president of the Royal Academy in London, Gilbert Stuart established a studio in Philadelphia, where he met and painted the first of his famous portraits of George Washington. This one of Martha Washington, the best-known likeness of her in existence, was painted in the city of Washington, where the artist had a studio between 1800 and 1802. She gave him several sittings at Mount Vernon. While in the execution of this design, a gentleman in the suite of General Washington came up to gain intelligence, and Lee communicated to him his present object. Before he reached the point of destination, there was reason to believe that the British rear was much stronger than had been conjectured. The intelligence on this subject being contradictory, and the face of the country well calculated to conceal the truth, he deemed it advisable to ascertain the fact himself. Sir Henry Clinton, soon after the rear division was in full march, received intelligence that an American column had appeared on his left flank. This, being a corps of militia, was soon dispersed, and the march was continued. When his rear guard had descended from the heights, he saw it followed by a strong corps, soon after which a cannonade was commenced upon it, and at the same time a respectable force showed itself on each of his flanks. Suspecting a design on his baggage, he determined to attack the troops in his rear so vigorously as to compel a recall of those on his flanks, and for this purpose marched back his whole rear division. This movement was in progress as Lee advanced for the purpose of reconnoitering. He soon perceived his mistake respecting the force of the British rear, but still determined to engage on that ground, although his judgment disapproved the measure, there being a morass immediately in his rear, which would necessarily impede the reinforcements which might be advancing to his aid, and embarrass his retreat should he be finally overpowered. This was about 10, while both armies were preparing for action. General Scott, as stated by General Lee, mistook an oblique march of an American column for a retreat, and in the apprehension of being abandoned, left his position and repassed the ravine in his rear. Being himself of opinion that the ground was unfavorable, Lee did not correct the error he ascribed to Scott, but ordered the whole detachment to regain the heights. He was closely pressed, and some slight skirmishing ensued, without much loss on either side. As soon as the firing announced the commencement of the action, the rear division of the army advanced rapidly to the support of the front. As they approached the scene of action, General Washington, who had received no intelligence from Lee giving notice of his retreat, rode forward, and to his utter astonishment and mortification met the advance corps retiring before the enemy without having made a single effort to maintain its ground. The troops he first saw neither understood the motives which had governed General Lee nor his present design, and could give no other information than that, by his orders, they had fled without fighting. General Washington rode to the rear of the division, where he met General Lee, to whom he spoke in terms of some warmth, implying disapprobation of his conduct. Orders were immediately given to Colonel Stewart and Lieutenant Colonel Ramsey to form their regiments for the purpose of checking the pursuit, and General Lee was directed to take proper measures with the residue of his force to stop the British column on that ground. The commander-in-chief then rode back to range the rear division of the army. He attacks the enemy at Monmouth Courthouse. These orders were executed with firmness, and when forced from his ground, Lee brought off his troops in good order and was directed to form in the rear of Englishtown. This check afforded time to draw up the left wing and second line of the American army on an eminence covered by a morass in front. Lord Stirling, who commanded the left wing, brought up a detachment of artillery under Lieutenant Colonel Carrington and some field pieces, which played with considerable effect on a division of the British which had passed the morass and was pressing on to the charge. These pieces, with the aid of several parties of infantry, effectually stopped the advance of the enemy. The action, severe but not decisive, finding themselves warmly opposed in front, the British attempted to turn the left flank of the American army, but were repulsed. They then attempted the right, with as little success. General Greene had advanced a body of troops with artillery to a commanding piece of ground in his front, which not only disappointed the design of turning the right, but enfiladed the party which yet remained in front of the left wing. At this moment General Wayne was advanced with a body of infantry to engage them in front, who kept up so hot and well-directed a fire that they soon withdrew behind the ravine to the ground on which the action had commenced immediately after the arrival of General Washington. The position now taken by the British army was very strong. Both flanks were secured by thick woods and morasses, and their front was accessible only through a narrow pass. The day had been intensely hot, and the troops were much fatigued. Notwithstanding these circumstances, General Washington resolved to renew the engagement. For this purpose he ordered Brigadier General Poor, with his own and the North Carolina Brigade, to gain their right flank, while Woodford, with his brigade, should turn their left. At the same time the artillery was ordered to advance and play on their front. These orders were obeyed with alacrity, but the impediments on the flanks of the British were so considerable that before they could be overcome it was nearly dark. Farther operations were therefore deferred until next morning, and the brigades which had been detached to the flanks of the British army continued on their ground through the night, and the other troops lay on the field of battle with their arms in their hands. General Washington passed the night in his cloak in the midst of his soldiers. The British employed the early part of the night in removing their wounded, and about midnight marched away in such silence that their retreat was not perceived until day. As it was certain that they must gain the high grounds about Middletown before they could be overtaken, as the face of the country afforded no prospect of opposing their embarkation, and as the battle already fought had terminated in a manner to make a general impression favorable to the American arms, it was thought proper to relinquish the pursuit, leaving a detachment to hover about the British rear. The main body of the army moved towards the Hudson. The commander-in-chief was highly gratified with the conduct of his troops in this action. Their behavior, he said, after recovering from the first surprise occasioned by the unexpected retreat of the advanced corps, could not be surpassed. General Wayne was particularly mentioned, and the artillery were spoken of in terms of high praise. The loss of the Americans in the Battle of Monmouth was 8 officers and 61 privates killed, and about 160 wounded. Among the slain were Lieutenant Colonel Bonner of Pennsylvania and Major Dickinson of Virginia, both of whom were much regretted. 130 were missing, but a considerable number of these afterwards rejoined their regiments. In his official letter, Sir Henry Clinton states his dead and missing at 4 officers and 184 privates, his wounded at 16 officers and 154 privates. This account, so far as respects the dead, cannot be correct, as 4 officers and 245 privates were buried on the field by persons appointed for the purpose, who made their report to the commander-in-chief, and some few were afterwards found, so as to increase the number to nearly 300. The uncommon heat of the day proved fatal to several on both sides. As usual, when a battle has not been decisive, both parties claimed the victory. In the early part of the day, the advantage was certainly with the British. In the latter part, it may be pronounced with equal certainty to have been with the Americans. They maintained their ground, repulsed the enemy, were prevented only by the night and by the retreat of the hostile army from renewing the action, and suffered less in killed and wounded than their adversaries. It is true that Sir Henry Clinton effected what he states to have been his principal object, the safety of his baggage. But when it is recollected that the American officers had decided against hazarding an action, that this advice must have trammeled the conduct and circumscribed the views of the commander-in-chief, he will be admitted to have effected no inconsiderable object in giving the American arms that appearance of superiority which was certainly acquired by this engagement. Independent of the loss sustained in the action, the British army was considerably weakened in its march from Philadelphia to New York. About 100 prisoners were made, and near 1,000 soldiers, chiefly foreigners, deserted while passing through Jersey. The conduct of Lee was generally disapproved. As, however, he had possessed a large share of the confidence and good opinion of the commander-in-chief, it is probable that explanations might have been made which would have rescued him from the imputations that were cast on him, and have restored him to the esteem of the army, could his haughty temper have brooked the indignity he believed to have been offered him on the field of battle. General Washington had taken no measures in consequence of the events of that day, and would probably have come to no resolution concerning them without an amicable explanation, when he received from Lee a letter expressed in very unbecoming terms, in which he, in the tone of a superior, required reparation for the injury sustained from the very singular expressions said to have been used on the day of the action by the commander-in-chief. June 30, this letter was answered by an assurance that, so soon as circumstances would admit of an inquiry, he should have an opportunity of justifying himself to the army, to America, and to the world in general, or of convincing them that he had been guilty of disobedience of orders and misbehavior before the enemy. General Lee, arrested for his behavior in this action, and afterwards to the commander-in-chief, on his expressing a wish for a speedy investigation of his conduct, and for a court-martial rather than a court of inquiry, he was arrested. First, for disobedience of orders in not attacking the enemy on the 28th of June, agreeably to repeated instructions. Secondly, for misbehavior before the enemy on the same day in making an unnecessary, disorderly, and shameful retreat. Thirdly, for disrespect to the commander-in-chief in 2 letters. Before this correspondence had taken place, strong and specific charges of misconduct had been made against General Lee by several officers of his detachment, and particularly by Generals Wayne and Scott. In these the transactions of the day, not being well understood, were represented in colors much more unfavorable to Lee than facts, when properly explained, would seem to justify. These representations most probably induced the strong language of the second article in the charge. Court-martial appointed to try him, sentenced to be suspended for 1 year. The court-martial, over which Lord Stirling presided, after a tedious investigation, found him guilty of all the charges exhibited against him, and sentenced him to be suspended for 1 year. This sentence was afterwards, though with some hesitation, approved, almost unanimously, by Congress. The court softened in some degree the severity of the second charge by finding him guilty, not in its very words, but of misbehavior before the enemy, by making an unnecessary and in some few instances a disorderly retreat. Lee defended himself with his accustomed ability. He proved that after the retreat had commenced, in consequence of General Scott's repassing the ravine on the approach of the enemy, he had designed to form on the first advantageous piece of ground he could find, and that in his own opinion, and in the opinion of some other officers, no safe and advantageous position had presented itself until he met General Washington, at which time it was his intention to fight the enemy on the very ground afterwards taken by that officer. He suggested a variety of reasons in justification of his retreat, which, if they do not absolutely establish its propriety, give it so questionable a form as to render it probable that a public examination never would have taken place, could his proud spirit have stooped to offer explanation instead of outrage to the commander-in-chief. His suspension gave general satisfaction through the army. Without being masters of his conduct as a military man, they perfectly understood the insult offered to their general by his letters, and whether rightly or not believed his object to have been to disgrace Washington and to obtain the supreme command for himself. So devotedly were all ranks attached to their general that the mere suspicion of such a design would have rendered his continuance in the army extremely difficult. Whatever judgment may be formed on the propriety of his retreat, it is not easy to justify either the omission to keep the commander-in-chief continually informed of his situation and intentions, or the very rude letters written after the action was over. The thanks of Congress presented to General Washington and his army for their conduct in the Battle of Monmouth, July 5. The Battle of Monmouth gave great satisfaction to Congress. A resolution was passed unanimously, thanking General Washington for the activity with which he marched from the camp at Valley Forge in pursuit of the enemy, for his distinguished exertions in forming the line of battle, and for his great good conduct in the action, and he was requested to signify the thanks of Congress to the officers and men under his command who distinguished themselves by their conduct and valor in the battle. After remaining a few days on the high grounds of Middletown, Sir Henry Clinton proceeded to Sandy Hook, whence his army passed over to New York. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of the Life of Washington, Volume 3, by John Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Count d'Estaing arrives with a French fleet, meditates an attack on the British fleet in New York harbor, relinquishes it, sails to Rhode Island. Lord Howe appears off Rhode Island. Both fleets dispersed by a storm. General Sullivan lays siege to Newport. D'Estaing returns, sails for Boston. Sullivan expresses his dissatisfaction in general orders. Raises the siege of Newport. Action on Rhode Island. The Americans retreat to the continent. Count d'Estaing expresses his dissatisfaction with Sullivan in a letter to Congress. General Washington labors successfully to heal these discontents. Lord Howe resigns the command of the British fleet. Colonel Baylor's regiment surprised. Captain Dunlop defeated by Colonel Butler. Expedition of the British against Egg Harbor. Pulaski surprised. 1778 July. Before General Washington could reach the ground he designed to occupy, intelligence was received that a powerful French fleet under the command of the Count d'Estaing had appeared off Chincoteague Inlet, the northern extremity of the coast of Virginia. Count d'Estaing arrives on the coast of Virginia with a French fleet under his command. He meditates an attack on the British fleet at New York, but is obliged to relinquish it. The Count had sailed from Toulon on the 13th of April with 12 ships of the line and 6 frigates, having on board a respectable body of land forces. His destination was the Delaware, and he hoped to find the British fleet in that river and their army in Philadelphia. An uncommon continuance of adverse winds protracted his voyage across the Atlantic to the extraordinary length of 87 days. This unusual circumstance saved the British fleet and army. On reaching the Capes of the Delaware, the Count announced his arrival to Congress, and having failed in accomplishing his first object, proceeded along the coast to New York, in the hope of being able to attack the British fleet in the harbor of that place. Sir Henry Clinton was again indebted to some fortunate incidents for his safety. The violent storms of the preceding winter had broken through the narrow isthmus by which Sandy Hook was connected with the continent, and had converted the peninsula into an island. This rendered it necessary for the army to pass from the main to the Hook on a bridge of boats, which would have been impracticable if obstructed by a superior fleet. It was effected the very day on which d'Estaing appeared off Chincoteague Inlet. July 13, at Paramus, in Jersey, General Washington received a letter from the President of Congress, advising him of this important event and requesting that he would concert measures with the Count for conjoint and offensive operations. The next day he received a second letter on the same subject, enclosing 2 resolutions, one directing him to cooperate with the French admiral, and the other authorizing him to call on the States, from New Hampshire to New Jersey inclusive, for such aids of militia as he might deem necessary for the operations of the allied arms. He determined to proceed immediately to the White Plains, whence the army might cooperate with more facility in the execution of any attempt which might be made by the fleet, and dispatched Lieutenant Colonel Lawrence, one of his aides-de-camp, with all the information relative to the enemy, as well as to his own army, which might be useful to d'Estaing. Lieutenant Colonel Lawrence was authorized to consult on future conjoint operations, and to establish conventional signals for the purpose of facilitating the communication of intelligence. The French admiral, on arriving off the Hook, dispatched Major de Choisy, a gentleman of his family, to General Washington for the purpose of communicating fully his views and his strength. His first object was to attack New York. If this should be found impracticable, he was desirous of turning his attention to Rhode Island. To assist in coming to a result on these enterprises, General Washington dispatched Lieutenant Colonel Hamilton with such farther communications as had been suggested by inquiries made since the departure of Lieutenant Colonel Lawrence. Fearing that the water on the bar at the entrance of the harbor was not of sufficient depth to admit the passage of the largest ships of the French fleet without much difficulty and danger, General Washington had turned his attention to other objects which might be eventually pursued. General Sullivan, who commanded the troops in Rhode Island, was directed to prepare for an enterprise against Newport, and the Marquis de Lafayette was detached with 2 brigades to join him at Providence. July 21. The next day Lieutenant Colonel Hamilton returned to camp with the final determination of the Count d'Estaing to relinquish the meditated attack on the fleet in the harbor of New York in consequence of the impracticability of passing the bar. General Greene was immediately ordered to Rhode Island, of which state he was a native, and Lieutenant Colonel Lawrence was directed to attach himself to the French admiral and to facilitate all his views by procuring whatever might give them effect, after which he was to act with the army under Sullivan. Sails out to Rhode Island and arrives off Newport. The resolution being taken to proceed against Rhode Island, the fleet got under way, and on the 25th of July appeared off Newport, and cast anchor about 5 miles from that place, just without Brenton's Ledge, soon after which General Sullivan went on board the admiral, and concerted with him a plan of operations for the allied forces. The fleet was to enter the harbour and land the troops of His Christian Majesty on the west side of the island, a little to the north of Dyer's Island. The Americans were to land at the same time on the opposite coast, under cover of the guns of a frigate. Although the appearance of the French fleet had animated the whole country, and had produced a considerable degree of alacrity for the service, although the success of the enterprise essentially depended on maintaining a superiority at sea, which there was much reason to apprehend would soon be wrested from them, yet such are the delays inseparable from measures to bring husbandmen into the field as soldiers, that the operations against Newport were suspended for several days on this account. As the militia of New Hampshire and Massachusetts approached, General Sullivan joined General Greene at Tiverton, and it was agreed with the admiral that the fleet should enter the main channel immediately, and that the descent should be made the succeeding day. August 8, the ships of war passed the British batteries and entered the harbour without receiving or doing any considerable damage. The militia not arriving precisely at the time they were expected, General Sullivan could not hazard the movement which had been concerted, and stated to the Count the necessity of postponing it till the next day. Meanwhile, the preparations for the descent being perceived, General Pigot drew the troops which had been stationed on the north end of the island into the lines at Newport. On discovering this circumstance the next morning, Sullivan determined to avail himself of it, and to take immediate possession of the works which had been abandoned. August 9. The whole army crossed the East Passage and landed on the north end of Rhode Island. This movement gave great offence to the admiral, who resented the indelicacy supposed to have been committed by Sullivan in landing before the French and without consulting him. Unfortunately, some difficulties on subjects of mere punctilio had previously arisen. The Count d'Estaing was a land as well as sea officer, and held the high rank of lieutenant general in the service of France. Sullivan being only a major general, some misunderstanding on this delicate point had been apprehended, and General Washington had suggested to him the necessity of taking every precaution to avoid it. This, it was supposed, had been effected in their first conference, in which it was agreed that the Americans should land first, after which the French should land, to be commanded by the Count d'Estaing in person. The motives for this arrangement are not stated, but it was most probably made solely with a view to the success of the enterprise. Either his own after reflections or the suggestions of others dissatisfied the Count with it, and he insisted that the descent should be made on both sides of the island precisely at the same instant, and that one wing of the American army should be attached to the French and land with them. He also declined commanding in person, and wished the Marquis de Lafayette to take charge of the French troops as well as of the Americans attached to them. It being feared that this alteration of the plan might endanger both its parts, d'Estaing was prevailed on to reduce his demand from one wing of the American army to 1,000 militia. When afterwards General Sullivan crossed over into the island before the time to which he had himself postponed the descent, and without giving previous notice to the Count of this movement, some suspicions seem to have been excited that the measure was taken with other views than were avowed, and no inconsiderable degree of excitement was manifested. The Count refused to answer Sullivan's letter, and charged Lieutenant Colonel Fleury, who delivered it, with being more an American than a Frenchman. At this time a British fleet appeared, which, after sailing close into the land and communicating with General Pigot, withdrew some distance and came to anchor off Point Judith, just without the narrow inlet leading into the harbour. After it had been ascertained that the destination of the Count d'Estaing was America, he was followed by a squadron of 12 ships of the line under Admiral Byron, who was designed to relieve Lord Howe, that nobleman having solicited his recall. The vessels composing this squadron, meeting with weather unusually bad for the season, and being separated in different storms, arrived, after lingering through a tedious passage, in various degrees of distress on different and remote parts of the American coast. Between the departure of d'Estaing from the Hook on the 23rd of July and the 30th of that month, 4 ships of 64 and 50 guns arrived at Sandy Hook. This addition to the British fleet, though it left Lord Howe considerably inferior to the Count d'Estaing, determined him to attempt the relief of Newport. He sailed from New York on the 6th of August, and on the 9th appeared in sight of the French fleet before intelligence of his departure could be received by the admiral. Sails to attack Lord Howe who appears off Rhode Island, August 10. At the time of his arrival, the wind set directly into the harbor, so that it was impossible to get out of it, but it shifted suddenly to the northeast the next morning, and the Count determined to stand out to sea and give battle. Previous to leaving port, he informed General Sullivan that on his return he would land his men as that officer should advise. Not choosing to give the advantage of the weather gauge, Lord Howe also weighed anchor and stood out to sea. He was followed by D'Estaing, and both fleets were soon out of sight. The militia were now arrived, and Sullivan's army amounted to 10,000 men. Some objections were made by Lafayette to his commencing operations before the return of D'Estaing. That officer advised that the army should be advanced to a position in the neighborhood of Newport, but should not break ground until the Count should be in readiness to act in concert with them. It was extremely desirable to avoid whatever might give offense to the great ally, on whose assistance so much depended, but time was deemed of such importance to an army which could not be kept long together, that this advice was overruled, and it was determined to commence the siege immediately. August 12. Before this determination could be executed, a furious storm blew down all the tents, rendered the arms unfit for immediate use, and greatly damaged the ammunition, of which 50 rounds had just been delivered to each man. The soldiers, having no shelter, suffered extremely, and several perished in the storm, which continued 3 days. 15th. General Sullivan laid siege to Newport. On the return of fair weather the siege was commenced, and continued without any material circumstance for several days. As no intelligence had been received from the admiral, the situation of the American army was becoming very critical. On the evening of the 19th their anxieties were relieved for a moment by the reappearance of the French fleet. The two admirals, desirous the one of gaining and the other of retaining the advantage of the wind, had employed 2 days in manoeuvring without coming to action. Both fleets dispersed by a storm. Towards the close of the second they were on the point of engaging, when they were separated by the violent storm which had been felt so severely on shore, and which dispersed both fleets. Some single vessels afterwards fell in with each other, but no important capture was made, and both fleets retired in a very shattered condition, the one to the harbor of New York, and the other to that of Newport. D'Estaing returns to Newport, and against the solicitations of Sullivan sails for Boston. A letter was immediately dispatched by D'Estaing to Sullivan, informing him that, in pursuance of orders from the king and of the advice of all his officers, he had taken the resolution to carry the fleet to Boston. His instructions directed him to sail for Boston should his fleet meet with any disaster, or should a superior British fleet appear on the coast. This communication threw Sullivan and his army into despair. General Greene and the Marquis de Lafayette were directed to wait on the admiral with a letter from Sullivan remonstrating against this resolution, and to use their utmost endeavors to induce him to change it. They represented to him the certainty of carrying the garrison if he would cooperate with them only 2 days, urged the impolicy of exposing the fleet at sea in its present condition, represented the port of Boston as equally insecure with that of Newport, and added that the expedition had been undertaken on condition that the French fleet and army should cooperate with them, that confiding in this cooperation they had brought stores into the island to a great amount, and that to abandon the enterprise in the present state of things would be a reproach and disgrace to their arms. To be deserted at such a critical moment would have a pernicious influence on the minds of the American people, and would furnish their domestic woes, as well as the common enemy, with the means of animadverting severely on their prospects from an alliance with those who could abandon them under circumstances such as the present. They concluded with wishing that the utmost harmony and confidence might subsist between the two nations, and especially between their officers, and entreated the admiral, if any personal indiscretions had appeared in conducting the expedition, not to permit them to prejudice the common cause. Whatever impression these observations may have made on the Count, they could not change the determination he had formed. General Greene, in his representation of this conversation, stated that the principal officers on board the fleet were the enemies of D'Estaing. He was properly a land officer, and they were dissatisfied with his appointment in the navy. Determined to thwart his measures and to prevent, as far as could be justified, his achieving any brilliant exploit, they availed themselves of the letter of his instructions, and unanimously persevered in advising him to relinquish the enterprise and sail for Boston. He could not venture, with such instructions, to act against their unanimous opinion, and although personally disposed to re-enter the harbor, declined doing so and sailed from the island. On the return of Greene and Lafayette, Sullivan made yet another effort to retain the fleet. He addressed a second letter to the admiral, pressing him in any event to leave his land forces. The bearer of this letter was also charged with a protest signed by all the general officers in Rhode Island except Lafayette, the only effect of which was to irritate D'Estaing, who proceeded without delay on his voyage to Boston. In consequence of the departure of the French fleet, Sullivan raises the siege of Newport. Thus abandoned by the fleet, Sullivan called a council of general officers who were in favor of attempting an assault if 5,000 volunteers who had seen 9 months' service could be obtained for the enterprise. But the departure of the fleet had so discouraged the militia that this number could not be procured, and in a few days the army was reduced by desertion to little more than 5,000 men. As the British were estimated at 6,000, it was determined to raise the siege and retire to the north end of the island, there to fortify and wait the result of another effort to induce D'Estaing to return. August 28, in the night of the 28th, the army retired by 2 roads leading to the works on the north end of the island, having its rear covered by Colonels Livingston and Lawrence, who commanded light parties on each. August 29, early next morning, the retreat was discovered by the British, who followed in 2 columns and were engaged on each road by Livingston and Lawrence, who retreated slowly and kept up the action with skill and spirit until the English were brought into the neighborhood of the main body of the Americans, drawn up in order of battle on the ground of their encampment. The British formed on Quaker Hill, a very strong piece of ground, something more than a mile in front of the American line. Sullivan's rear was covered by strong works, and in his front, rather to the right, was a redoubt. In this position the 2 armies cannonaded each other for some time, and a succession of skirmishes was kept up in front of both lines until about 2 in the afternoon, when the British advanced in force, attempted to turn the right flank, and made demonstrations of an intention to carry the redoubt in front of the right wing. Action between Sullivan and the British army. General Greene, who commanded that wing, advanced to its support, and a sharp engagement was continued for about half an hour, when the British retreated to Quaker Hill. The cannonade was renewed and kept up intermingled with slight skirmishing until night. According to the return made by General Sullivan, his loss in killed, wounded, and missing was 211. That of the British, as stated by General Piggott, amounted to 260. August 30. The next day the cannonade was renewed, but neither army was inclined to attack the other. The British waited for reinforcements, and Sullivan had at length determined to retire from the island. The commander-in-chief had observed some movements among the British transports indicating the embarkation of troops, and had suggested to Sullivan the necessity of securing his retreat. A fleet of transport soon put to sea with a large body of troops, of which immediate notice was given to Sullivan in a letter recommending his retreat to the continent. This reinforcement, which consisted of 4,000 men, commanded by Sir Henry Clinton in person, was delayed by adverse winds until the letter of General Washington was received and the resolution to evacuate the island was taken. The whole army passed over to the continent unobserved by the enemy, and disembarked about Tiverton by 2 in the morning. Sullivan retreats with army to the continent. Never was retreat more fortunate. Sir Henry Clinton arrived the next day, and the loss of the American army would have been inevitable. The complete success of this expedition had been confidently anticipated throughout America, and the most brilliant results had been expected from the capture of so important a part of the British army as the garrison of Newport. The chagrin produced by disappointment was proportioned to the exultation of their hopes. In general orders issued by Sullivan, soon after the departure of D'Estaing, Sullivan, in one of his general orders, makes use of expressions which offend the Count. He permitted some expressions to escape him, which were understood to impute to the Count d'Estaing and to the French nation an indisposition to promote the interests of the United States. These insinuations wounded the feelings of the French officers, and added in no small degree to the resentments of the moment. In subsequent orders the general sought to correct this indiscretion, and alleged that he had been misunderstood by those who supposed him to blame the admiral, with whose orders he was unacquainted, and of whose conduct he was consequently unable to judge. He also stated explicitly the important aids America had received from France, aids of which he ought not to be unmindful under any disappointment, and which should prevent a too sudden censure of any movement whatever. Count d'Estaing expresses to Congress his dissatisfaction with General Sullivan. The Count d'Estaing, on his part, addressed a letter to Congress containing a statement of all the movements of his fleet subsequent to its arrival on the coast, in which his chagrin and irritation were but ill concealed. In Congress, after approving the conduct of Sullivan and his army, an indiscreet proposition was made to inquire into the causes of the failure of the expedition, but this was set aside by the previous question. In the first moments of vexation and disappointment, General Sullivan had addressed some letters to the governor of Rhode Island, complaining bitterly of being abandoned by the fleet. These dispatches were transmitted by the governor to the Speaker of the Assembly, and were on the point of being submitted publicly to the House, when they were fortunately arrested by General Greene, who had been introduced on the floor and placed by the side of the chair, and to whom they were shown by the Speaker. The discontent in New England generally, and in Boston particularly, was so great as to inspire fears that the means of repairing the French ships would not be supplied. To guard against the mischief which might result from this temper, as well as for other objects, General Hancock had repaired from camp to Boston, and Lafayette had followed him on a visit to d'Estaing. The consequences to be apprehended from this unavailing manifestation of ill temper soon induced all reflecting men to exert themselves to control it. General Washington labors to heal these discontents, in which he succeeds. In the commencement of its operation, General Washington, foreseeing the evils with which it was fraught, had labored to prevent them. He addressed letters to General Sullivan, to General Heath, who commanded at Boston, and to other individuals of influence in New England, urging the necessity of correcting the intemperance of the moment, and of guarding against the interference of passion with the public interest. Soon after the transmission of these letters, he received a resolution of Congress directing him to take every measure in his power to prevent the publication of the protest entered into by the officers of Sullivan's army. In his letter communicating this resolution, he said, "The disagreement between the army under your command and the fleet has given me very singular uneasiness. The continent at large is concerned in our cordiality, and it should be kept up by all possible means consistent with our honor and policy. First impressions, you know, are generally longest retained, and will serve to fix in a great degree our national character with the French. In our conduct towards them, we should remember that they are a people old in war, very strict in military etiquette, and apt to take fire when others scarcely seem warm. Permit me to recommend in the most particular manner the cultivation of harmony and good agreement, and your endeavors to destroy that ill humor which may have found its way among the officers. It is of the utmost importance, too, that the soldiers and the people should know nothing of this misunderstanding, or if it has reached them, that means may be used to stop its progress and prevent its effects." In a letter to General Greene, after expressing his fears that the seeds of dissension and distrust might be sown between the troops of the two nations, he added, "I depend much on your temper and influence to conciliate that animosity which, I plainly perceive by a letter from the Marquis, subsists between the American and French officers in our service. This, you may be assured, will extend itself to the Count and to the officers and men of his whole fleet, should they return to Rhode Island, unless a reconciliation shall have taken place. The Marquis speaks kindly of a letter from you to him on this subject. He will therefore take any advice from you in a friendly way, and if he can be pacified, the other French gentlemen will of course be satisfied, since they look up to him as their head. The Marquis grounds his complaint on a general order of the 24th of August, and upon the universal clamor that prevailed against the French nation. I beg you will take every measure to keep the protest entered into by the general officers from being made public. Congress, sensible of the ill consequences that will flow from our differences being known to the world, have passed a resolve to that purpose. Upon the whole, my dear sir, you can conceive my meaning better than I can express it, and I therefore fully depend on your exerting yourself to heal all private animosities between our principal officers and the French, and to prevent all illiberal expressions and reflections that may fall from the army at large." The general also seized the first opportunity to recommence his correspondence with the Count, and his letters, without noticing the disagreement which had taken place, were calculated to soothe every angry sensation which might have been excited. A letter from the admiral, stating the whole transaction, was answered by General Washington in a manner so perfectly satisfactory that the irritation which threatened such serious mischief appears to have entirely subsided. Congress also, in a resolution which was made public, expressed their perfect approbation of the conduct of the Count, and directed the President to assure him, in the letter which should transmit it, that they entertained the highest sense of his zeal and attachment. These prudent and temperate measures restored harmony to the allied armies. The storm under which the French fleet had suffered so severely did considerable damage also to that of Lord Howe. The British, however, had sustained less injury than the French, and were soon in a condition to put again to sea, having received information that the Count d'Estaing had made for Boston. Lord Howe sailed for the same port, in the hope of reaching it before him, but in this he was disappointed. On entering the bay he found the French fleet already in Nantasket Road, where such judicious dispositions had been made for its defence that he relinquished the idea of attacking it and returned to New York. Lord Howe resigns command of the British fleet, where he resigned the command to Admiral Gambier, who was to retain it till the arrival of Admiral Byron. Finding that General Sullivan had retreated to the continent, Sir Henry Clinton returned to New York, leaving the command of the troops on board the transports with Major General Grey, who was directed to conduct an expedition to the eastward as far as Buzzard's Bay. September 5, Grey entered Acushnet River, where he destroyed a number of privateers with their prizes and some merchant vessels. He also reduced part of the towns of Bedford and Fairhaven to ashes, in which some military and naval stores had been collected. The troops re-embarked the next day before the militia could be assembled in sufficient force to oppose them, and sailed to Martha's Vineyard, where they destroyed several vessels and some salt works, and levied a heavy contribution of livestock on the inhabitants. While so large a detachment from the British army was depredating the coasts of New England, preparations were making in New York for some distant expedition, and many were of opinion that the French fleet was its object. To be in readiness to oppose a combined attack by sea and land on the fleet, General Gates was directed with 3 brigades to proceed by easy marches as far as Danbury in Connecticut, and Washington moved northward to Fredericksburg, while General Putnam was detached with 2 brigades to the neighborhood of West Point, and General McDougall with 2 others to join General Gates at Danbury. September 22, soon after the return of General Grey from New England, the British army moved up the North River on each side in great force. The column on the west side, commanded by Lord Cornwallis, consisting of about 5,000 men, took a position with its right on the river and its left extending to Newbridge on the Hackensack, while the other division, which was commanded by General Kniphausen, consisting of about 3,000 men, was advanced about the same distance on the east side of the Hudson. The command of the river enabled these 2 columns to communicate freely with each other, and at any time to reunite. Although General Washington conjectured that this movement was made for the purpose of foraging, yet it was possible that the passes in the highlands might be its object, and orders were given to the detachments on the lines to hold themselves in readiness to anticipate the execution of such a design. Colonel Baylor, with his regiment of cavalry, had crossed the Hackensack early in the morning of the 27th of September, and taken quarters at Naupan, or Herringtown, a small village near New Tarpan, where some militia were posted. Immediate notice of his position was given to Lord Cornwallis, who formed a plan to surprise and cut off both the cavalry and militia. The party designed to act against Colonel Baylor was commanded by General Grey, and that against the militia by Lieutenant Colonel Campbell. September 28, that part of the plan which was to be executed by Campbell was defeated by delays in passing the river, during which a deserter gave notice of his approach, and the militia saved themselves by flight. But the corps, commanded by General Grey, guided by some of the country people, eluded the patrols, got into the rear of the sergeant's guard, which had been posted at a bridge over the Hackensack, cut it off without alarming Baylor. Colonel Baylor's regiment surprised and completely surprised his whole regiment. The British troops rushed into a barn where the Americans slept, and refusing to give quarter, bayoneted for a time all they saw. Of 104 privates, 67 were killed, wounded, and taken. The number of prisoners, amounting to about 40, is stated to have been increased by the humanity of one of Grey's captains, who, notwithstanding his orders, gave quarter to the whole of the 4th Troop. Colonel Baylor and Major Clough, who were both wounded with the bayonet, the first dangerously, the last mortally, were among the prisoners. September 30, Captain Dunlop, with his corps, attacked by Colonel Butler and defeated. 3 days after this affair, Colonel Richard Butler, with a detachment of infantry, assisted by Major Lee, with a part of his cavalry, fell in with a small party of chasseurs and Jaegers under Captain Dunlop, which he instantly charged, and without the loss of a man killed 10 on the spot. and took the officer commanding the chasseurs and 18 of the Jaegers prisoners. Only the extreme roughness of the country, which impeded the action of the cavalry and prevented part of the infantry from coming up, enabled a man of the enemy to escape. Some interest was taken at the time in this small affair, because it seemed in some measure to revenge the loss of Colonel Baylor. After completing their forage, the British army returned to New York. Expedition of the British against Egg Harbor. This movement had been in part designed to cover an expedition against Little Egg Harbor, which was completely successful, and the works and storehouses at the place, as well as the merchandise and vessels, were entirely destroyed. It has been already stated that Count Pulaski had been appointed general of the American cavalry. The dissatisfaction given by this appointment to the officers had induced him to resign his commission, but thirsting for military fame and zealous in the American cause, he obtained permission to raise a legionary corps, which he officered chiefly with foreigners and commanded in person. In this corps, one Juliet, a deserter, had been admitted as an officer. The Count had been ordered to march from Trenton towards Little Egg Harbor, and was lying 8 or 10 miles from the coast, when this Juliet again deserted, carrying with him intelligence of Pulaski's strength and situation. Pulaski surprised, and his infantry cut off. A plan was formed to surprise him, which succeeded completely so far as respected his infantry, who were put to the bayonet. The British accounts of this expedition assert that the whole corps was destroyed. Pulaski stated his loss at about 40, and averred that on coming up with his cavalry to the relief of his infantry, he repulsed the enemy. It is probable that the one account diminishes the importance of this enterprise as much as the other magnifies it. October 12, Admiral Byron reached New York and took command of the fleet about the middle of September. After repairing his shattered vessels, he sailed for the port of Boston. Soon after his arrival in the bay, fortune disconcerted all his plans. A furious storm drove him out to sea and damaged his fleet so much that he found it necessary to put into the port of Rhode Island to refit. This favorable moment was seized by the Count d'Estaing, who sailed on the 3rd of November for the West Indies. Thus terminated an expedition from which the most important advantages had been anticipated. A variety of accidents had defeated plans judiciously formed, which had every probability in their favor. The Marquis de Lafayette, ambitious of fame on another theatre, was desirous of returning to France. Expecting war on the continent of Europe, he was anxious to tender his services to his king and to his native country. From motives of real friendship as well as of policy, General Washington was desirous of preserving the connection of this officer with the army, and of strengthening his attachment to America. He therefore expressed to Congress his wish that Lafayette, instead of resigning his commission, might have unlimited leave of absence to return when it should be convenient to himself, and might carry with him every mark of the confidence of the government. This policy was adopted by Congress in its full extent. The partiality of America for Lafayette was well placed. Never did a foreigner, whose primary attachments to his own country remained undiminished, feel more solicitude for the welfare of another than was unceasingly manifested by this young nobleman for the United States. There being no prospect of an active winter campaign in the northern or middle states, and the climate admitting of military operations elsewhere, a detachment from the British army, consisting of 5,000 men, commanded by Major General Grant, sailed early in November under a strong convoy for the West India Islands, and towards the end of the same month another embarkation was made for the southern parts of the continent. This second detachment was commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Campbell, who was escorted by Commodore Hyde Parker, and was destined to act against the southern states. December, as a force sufficient for the defense of New York, yet remained. The American army retired into winter quarters. The main body was cantoned in Connecticut, on both sides the North River, about West Point and at Middlebrook. Light troops were stationed nearer the lines, and the cavalry were drawn into the interior to recruit the horses. For the next campaign, the distribution, the protection of the country, the security of important points, and a cheap and convenient supply of provisions were consulted. The troops again wintered in huts, but they were accustomed to this mode of passing that inclement season. Though far from being well clothed, their condition in that respect was so much improved by supplies from France that they disregarded the inconveniences to which they were exposed. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of the Life of Washington, Volume 3, by John Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Arrival of the British Commissioners. Terms of conciliation proposed. Answer of Congress to their propositions. Attempts of Mr. Johnson to bribe some members of Congress. His private letters ordered to be published. Manifesto of the Commissioners and Counter Manifesto of Congress. Arrival of Monsieur Girard, Minister Plenipotentiary of France. Hostilities of the Indians. Eruption into the Wyoming settlement. Battle of Wyoming. Colonel Dennison capitulates for the inhabitants. Distress of the settlement. Colonel Clark surprises St. Vincent. Congress determines to invade Canada. General Washington opposes the measure. Induces Congress to abandon it. 1778, about the time that Commodore Parker sailed for the Southern States, the commissioners appointed to give effect to the late conciliatory acts of Parliament embarked for Europe. They had exerted their utmost powers to effect the object of their mission, but without success. Great Britain required that the force of the two nations should be united under one common sovereign, and America was no longer disposed or even at liberty to accede to this condition. All those affections which parts of the same empire should feel for each other had been eradicated by a distressing war. The great body of the people were determined at every sacrifice to maintain their independence, and the treaty with France had pledged the honor and the faith of the nation never to consent to a reunion with the British Empire. Arrival of the British Commissioners. The commissioners arrived in Philadelphia while that place was yet in possession of their army, and are understood to have brought positive orders for its evacuation. Their arrival was immediately announced to General Washington by Sir Henry Clinton, who was joined with them in the commission, and a passport was requested for their secretary, Dr. Ferguson, as the bearer of their first dispatches to Congress. The commander-in-chief declined granting this passport until he should receive the instructions of his government. Terms of conciliation proposed, on which a letter addressed to the President and the members of Congress was forwarded in the usual manner. Copies of their commission and of the acts of Parliament on which it was founded, together with propositions conforming to those acts, drawn in the most conciliatory language, were transmitted with this letter. Some observations having been introduced into it, reflecting on the conduct of France, the reading was interrupted and a motion made to proceed no farther in consequence of this offensive language to His Most Christian Majesty. This motion producing some debate, an adjournment was moved and carried. When Congress reassembled, the warmth of the preceding day had not entirely subsided, but after several ineffectual motions to prevent it, the letter was read and committed. Answer of Congress to these propositions. The answer, which was reported by the committee and transmitted to the commissioners, declared that nothing but an earnest desire to spare the farther effusion of human blood could have induced them to read a paper containing expressions so disrespectful to His Most Christian Majesty, the good and great ally of these states, or to consider propositions so derogatory to the honor of an independent nation. That the acts of the British Parliament, the commission from their sovereign, and their letter, supposed the people of the United States to be subjects of the Crown of Great Britain, and were founded on the idea of dependence, which is totally inadmissible. That Congress was inclined to peace, notwithstanding the unjust claims from which this was originated, and the savage manner in which it was conducted. They would therefore be ready to enter upon the consideration of a treaty of peace and commerce, not inconsistent with treaties already subsisting, when the King of Great Britain should demonstrate a sincere disposition for that purpose. The only solid proof of this disposition would be an explicit acknowledgment of the independence of these states, or the withdrawing his fleets and armies. July 13. On the 13th of July, after arriving at New York, the commissioners addressed a second letter to Congress, expressing their regrets that any difficulties were raised which must prolong the calamities of war, and reviewing the letter of Congress in terms well calculated to make an impression on those who had become weary of the contest, and to revive ancient prejudices in favor of England and against France. This letter being read, Congress resolved that as neither the independence of the United States was explicitly acknowledged, nor the fleets and armies withdrawn, no answer should be given to it. It would seem that the first letter of Congress must have convinced the British commissioners that no hope could be indulged of restoring peace on any other terms than the independence of the United States. Congress must have been equally certain that the commissioners were not empowered to acknowledge that independence, or to direct the fleets and armies of Great Britain to be withdrawn. The intercourse between them, therefore, after the first communications were exchanged, and all subsequent measures, became a game of skill, in which the parties played for the affections and passions of the people, and was no longer a diplomatic correspondence discussing the interests of two great nations with the hope of accommodation. Attempts of Mr. Johnson to bribe influential members of Congress. The first packet addressed by the commissioners to Congress contained several private letters written by Governor Johnson to members of that body, in which he blended, with flattering expressions of respect for their characters and their conduct, assurances of the honors and emoluments to which those would be entitled who should contribute to restore peace and harmony to the two countries and to terminate the present war. A few days before the receipt of the letter of the 13th of July, Congress passed a resolution requiring that all letters of a public nature received by any member from any subject of the British Crown should be laid before them. In compliance with this resolution, the letters of Governor Johnson were produced, and sometimes afterwards Mr. Reed stated in his place a direct offer which had been made him by a third person of a considerable sum of money and of any office in the gift of the Crown, as an inducement to use his influence for the restoration of harmony between the two countries. Congress orders the publication of the private letters from Johnson to the members of that body. Congress determined to communicate these circumstances to the American people, and made a solemn declaration in which, after reciting the offensive paragraphs of the private letters and the conversation stated by Mr. Reed, they expressed their opinion that these were direct attempts to corrupt and bribe the Congress of the United States, and that it was incompatible with their honor to hold any manner of correspondence or intercourse with the said George Johnson, Esquire, especially to negotiate with him upon affairs in which the cause of liberty is interested. After an unsuccessful attempt to involve the other commissioners in the same exclusion, this declaration was transmitted to them while they were expecting an answer to a remonstrance on the detention of the army of General Burgoyne. On receiving it, Mr. Johnson withdrew from the commission, declaring that he should be happy to find Congress inclined to retract their former declaration and to negotiate with others on terms equally conducive to the happiness of both countries. This declaration was accompanied by one signed by the other commissioners, in which, without admitting the construction put by Congress on his letters or the authority of the person who held the conversation with Mr. Reed, they denied all knowledge of those letters or of that conversation. They at the same time detailed the advantages to be derived by America from the propositions they had made, advantages, they added, decidedly superior to any which could be expected from an unnatural alliance with France, only entered into by that nation for the purpose of prolonging the war, after the full knowledge on their part of the liberal terms intended to be offered by Great Britain. With this declaration was transmitted a copy of the former remonstrance against the detention of the convention troops without the signature of Governor Johnson, and an extract from the instructions given by the Secretary of State to Sir Henry Clinton, authorizing him to demand in express terms a performance of the convention made with General Burgoyne, and if required to renew and ratify all its conditions in the name of the King. All the publications of the British commissioners indicate an opinion that they could be more successful with the people than with Congress, and not unfrequently betray the desire that the constituents of that body might be enabled to decide on the measures taken by their representatives. On the part of Congress, it was decreed of the utmost importance to keep the public mind correct and to defeat all attempts to make unfavorable impressions on it. Several members of that body entered the lists as disputants and employed their pens with ability and success, as well in serious argument as in rousing the various passions which influence the conduct of men. The attempt to accomplish the object of the mission by corruption was wielded with great effect, and it was urged with equal force that should the United States now break their faith with France and treat on the footing of dependence, they would sacrifice all credit with foreign nations, would be considered by all as faithless and infamous, and would forfeit all pretensions to future aid from abroad, after which the terms now offered might be retracted and the war be recommenced. To these representations were added the certainty of independence and the great advantages which must result from its establishment. The letters of the commissioners were treated as attempts to sow divisions among the people of which they might afterwards avail themselves, and thus effect by intrigue what had been found unattainable by arms. These essays were read with avidity, and seem to have produced all the effect which was expected from them among the friends of the Revolution. October 8. The commissioners appear still to have cherished the hope that a complete knowledge of the terms they had offered, operating on the disappointment of the extravagant hopes which had been founded on the arrival of a French fleet, would make a great impression on a large portion of the American people. This opinion induced them, before their departure, to publish a manifesto addressed not only to Congress, but to all the provincial assemblies and all the inhabitants of the colonies of whatever denomination, briefly recapitulating the several steps they had taken to accomplish the object of their mission, and the refusal of Congress even to open a conference with them. Manifesto of the Commissioners and Counter Manifestos by Congress. They declare their readiness still to proceed in the execution of the powers contained in their commission, and to treat either with deputies from all the colonies conjointly, or with any provincial assembly or convention individually, at any time within the space of 40 days from the date of their manifesto. They also proclaimed a general pardon for all treasons and rebellious practices committed at any time previous to the date of their manifesto, to such as should, within the term of 40 days, withdraw from their opposition to the British government, and conduct themselves as faithful and loyal subjects. To enable all persons to avail themselves of this proffered pardon, 13 copies of the manifesto were executed, one of which was transmitted by a flag of truce to each state. A vast number of copies were printed, and great exertions were made by flags and other means to disperse them among the people. On being informed of these proceedings, Congress, without hesitation, adopted the course which the government of an independent nation is bound to pursue when attempts are made by a foreign power to open negotiations with unauthorized individuals. They declared the measure to be contrary to the law of nations and utterly subversive of that confidence which could alone maintain those means which had been invented to alleviate the horrors of war, and therefore that the persons employed to distribute such papers were not entitled to the protection of a flag. They recommended it to the executive departments in the respective states to secure in close custody every person who, under the sanction of a flag or otherwise, was found employed in circulating those manifestos. At the same time, to show that these measures were not taken for the purpose of concealment, they directed a publication of the manifesto in the American papers. Care, however, was taken to accompany it with comments made by individuals, calculated to counteract its effect. A vessel containing a cargo of these papers being wrecked on the coast, the officers and crew were made prisoners, and the requisition of Admiral Gambier for their release, in consequence of the privilege afforded by his flag, was answered by a declaration that they had forfeited that privilege by being charged with seditious papers. October 30, not long after the publication of this paper, a counter manifesto was issued by Congress, in which, after touching on subjects which might influence the public mind, they solemnly declare and proclaim that if their enemies presume to execute their threats or persist in their present course of barbarity, they will take such exemplary vengeance as shall deter others from a like conduct. Thus ended this fruitless attempt to restore a connection which had been wantonly broken, the reinstatement of which had become impracticable. With the war and with independence, a course of opinion had prevailed in America which not only opposed great obstacles to a reunion of the two countries under one common sovereign, but by substituting discordant materials in the place of the cement which formerly bound them together, rendered such an event undesirable even to the British themselves. The time was arrived when the true interest of that nation required the relinquishment of an expensive war, the object of which was unattainable, and which, if attained, could not be long preserved, and the establishment of those amicable relations which reciprocal interests produce between independent states, capable of being serviceable to each other by a fair and equal interchange of good offices. This opinion, however, was not yet embraced by the Cabinet of London, and great exertions were still to be made for the re-annexation of the American states to the British Empire. Even the opposition was not united against a continuance of the war for the object now proposed, and the Earl of Chatham, who had endeavored first to prevent the conflict and afterwards to produce conciliation, closed his splendid life in unavailing efforts to prevent that dismemberment which had become inevitable. July 14, arrival of Gerard, minister plenipotentiary from the King of France. In the midst of these transactions with the commissioners of Great Britain, the Sieur Gerard arrived at Philadelphia in the character of minister plenipotentiary of His Most Christian Majesty. The joy produced by this event was unbounded, and he was received by Congress with great pomp. While these diplomatic concerns employed the American cabinet, and while the war seemed to languish on the Atlantic, it raged to the west in its most savage form. The difficulties which the inability of the American government to furnish the neighboring Indians with those European articles which they were accustomed to use, opposed to all the efforts of Congress to preserve their friendship, have already been noticed. Early in 1778, there were many indications of a general disposition among those savages to make war on the United States, and the frontiers, from the Mohawk to the Ohio, were threatened with the tomahawk and the scalping knife. Every representation from that country supported the opinion that a war with the Indians should never be defensive, and that to obtain peace it must be carried into their own country. Detroit, whose governor was believed to have been particularly active in exciting hostilities, was understood to be in a defenseless condition, and Congress resolved on an expedition against that place. June 11, this enterprise was entrusted to General McIntosh, who commanded at Pittsburgh, and was to be carried on with 3,000 men, chiefly militia, to be drawn from Virginia. To facilitate its success, the resolution was also taken to enter the country of the Senecas at the same time by the way of the Mohawk. The officer commanding on the east of the Hudson was desired to take measures for carrying this resolution into execution, and the commissioners for Indian affairs at Albany were directed to cooperate with him. Unfortunately, the acts of the government did not correspond with the vigor of its resolutions. The necessary preparations were not made, and the inhabitants of the frontiers remained without sufficient protection until the plans against them were matured, and the storm, which had been long gathering, burst upon them with a fury which spread desolation wherever it reached. Colonel John Butler, with a party of Indians, breaks into the Wyoming settlement. Above 300 white men, commanded by Colonel John Butler, and about 500 Indians, led by the Indian chief Brant, who had assembled in the north, marched late in June against the settlement of Wyoming. These troops embarked on the Chemung or Tioga, and descending the Susquehanna, landed at a place called the Three Islands, whence they marched about 20 miles, and crossing a wilderness and passing through a gap in the mountain, entered the valley of Wyoming near its northern boundary. At this place a small fort called Wintermoot's had been erected, which fell into their hands without resistance and was burnt. The inhabitants, who were capable of bearing arms, assembled on the first alarm at Forty Fort, on the west side of the Susquehanna, 4 miles below the camp of the invading army. The regular troops, amounting to about 60, were commanded by Colonel Zebulon Butler, the militia by Colonel Dennison. Colonel Butler was desirous of awaiting the arrival of a small reinforcement under Captain Spaulding, who had been ordered by General Washington to his aid on the first intelligence of the danger which threatened the settlement. But the militia generally, believing themselves sufficiently strong to repel the invading force, urged an immediate battle so earnestly that Colonel Butler yielded to their remonstrances, and on the 3rd of July marched from Forty Fort at the head of near 400 men to attack the enemy. The British and Indians were prepared to receive him. Their line was formed a small distance in front of their camp, in a plain thinly covered with pine, shrub oaks, and undergrowth, and extended from the river about a mile to a marsh at the foot of the mountain. The Americans advanced in a single column without interruption until they approached the enemy, when they received a fire which did not much mischief. The line of battle was instantly formed, and the action commenced with spirit. The Americans rather gained ground on the right, where Colonel Butler commanded, until a large body of Indians, passing through the skirt of the marsh, turned their left flank, which was composed of militia, and poured a heavy and most destructive fire on their rear. The word retreat was pronounced by some person, and the efforts of the officers to check it were unavailing. The fate of the day was decided, and a flight commenced on the left, which was soon followed by the right. As soon as the line was broken, the Indians, throwing down their rifles and rushing upon them with the tomahawk, completed the confusion. The attempt of Colonel Butler and of the officers to restore order were unavailing, and the whole line broke and fled in confusion. The massacre was general, and the cries for mercy were answered by the tomahawk. Rather less than 60 men escaped, some to Forty Fort, some by swimming the river, and some to the mountain. A very few prisoners were made, only 3 of whom were preserved alive, who were carried to Niagara. Colonel Dennison capitulates for the inhabitants. Further resistance was impracticable. Colonel Dennison proposed terms of capitulation, which were granted to the inhabitants, it being understood that no quarter would be allowed to the Continental troops. Colonel Butler, with his few surviving soldiers, fled from the valley. Distress of the settlement. The inhabitants generally abandoned the country, and in great distress wandered into the settlements on the Lehigh and the Delaware. The Indians, as is the practice of savages, destroyed the houses and improvements by fire, and plundered the country. After laying waste the whole settlement, they withdrew from it before the arrival of the Continental troops, who were detached to meet them. To cover every part of the United States would have required a much greater number of men than could be raised. Different districts were therefore unavoidably exposed to the calamities ever to be experienced by those into the bosom of whose country war is carried. The militia in every part of the Union, fatigued and worn out by repeated tours of duty, required to be relieved by Continental troops. Their applications were necessarily resisted, but the danger which threatened the western frontier had become so imminent The appeal made by its sufferings to national feeling was so affecting that it was determined to spare a more considerable portion of the army for its defense than had been allotted to that part of the Union since the capture of Burgoyne. On the first intelligence of the destruction of Wyoming, the regiments of Hartley and Butler, with the remnant of Morgan's corps, commanded by Major Posey, were detached to the protection of that distressed country. July 15, they were engaged in several sharp skirmishes, made separate incursions into the Indian settlements, broke up their nearest villages, destroyed their corn, and by compelling them to retire to a greater distance, gave some relief to the inhabitants. While the frontiers of New York and Pennsylvania were thus suffering the calamities incident to savage warfare, a fate equally severe was preparing for Virginia. The western militia of that state had made some successful incursions into the country northwest of the Ohio, and had taken some British posts on the Mississippi. These were erected in the county of Illinois, and a regiment of infantry with a troop of cavalry were raised for its protection. The command of these troops was given to Colonel George Rogers Clark, a gentleman whose courage, hardihood, and capacity for Indian warfare had given repeated success to his enterprises against the savages. This corps was divided into several detachments, the strongest of which remained with Colonel Clark at Kaskaskia. Colonel Hamilton, the governor of Detroit, was at Vincennes with about 600 men, principally Indians, preparing an expedition first against Kaskaskia and then up the Ohio to Pittsburgh, after which he proposed to desolate the frontiers of Virginia. Clark anticipated and defeated his design by one of those bold and decisive measures which, whether formed on a great or a small scale, mark the military and enterprising genius of the man who plans and executes them. He was too far removed from the inhabited country to hope for support, and was too weak to maintain Kaskaskia and the Illinois against the combined force of regulars and Indians by which he was to be attacked so soon as the season for action should arrive. While employed in preparing for his defense, he received unquestionable information that Hamilton had detached his Indians on an expedition against the frontiers, reserving at the post he occupied only about 80 regulars, with 3 pieces of cannon and some swivels. 1779 February, Clark instantly resolved to seize this favorable moment. After detaching a small galley up the Wabash, with orders to take her station a few miles below Vincennes, and to permit nothing to pass her, he marched in the depth of winter with 130 men, the whole force he could collect, across the country from Kaskaskia to Vincennes. This march through the woods and over high waters required 16 days, 5 of which were employed in crossing the drowned lands of the Wabash. The troops were under the necessity of wading 5 miles in water, frequently up to their breasts. After subduing these difficulties, Colonel Clark surprises St. Vincent's and takes possession of it. This small party appeared before the town, which was completely surprised and readily consented to change its master. Hamilton, after defending the fort a short time, surrendered himself and his garrison prisoners of war. With a few of his immediate agents and counselors, who had been instrumental in the savage barbarities he had encouraged, he was, by order of the executive of Virginia, put in irons and confined in a jail. This expedition was important in its consequences. It disconcerted a plan which threatened destruction to the whole country west of the Alleghany Mountains. Detached from the British interest, many of those numerous tribes of Indians south of the waters immediately communicating with the Great Lakes, and had most probably considerable influence in fixing the western boundary of the United States. We have already seen that Congress, actuated by their wishes rather than governed by a temperate calculation of the means in their possession, had in the preceding winter planned a second invasion of Canada, to be conducted by the Marquis de Lafayette, and that, as the generals only were got in readiness for this expedition, it was necessarily laid aside. The design, however, seems to have been suspended, not abandoned. The alliance with France revived the latent wish to annex that extensive territory to the United States. That favorite subject was resumed. Congress determined to attack Canada and the other British possessions in North America, and towards autumn a plan was completely digested for a combined attack to be made by the Allies on all the British dominions on the continent and on the adjacent islands of Cape Breton and Newfoundland. This plan was matured about the time the Marquis de Lafayette obtained leave to return to his own country, and was ordered to be transmitted by that nobleman to Dr. Franklin, the minister of the United States at the court of Versailles, with instructions to induce, if possible, the French cabinet to accede to it. Some communications respecting this subject were also made to the Marquis, on whose influence in securing its adoption by his own government much reliance was placed, and in October 1778 it was, for the first time, transmitted to General Washington, with a request that he would enclose it by the Marquis, with his observations on it, to Dr. Franklin. This very extensive plan of military operations for the ensuing campaign, prepared entirely in the cabinet without consulting, so far as is known, a single military man, consisted of many parts. 2 detachments, amounting each to 1,600 men, were to march from Pittsburgh and Wyoming against Detroit and Niagara. A third body of troops, which was to be stationed on the Mohawk during the winter and to be powerfully reinforced in the spring, was to seize Oswego and to secure the navigation of Lake Ontario, with vessels to be constructed of materials to be procured in the winter. A fourth corps was to penetrate into Canada by the St. Francis and to reduce Montreal and the posts on Lake Champlain, while a fifth should guard against troops from Quebec. Thus far America could proceed unaided by her ally, but Upper Canada being reduced, another campaign would still be necessary for the reduction of Quebec. This circumstance would require that the army should pass the winter in Canada, and in the meantime the garrison of Quebec might be largely reinforced. It was therefore essential to the complete success of the enterprise that France should be induced to take a part in it. The conquest of Quebec and of Halifax was supposed to be an object of so much importance to France, as well as to the United States, that her aid might be confidently expected. It was proposed to request His Most Christian Majesty to furnish 4,000 or 5,000 troops to sail from Brest the beginning of May, under convoy of 4 ships of the line and 4 frigates, the troops to be clad as if for service in the West Indies, and thick clothes to be sent after them in August. A large American detachment was to act with this French army, and it was supposed that Quebec and Halifax might be reduced by the beginning or middle of October. The army might then either proceed immediately against Newfoundland, or remain in garrison until the spring, when the conquest of that place might be accomplished. It had been supposed probable that England would abandon the farther prosecution of the war on the continent of North America, in which case the government would have a respectable force at its disposal, the advantageous employment of which had engaged in part the attention of the commander-in-chief. He had contemplated an expedition against the British posts in Upper Canada as a measure which might be eventually eligible, and which might employ the arms of the United States to advantage, if their troops might safely be withdrawn from the seaboard. He had, however, considered every object of this sort as contingent, having estimated the difficulties to be encountered in such an enterprise. He had found them so considerable as to hesitate on the extent which might safely be given to the expedition, admitting the United States to be evacuated by the British armies. In this state of mind he received the magnificent plan already prepared by Congress. He was forcibly struck with the impracticability of executing that part of it which was to be undertaken by the United States should the British armies continue in their country, and with the serious mischief which would result to the common cause, as well from diverting so considerable a part of a French force from other objects to one which was, in his opinion, so unpromising, as from the ill impression which would be made on the court and nation by the total failure of the American government to execute its part of a plan originating with itself, a failure which would most probably sacrifice the troops and ships employed by France. On comparing the naval force of England with that of France in the different parts of the world, the former appeared to him to maintain a decided superiority, and consequently to possess the power of shutting up the ships of the latter, which might be trusted into the St. Lawrence. To suppose that the British government would not avail itself of this superiority on such an occasion would be to impute to it a blind infatuation or ignorance of the plans of its adversary, which could not be safely assumed in calculations of such serious import. General Washington urges reasons against the plan. A plan, too, consisting of so many parts to be prosecuted, both from Europe and America, by land and by water, which, to be successful, required such a harmonious cooperation of the whole, such a perfect coincidence of events, appeared to him to be exposed to too many accidents to risk upon it interests of such high value. George Washington, from the portrait of John Trumbull. Colonel Trumbull, whose portraits of Washington, Hamilton, Jay Adams, George Clinton, and other revolutionary contemporaries form a notable gallery, was General Washington's aide-de-camp at the outbreak of the War for Independence, and during its progress became a pupil of Benjamin West in London. The news of André's execution fastened upon him the suspicion of being a spy, and he spent 8 months in an English prison. Returning to America, he painted this and other portraits of Washington, as well as a number of historical pictures, including the resignation of Washington at Annapolis, which hangs in the Capitol at Washington. In a long and serious letter to Congress, he apologized for not obeying their orders to deliver the plan, with his observations upon it, to the Marquis, and entering into a full investigation of all its parts, demonstrated the mischiefs and the dangers with which it was replete. This letter was referred to a committee, whose report admits the force of the reasons urged by the commander-in-chief against the expedition, and their own conviction that nothing important could be attempted unless the British armies should be withdrawn from the United States, and that even in that event the present plan was far too complex. Men, however, recede slowly and reluctantly from favored and flattering projects on which they have long meditated, and the committee in their report proceeded to state the opinion that the posts held by the British in the United States would probably be evacuated before the active part of the ensuing campaign, and that therefore eventual measures for the expedition ought to be taken. This report concludes with recommending that the general should be directed to write to the Marquis de Lafayette on that subject, and also to write to the Minister of these States at the Court of Versailles very fully, to the end that eventual measures may be taken in case an armament should be sent from France to Quebec for cooperating therewith to the utmost degree which the finances and resources of these states will admit. This report also was approved by Congress and transmitted to the commander-in-chief, who felt himself greatly embarrassed by it. While his objections to the project retained all their force, he found himself required to open a correspondence for the purposes of soliciting the concurrence of France in an expedition he disapproved, and of promising a cooperation he believed to be impracticable. In reply to this communication, he said, "The earnest desire I have strictly to comply in every instance with the views and instructions of Congress cannot but make me feel the greatest uneasiness when I find myself in circumstances of hesitation or doubt with respect to their directions, but the perfect confidence I have in the justice and candor of that honorable body emboldens me to communicate without reserve the difficulties which occur in the execution of their present order, and the indulgence I have experienced on every former occasion induces me to imagine that the liberty I now take will not meet with disapprobation." After reviewing the report of the committee and stating his objections to the plan and the difficulties he felt in performing the duty assigned to him, he added, "But if Congress still think it necessary for me to proceed in the business, I must request their more definitive and explicit instructions, and that they will permit me, previous to transmitting the intended dispatches, to submit them to their determination. I could wish to lay before Congress more minutely the state of the army, the condition of our supplies, and the requisites necessary for carrying into execution an undertaking that may involve the most serious events. If Congress think this can be done more satisfactorily in a personal conference, I hope to have the army in such a situation before I can receive their answer as to afford me an opportunity of giving my attendance." Induces Congress to abandon it. Congress acceded to his request of a personal interview, and on his arrival in Philadelphia, a committee was appointed to confer with him, as well on this particular subject as on the general state of the army and of the country. The result of these conferences was that the expedition against Canada was entirely, though reluctantly, given up, and every arrangement recommended by the commander-in-chief received the attention to which his judgment and experience gave all his opinions the fairest claim. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the Life of Washington, Volume 3, by John Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Divisions in Congress, Letters of General Washington on the State of Public Affairs, Invasion of Georgia, General Howe defeated by Colonel Campbell, Savannah taken, Sunbury surrenders, Georgia reduced, General Lincoln takes command of the Southern Army, Major Gardner defeated by General Moultrie, insurrection of the Tories in South Carolina, they are defeated by Colonel Pickens, Ashe surprised and defeated, Moultrie retreats, Prevost marches to Charleston, Lincoln attacks the British at Stono Ferry unsuccessfully, invasion of Virginia. 1779. After the relinquishment of that extensive plan of conquest which had been meditated against Canada, no other object seemed to call forth the energies of the nation, and a general languor appeared to diffuse itself through all the civil departments. The alliance with France was believed to secure independence, and a confidence that Britain could no longer prosecute the war with any hope of success, a confidence encouraged by communications from Europe, prevented those exertions which were practicable, but which it was painful to make. This temper was seen and deplored by the commander-in-chief, who incessantly combated the opinion that Britain was about to relinquish the contest, and insisted that great and vigorous exertions on the part of the United States were still necessary to bring the war to a successful termination. It being no longer practicable to engage soldiers by voluntary enlistment, and government not daring to force men into the service for 3 years or during the war, the vacant ranks were scantily supplied with drafts for 9, 12, and 18 months. A great proportion of the troops were discharged in the course of each year, and except that the old officers remained, almost a new army was to be formed for every campaign. Although the commander-in-chief pressed Congress and the state governments continually and urgently to take timely measures for supplying the places of those who were leaving the service, the means adopted were so slow and ineffectual in their operation that the season for action never found the preparations completed, and the necessity of struggling against superior numbers was perpetual. The pleasing delusion that the war was over, to which the public mind delighted to surrender itself, made no impression on the judgment of Washington. Viewing objects through a more correct medium, he perceived that Great Britain had yet much to hope, and America much to fear, from a continuance of hostilities. He feared that the impression which the divisions and apparent inertness of the United States had made on the British commissioners would be communicated to their government, and this consideration increased his anxiety in favor of early and vigorous preparations for the next campaign. Yet it was not until the 23rd of January that Congress passed the resolution authorizing the commander-in-chief to re-enlist the army, nor until the 9th of March that the requisition was made on the several states for their quotas. The bounty offered by the first resolution being found insufficient, the government was again under the necessity of resorting to the states. Thus, at a season when the men ought to have been in camp, the measures for raising them were still to be adopted. About this period several circumstances conspired to foment those pernicious divisions and factions in Congress, which in times of greater apparent danger patriotism would have suppressed. The ministers of the United States in Europe had reciprocally criminated each other, and some of them had been recalled. Divisions in Congress. Their friends in Congress supported their respective interests with considerable animation, and at length Mr. Dean published a manifesto in which he arraigned at the bar of the public the conduct not only of those concerned in foreign negotiations, but of the members of Congress themselves. The irritation excited by these and other contests was not a little increased by the appearance in a New York paper of an extract from a letter written by Mr. Laurens, the President of the Congress, to Governor Houston of Georgia, which during the invasion of that state was found among his papers. In this letter Mr. Laurens had unbosomed himself with the unsuspecting confidence of a person communicating to a friend the inmost operations of his mind. In a gloomy moment he had expressed himself with a degree of severity which even his own opinion, when not under the immediate influence of chagrin, would not entirely justify, and had reflected on the integrity and patriotism of members without particularizing the individuals he designed to censure. These altercations added much to the alarm with which General Washington viewed that security which had insinuated itself into the public mind, and his endeavors were unremitting to impress the same apprehensions on those who were supposed capable of removing the delusion. In his confidential letters to gentlemen of the most influence in the several states, he represented in strong terms the dangers which yet threatened the country, and earnestly exhorted them to a continuance of those sacrifices and exertions which he still deemed essential to the happy termination of the war. The dissensions in Congress, the removal of individuals of the highest influence and character from the councils of the nation to offices in the respective states, the depreciation of the currency, the destructive spirit of speculation which the imaginary gain produced by this depreciation had diffused throughout the Union, a general laxity of principles, and an unwillingness to encounter personal inconvenience for the attainment of the great object, in pursuit of which so much blood and treasure had been expended, were the rocks on which he apprehended the state vessel might yet split, and to which he endeavored incessantly to point the attention of those whose weight of political character enabled them to guide the helm. Letters from General Washington on the state of public affairs. I am particularly desirous of a free communication of sentiments with you at this time, says the General in a letter written to a gentleman of splendid political talents, because I view things very differently, I fear, from what people in general do, who seem to think the contest at an end, and that to make money and get places are the only things now remaining to be done. I have seen, without despondency, even for a moment, the hours which America has styled her gloomy ones, but I have beheld no day since the commencement of hostilities when I have thought her liberties in such imminent danger as at present. Friends and foes seem now to combine to pull down the goodly fabric we have hitherto been raising at the expense of so much time, blood, and treasure. After censuring with some freedom the prevailing opinions of the day, he added, "To me it appears no unjust simile to compare the affairs of this great continent to the mechanism of a clock, each state representing some one or other of the smaller parts of it, which they are endeavoring to put in fine order, without considering how useless and unavailing their labor is, unless the great wheel or spring, which is to set the whole in motion, is also well attended to, and kept in good order. I allude to no particular state, nor do I mean to cast reflections upon any one of them, nor ought I, it may be said, to do so on their representatives. But as it is a fact too notorious to be concealed that Congress is rent by party, that much business of a trifling nature and personal concernment withdraws their attention from matters of great national moment at this critical period, when it is also known that idleness and dissipation take place of close attention and application, no man who wishes well to the liberties of this country and desires to see its rights established can avoid crying out, "Where are our men of abilities? Why do they not come forth to save their country?" Let this voice, my dear sir, call upon you, Jefferson, and others. Do not from a mistaken opinion that we are to sit down under our vine in our own fig tree, let our hitherto noble struggle end in ignominy. Believe me when I tell you there is danger of it. I have pretty good reasons for thinking that administration, a little while ago, had resolved to give the matter up and negotiate a peace with us upon almost any terms, but I shall be much mistaken if they do not now, from the present state of our currency, dissensions, and other circumstances, push matters to the utmost extremity. Nothing, I am sure, will prevent it but the intervention of Spain and their disappointed hope from Russia. The circumstances and the situation and temper of America, which made so deep an impression on the Commander-in-Chief, operated with equal force on the British commissioners, and induced them to think that by continuing the war, more favorable terms than were now demanded might be obtained. They seem to have taken up the opinion that the mass of the people, fatigued and worn out by the complicated calamities of the struggle, sincerely desired an accommodation on the terms proposed by Great Britain, and that the increasing difficulties resulting from the failure of public credit would induce them to desert Congress or compel that body to accede to those terms. These opinions, when communicated to the government, most probably contributed to protract the war. The narrative of military transactions will now be resumed. The British arms had heretofore been chiefly directed against the northern and middle states. The strongest parts of the American continent were pressed by their whole force, and with the exception of the attempt on Sullivan's Island in 1776, no serious design had yet been manifested to make an impression in the South. Entertaining the most confident hopes of recovering all the colonies, the British government had not prosecuted the war with a view to partial conquest, but the loss of the army commanded by Burgoyne, the alliance of America with France, and the unexpected obstinacy with which the contest was maintained had diminished their confidence, and when the Pacific propositions made in 1778 were rejected, the resolution seems to have been taken to change materially the object of their military operations, and maintaining possession of the islands of New York, to direct their arms against the Southern States, on which it was believed a considerable impression might be made. It was not unreasonable to suppose that the influence of this impression might extend northward, but however this might be, the actual conquest and possession of several states would, when negotiations for a general peace should take place, give a complexion to those negotiations and afford plausible ground for insisting to retain territory already acquired. The most active and interesting operations, therefore, of the succeeding campaigns were in the Southern States. Lieutenant Colonel Campbell, who sailed from the Hook about the last of November, 1778, escorted by a small squadron commanded by Commodore Hyde Parker, reached the Isle of Tybee near the Savannah on the 23rd of December, and in a few days the fleet and the transports passed the bar and anchored in the river. The command of the Southern Army, composed of the troops of South Carolina and Georgia, had been committed to Major General Robert Howe, who, in the course of the preceding summer, had invaded East Florida. The diseases incident to the climate made such ravages among his raw soldiers that though he had scarcely seen an enemy, he found himself compelled to hasten out of the country with considerable loss. After this disastrous enterprise, his army, consisting of between 600 and 700 Continental troops, aided by a few hundred militia, had encamped in the neighborhood of the town of Savannah, situated on the southern bank of the river bearing that name. The country about the mouth of the river is one tract of deep marsh, intersected by creeks and cuts of water, impassable for troops at any time of the tide, except over causeways extending through the sunken ground. Invasion of Georgia. Without much opposition, Lieutenant Colonel Campbell effected a landing on the 29th, about 3 miles below the town, upon which Howe formed his line of battle. His left was secured by the river, and along the whole extent of his front was a morass, which stretched to his right, and was believed by him to be impassable for such a distance as effectually to secure that wing. After reconnoitering the country, Colonel Campbell advanced on the great road leading to Savannah, and about 3 in the afternoon appeared in sight of the American army. While making dispositions to dislodge it, he accidentally fell in with a negro, who informed him of a private path leading through the swamp round the right of the American lines to their rear. Determining to avail himself of this path, he detached a column under Sir James Baird, which entered the morass unperceived by Howe. General Howe defeated by the British under Colonel Campbell, who takes possession of Savannah. As soon as Sir James emerged from the swamp, he attacked and dispersed a body of Georgia militia, which gave the first notice to the American general of the danger which threatened his rear. At the same instant the British troops in his front were put in motion, and their artillery began to play upon him. A retreat was immediately ordered, and the Continental troops were under the necessity of running across a plain in front of the corps which had been led into their rear by Sir James Baird, who attacked their flanks with great impetuosity and considerable effect. The few who escaped retreated up the Savannah, and crossing that river at Zubley's Ferry, took refuge in South Carolina. The victory was complete and decisive in its consequences. About 100 Americans were either killed in the field or drowned in attempting to escape through a deep swamp. 38 officers and 415 privates were taken, 48 pieces of cannon, 23 mortars, the fort with all its military stores, a large quantity of provisions collected for the use of the army, and the capital of Georgia fell into the hands of the conqueror. These advantages were obtained at the expense of only 7 killed and 19 wounded. No military force now remained in Georgia except the garrison of Sunbury, whose retreat to South Carolina was cut off. All the lower part of that state was occupied by the British, who adopted measures to secure the conquest they had made. The inhabitants were treated with a lenity as wise as it was humane. Their property was spared and their persons protected. To make the best use of victory and of the impression produced by the moderation of the victors, a proclamation was issued inviting the inhabitants to repair to the British standard and offering protection to those who would return to their allegiance. The effect of these measures did not disappoint those who adopted them. The inhabitants flocked in great numbers to the royal standard. Military corps for the protection of the country were formed, and posts were established for a considerable distance up the river. Sunbury surrenders to General Prevost. The northern frontier of Georgia being supposed to be settled into a state of quiet, Colonel Campbell turned his attention towards Sunbury and was about to proceed against that place when he received intelligence that it had surrendered to General Prevost. Sir Henry Clinton had ordered that officer to cooperate from East Florida with Colonel Campbell. On hearing that the troops from the north were off the coast, he entered the southern frontier of Georgia and invested Sunbury, which, after a slight resistance, surrendered at discretion. The state of Georgia reduced. Having placed a garrison in the fort, he proceeded to Savannah, took command of the army, and detached Colonel Campbell with 800 regulars and a few provincials to Augusta, which fell without resistance and thus the whole state of Georgia was reduced. While the expedition conducted by Lieutenant Colonel Campbell was preparing at New York, Congress was meditating the conquest of East Florida. The delegates of South Carolina and Georgia, anxious that a general of more experience than Howe should command in the Southern Department, had earnestly pressed that he should be recalled, and that General Lincoln, whose military reputation was high, should be appointed to succeed him. In compliance with their solicitations, Howe was ordered in September 1778 to repair to the headquarters of General Washington, and Lincoln was directed to proceed immediately to Charleston in South Carolina in order to take command in the Southern Department. General Lincoln takes the command of the Southern Army. In pursuance of this resolution, General Lincoln repaired to Charleston, where he found the military affairs of the country in a state of utter derangement. Congress had established no continental military chest in the Southern Department. This omission produced a dependence on the government of the state for supplies to move the army on any emergency, and consequent subjection of the troops in continental service to its control. The militia, though taken into continental service, considered themselves as subject only to the military code of the state. These regulations threatened to embarrass all military operations and to embroil the general with the civil government. While Lincoln was laboring to make arrangements for the ensuing campaign, he received intelligence of the appearance of the enemy off the coast. The militia of North Carolina, amounting to 2,000 men, commanded by Generals Ashe and Rutherford, had already reached Charleston, but were unarmed, and Congress had been unable to provide magazines in this part of the Union. These troops were therefore entirely dependent on South Carolina for every military equipment, and arms were not delivered to them until it was too late to save the capital of Georgia. So soon as it was ascertained that the British fleet had entered the Savannah River, General Lincoln proceeded with the utmost expedition towards the scene of action. On his march he received intelligence of the victory gained over General Howe, and was soon afterwards joined by the remnant of the defeated army at Perrysburg, a small town on the north side of the Savannah, where he established his headquarters. The regular force, commanded by General Prevost, must have amounted to at least 3,000 effective men, and this number was increased by irregulars who had joined him in Georgia. The American army rather exceeded 3,600 men, of whom not quite 2,500 were effective. Something more than 1,000 were Continental troops, part of whom were new levies. The rest were militia. The theater of action was so well adapted to defensive war that although General Prevost was decidedly superior to his adversary, it was difficult to extend his conquests into South Carolina. Major Gardner defeated by General Moultrie. With the view of entering that state by the way of the sea-coast, he detached Major Gardner with about 200 men to take possession of the island of Port Royal. That officer, soon after reaching his place of destination, was attacked by General Moultrie and compelled to retreat with considerable loss. This repulse checked the designs of Prevost on South Carolina. From the commencement of the war, a considerable proportion of the western inhabitants of the three southern states had been attached to the royal cause. The first successes of the British were soon communicated to them, and they were invited to assemble and join the king's standard at Augusta. Insurrection of the Tories in South Carolina, who are defeated by Colonel Pickens. About 700 embodied themselves on the frontiers of South Carolina and began their march to that place. They were overtaken by Colonel Pickens at the head of the neighboring militia near Kittle Creek and defeated with considerable loss. Colonel Boyd, their leader, was among the slain, and several of those who escaped were apprehended, tried, and 5 of them executed as traitors. About 300 reached the British outposts and joined the royal standard. This defeat broke the spirits of the Tories for a time and preserved quiet in the West. As an American army gained strength by reinforcements of militia, General Lincoln began to contemplate offensive operations. A detachment had been stationed nearly opposite to Augusta under General Ashe, and he proposed joining that officer so soon as a sufficient force could be collected and attempting to recover the upper parts of Georgia. Before he was able to execute this plan, General Prevost withdrew his troops from Augusta to Hudson's Ferry. Ashe was then ordered to cross the Savannah and take post near the confluence of Briar Creek with that river. This camp was thought unassailable. Its left was covered by a deep swamp and by the Savannah. The front was secured by Briar Creek, which is unfordable several miles and makes an acute angle with the river. Having determined to dislodge the Americans from this position, Prevost kept up the attention of General Lincoln by the semblance of a design to cross the Savannah, and at the same time amused General Ashe with a feint on his front, while Lieutenant Colonel Prevost made a circuit of about 50 miles, and crossing Briar Creek, 15 miles above the ground occupied by Ashe, came down unperceived and unsuspected on his rear. Ashe surprised and defeated by Prevost. Ashe, unused to the stratagems of war, was so completely engaged by the manoeuvres in his front that Lieutenant Colonel Prevost was almost in his camp before any intelligence of his approach was received. The Continental troops under General Elbert were drawn out to oppose him and commenced the action with great gallantry, but most of the militia threw away their arms and fled in confusion. As they precipitated themselves into the swamp and swam the river, not many of them were taken. General Elbert and his small band of Continental troops, aided by one regiment of North Carolina militia, were soon overpowered by numbers, and the survivors were compelled to surrender themselves prisoners of war. The killed and taken amounted to between 300 and 400 men. General Elbert and Colonel McIntosh were among the latter, but the loss sustained by the American army was much more considerable. The dispersed militia returned to their homes, and not more than 450 of them could be reassembled. This victory was supposed to give the British such complete possession of Georgia that a proclamation was issued the succeeding day by General Prevost, establishing civil government and appointing executive and judicial officers to administer it. These disasters, instead of terrifying South Carolina into submission, animated that state to greater exertions. Mr. John Rutledge, a gentleman of great talents and decision, was elected governor, and the legislature passed an act empowering him and the council to do everything that appeared to him and them necessary for the public good. All the energies of the state were drawn forth, the militia were called out in great numbers, and the laws for their government were rendered more severe. Thus reinforced, General Lincoln resumed his plan for recovering the upper parts of Georgia and marched the main body of his army up the Savannah. This river was now swelled greatly beyond its usual limits, and the swamps, marshes, and creeks which intersect the country being full, seemed to present an almost impassable barrier to an invading army. A small military force, being deemed sufficient to arrest the progress of an enemy through a route which, if at all practicable, was so difficult, about 800 of the state militia, aided by 200 Continental troops, were left with General Moultrie for the defense of the country. Aware of the importance of this movement, and hoping to recall Lincoln by alarming him for the safety of Charleston, Prevost compels Moultrie to retreat. General Prevost suddenly crossed the Savannah with 3,000 men, and, advancing rapidly on General Moultrie, obliged him to retreat with precipitation. The militia could not be prevailed on to defend the passes with any degree of firmness, and Moultrie, instead of drawing aid from the surrounding country, sustained an alarming diminution of numbers by desertion. On the passage of the river by Prevost, an express had been dispatched to Lincoln with the intelligence. Persuaded that the British general could meditate no serious attempt on Charleston, and that the real object was to induce him to abandon the enterprise in which he was engaged, he detached a reinforcement of 300 light troops to aid Moultrie, and crossing the Savannah himself, continued his march down the south side of that river towards the capital of Georgia. Though the original purpose of General Prevost had been limited to the security of Georgia, the opposition he encountered was so much less than he had expected. The tenor of the country was so apparent, the assurances of those who flocked to his standard, of the general disposition of the people to terminate the calamities of war by submission, were so often and so confidently repeated, Prevost's marches to Charleston, that he was emboldened to extend his views and to hazard the continuation of his march to Charleston. On receiving intelligence of this threatening aspect of affairs in South Carolina, Lincoln recrossed the Savannah and hastened to the relief of that state. The situation of Charleston was extremely critical. The inhabitants, entirely unapprehensive of an attack by land, had directed their whole attention to its protection against an invasion by sea. Had Prevost continued his march with the rapidity with which it was commenced, the place must have fallen. But after having gained more than half the distance, he halted, and consumed 2 or 3 days in deliberating on his future measures. While his intelligence determined him to proceed and assured him of a state of things which rendered success almost certain, that state of things was rapidly changing. Fortifications on the land side were commenced and prosecuted with unremitting labor. The neighboring militia were drawn into the town. The reinforcements detached by General Lincoln and the remnant of the Legion of Pulaski arrived, and the governor also entered the city at the head of some troops which had been stationed at Orangeburg. The next morning Prevost crossed Ashley River and encamped just without cannon shot of the works. The town was summoned to surrender, and the day was spent in sending and receiving flags. The neutrality of South Carolina during the war, leaving the question whether that state should finally belong to Great Britain or the United States, to be settled in the treaty of peace, was proposed by the garrison and rejected by Prevost, who required that they should surrender themselves prisoners of war. This proposition being also rejected, the garrison prepared to sustain an assault, but an attempt to carry the works by storm was too hazardous to be made, and Prevost came to the prudent resolution of decamping that night and recrossing Ashley River. The British army passed into the island of St. James, and thence to that of St. John's, which lies south of Charleston harbor, soon after which General Lincoln encamped in the neighborhood so as to confine them in a great degree to the island they occupied. This island is separated from the main land by an inlet to which the name of Stono River has been given, and the communication is preserved by a ferry. A British post was established upon the main land at this ferry, and works were thrown up in front for its defense. When Prevost commenced his retreat and the troops were moving from island to island, the occasion seemed a fair one for attacking it. Only 800 men, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Maitland, defended it, but a large corps still lay on the island. To prevent these troops from supporting those on the mainland, General Moultrie, who commanded in Charleston, was ordered to pass over a body of militia into James's Island, who should amuse the enemy in St. John's, while a real attack should be made on the post at the ferry. Lincoln attacks the British at the ferry, but without success. About 7 in the morning, General Lincoln commenced this attack with about 1,000 men, and continued it with great spirit until he perceived that strong reinforcements were crossing over from the island, when he called off his troops and retreated unmolested to his old ground. General Moultrie had been unable to execute that part of the plan which devolved on him. Boats were not in readiness to convey the men into James's Island, and consequently the feint on St. John's was not made. The loss of the Americans in killed and wounded amounted to 24 officers and 125 privates. That of the British was stated to be rather less. 3 days after this action, the posts at Stono and St. John's were evacuated. The heat now became too excessive for active service, and the British army, after establishing a post on the island contiguous to Port Royal and St. Helena, retired into Georgia and St. Augustine. The American militia dispersed, leaving General Lincoln at the head of about 800 men, with whom he retired to Sheldon, where his primary object was to prepare for the next campaign, which it was supposed would open in October. The invasion of the Southern States wore so serious an aspect that Bland's regiment of cavalry and the remnant of that lately Baylor's, now commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Washington, with the new levies of Virginia, were ordered to repair to Charleston and to place themselves under the command of General Lincoln. The execution of these orders was for a time suspended by the invasion of Virginia. An expedition against that state had been concerted in the spring between Sir Henry Clinton and Sir George Collier, the commander-in-chief of the British naval force on the American station. Invasion of Virginia by General Matthews. The land troops assigned to this service were commanded by General Matthews. The transports on board of which they embarked were convoyed by the admiral in person. On the 9th of May, the fleet entered the Chesapeake, and the next day anchored in Hampton Roads. Virginia had raised a regiment of artillery for the performance of garrison duty in the state, which had been distributed along the eastern frontier. and slight fortifications had been constructed in the most important situations, which were defensible on the side of the water, but were not tenable against a military force strong enough to act on land. Fort Nelson, on the west side of Elizabeth River, garrisoned by about 150 soldiers, commanded by Major Matthews, was designed to protect the towns of Norfolk and Portsmouth, which were on each side of the river just above it, and the town of Gosport, which lies still higher up on a point of land intervening between two branches of the river. Norfolk and Portsmouth were places of the most considerable commerce in Virginia. Large supplies for the army were deposited in them, and the state government had established at Gosport a marine yard, where ships of war and other vessels were building, for which naval stores were collected to a very great amount. The destruction of these vessels and stores constituted the principal object of General Matthews. On the morning of the 10th, the fleet entered Elizabeth River, and the troops were landed about 3 miles below the fort without opposition. Foreseeing that the works would be attacked the next morning on the land side, the garrison evacuated the fort in the night and took refuge in a deep and extensive swamp called the Dismal, which could not be penetrated without difficulty even by single persons. The whole seaboard on the south side of James River being now in possession of General Matthews, he fixed his headquarters at Portsmouth, whence small parties were detached to Norfolk, Gosport, Kemp's Landing, and Suffolk, where military and naval stores to a great amount and several vessels richly laden fell into his hands. This invasion was of short duration. General Matthews, after destroying the magazines which had been collected in the small towns near the coast and the vessels in the rivers, was ordered by Sir Henry Clinton to return to New York, where he arrived towards the last of May. The admiral and general were both so impressed with the importance of Portsmouth as a permanent station that they united in representing to the commander-in-chief the advantages to be derived from keeping possession of it. But in the opinion of Sir Henry Clinton, the army did not at that time admit of so many subdivisions, and with a view to more interesting objects, Portsmouth was evacuated. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of the Life of Washington, Volume 3, by John Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Discontents in part of the American Army. Letter from General Washington on the subject. Colonel Van Schaik destroys an Indian settlement. Expedition against the Indians meditated. Fort Fayette surrendered to the British. Invasion of Connecticut. General Wayne storms Stony Point. Expedition against Penobscot. Powell's Hook surprised by Major Lee. Arrival of Admiral Arbuthnot. Of the Count d'Estaing. Siege of Savannah. Unsuccessful attempt to storm that place. Siege raised. Victory of General Sullivan at Newtown. Spain offers her mediation to the belligerents. Declares war against England. Letter from General Washington to Congress respecting the annual formation of the Army. The Army goes into winter quarters. 1779. The barbarities committed by the Indians in the course of the preceding year on the inhabitants of the western frontiers had added motives of mingled resentment and humanity to those of national interest for employing a larger force in the protection of that part of the Union than had heretofore been devoted to it. General Washington had always believed that it was impossible to defend the immense western frontier by any chain of posts which could be established, and that the country would be protected much more certainly by offensive than by defensive war. His plan was to penetrate into the heart of the Indian settlements with a force competent to the destruction of their towns, and also to reduce the British post at Niagara, which gave its possessors an almost irresistible influence over the Six Nations. This plan constituted one of the various subjects of conference with the Committee of Congress in Philadelphia, and received the entire approbation of that body. The state governments also took a strong interest in the protection of their western settlements. Connecticut, New York, and Pennsylvania applied severally to Congress, urging the adoption of such vigorous measures as would secure the frontiers against a repetition of the horrors which had been already perpetrated. These papers were referred to the committee which had been appointed to confer with General Washington, in conformity with whose report it was resolved that the commander-in-chief be directed to take efficient measures for the protection of the inhabitants and chastisement of the savages. The Six Nations had made some advances towards acquiring the comforts of civilized life. Several comfortable houses were to be seen in their populous villages, and their fertile fields and orchards yielded an abundant supply of corn and fruit. Some few of their towns were attached to the United States, but in general they were under the influence of the British. Many of the Loyalists had taken refuge among them, and had added to their strength without diminishing their ferocity. It was determined to lead a force into these villages sufficient to overpower any numbers they could possibly bring into the field, and to destroy the settlements they had made. To guard against reinforcements from Canada, means were used to inspire that colony with fears for itself. As the army destined for this expedition was about to move, alarming symptoms of discontent appeared in a part of it. The Jersey Brigade, which had been stationed during the winter at Elizabethtown, was ordered early in May to march by regiments. Discontents in a part of the American army. This order was answered by a letter from General Maxwell stating that the officers of the 1st Regiment had delivered a remonstrance to their colonel, addressed to the legislature of the state, declaring that, unless their complaints on the subjects of pay and support should obtain the immediate attention of that body, they were at the expiration of 3 days to be considered as having resigned, and requesting the legislature in that event to appoint other officers to succeed them. They declared, however, their readiness to make every preparation for obeying the orders which had been given, and to continue their attention to the regiment until a reasonable time should elapse for the appointment of their successors. This, added the letter of General Maxwell, is a step they are extremely unwilling to take, but it is such as I make no doubt they will all take, nothing but necessity, their not being able to support themselves in time to come, and being loaded with debts contracted in time past, could have induced them to resign at so critical a juncture. The intelligence conveyed in this letter made a serious impression on the commander-in-chief. He was strongly attached to the army and to its interests, had witnessed its virtue and its sufferings, and lamented sincerely its present distresses. The justice of the complaints made by the officers could no more be denied than the measure they had adopted could be approved. Relying on their patriotism and on his own influence, he immediately wrote a letter to General Maxwell to be laid before them, in which, mingling the sensibility of a friend with the authority of a general, he addressed to their understanding and to their love of country observations calculated to invite their whole attention to the consequences which must result from the step they were about to take. Letter from General Washington on this subject. The patience and perseverance of the army, proceeds the letter, have been under every disadvantage, such as to do them the highest honor both at home and abroad, and have inspired me with an unlimited confidence of their virtue, which has consoled me amidst every perplexity and reverse of fortune to which our affairs in a struggle of this nature were necessarily exposed. Now that we have made so great a progress to the attainment of the end we have in view, so that we cannot feel without a most shameful desertion of our own interests, anything like a change of conduct would imply a very unhappy change of principles, and a forgetfulness as well of what we owe to ourselves as to our country. Did I suppose it possible this could be the case even in a single regiment of the army, I should be mortified and chagrined beyond expression. I should feel it as a wound given to my own honor, which I consider as embarked with that of the army at large, but this I believe to be impossible. Any corps that was about to set an example of the kind would weigh well the consequences, and no officer of common discernment and sensibility would hazard them. If they should stand alone in it, independent of other consequences, what would be their feelings on reflecting that they had held themselves out to the world in a point of light inferior to the rest of the army? Or if their example should be followed and become general, how could they console themselves for having been the foremost in bringing ruin and disgrace upon their country? They would remember that the army would share a double portion of the general infamy and distress, and that the character of an American officer would become as infamous as it is now glorious. I confess the appearances in the present instance are disagreeable, but I am convinced they seem to mean more than they really do. The Jersey officers have not been outdone by any others in the qualities either of citizens or soldiers, and I am confident no part of them would seriously intend anything that would be a stain on their former reputation. The gentlemen cannot be in earnest. They have only reasoned wrong about the means of obtaining a good end, and on consideration I hope and flatter myself they will renounce what must appear to be improper. At the opening of a campaign, when under marching orders for an important service, their own honor, duty to the public and to themselves, and a regard to military propriety will not suffer them to persist in a measure which would be a violation of them all. It will even wound their delicacy, coolly to reflect that they have hazarded a step which has an air of dictating terms to their country by taking advantage of the necessity of the moment. The declaration they have made to the state at so critical a time, that unless they obtain relief in the short period of 3 days they must be considered out of the service, has very much that aspect, and the seeming relaxation of continuing until the state can have a reasonable time to provide other officers will be thought only a superficial veil. I am now to request that you will convey my sentiments to the gentlemen concerned, and endeavor to make them sensible that they are in an error. The service for which the regiment was intended will not admit of delay. It must at all events march on Monday morning in the first place to camp, and farther directions will be given when it arrives. I am sure I shall not be mistaken in expecting a prompt and cheerful obedience. The representations of this letter did not completely produce the desired effect. The officers did not recede from their claims. In an address to the Commander-in-Chief, they expressed their unhappiness that any act of theirs should give him pain, but proceeded to justify the step they had taken. Repeated memorials had been presented to their legislature, which had been received with promises of attention, but had been regularly neglected. At length, said they, we have lost all confidence in our legislature. Reason and experience forbid that we should have any. Few of us have private fortunes. Many have families who already are suffering everything that can be received from an ungrateful country. Are we then to suffer all the inconveniences, fatigues, and dangers of a military life, while our wives and our children are perishing for want of common necessaries at home, and that without the most distant prospect of reward, for our pay is now only nominal? We are sensible that your Excellency cannot wish nor desire this from us. We are sorry that you should imagine we meant to disobey orders. It was and still is our determination to march with our regiment and to do the duty of officers until the legislature should have a reasonable time to appoint others, but no longer. We beg leave to assure your Excellency that we have the highest sense of your ability and virtues, that executing your orders has ever given us pleasure, that we love the service and we love our country, but when that country gets so lost to virtue and justice as to forget to support its servants, it then becomes their duty to retire from its service. This letter was peculiarly embarrassing. To adopt a stern course of proceeding might hazard the loss of the Jersey line, an event not less injurious to the service than painful to himself. To take up the subject without doing too much for the circumstances of the army would be doing too little for the occasion. He therefore declined taking any other notice of the letter than to declare through General Maxwell that while they continued to do their duty in conformity with the determination they had expressed, he should only regret the part they had taken and should hope they would perceive its impropriety. The legislature of New Jersey, alarmed at the decisive step taken by the officers, was at length induced to pay some attention to their situation, they consenting on their part to withdraw their remonstrance. In the meantime they continued to perform their duty, and their march was not delayed by this unpleasant altercation. In communicating this transaction to Congress, General Washington took occasion to remind that body of his having frequently urged the absolute necessity of some general and adequate provision for the officers of the army. I shall only observe, continued the letter, that the distresses in some corps are so great, either where they were not until lately attached to any particular state, or where the state has been less provident, that the officers have solicited even to be supplied with the clothing destined for the common soldiery, coarse and unsuitable as it was. I had not power to comply with the request. The patience of men animated by a sense of duty and honor will support them to a certain point, beyond which it will not go. I doubt not Congress will be sensible of the danger to an extreme in this respect, and will pardon my anxiety to obviate it. Colonel Van Schaik surprises and destroys one of the Indian settlements. Before the troops destined for the grand expedition were put in motion, an enterprise of less extent was undertaken, which was completely successful. A plan for surprising the towns of the Onondagas, one of the nearest of the hostile tribes, having been formed by General Schuyler and approved by the Commander-in-Chief, Colonel Van Schaik, assisted by Lieutenant Colonel Willett and Major Cochrane, marched from Fort Schuyler on the morning of the 19th of April at the head of between 500 and 600 men, and on the third day reached the point of destination. The whole settlement was destroyed, after which the detachment returned to Fort Schuyler without the loss of a single man. For this handsome display of talents as a partisan, the thanks of Congress were voted to Colonel Van Schaik and the officers and soldiers under his command. Expedition against the Indians meditated. The cruelties exercised by the Indians in the course of the preceding year had given a great degree of importance to the expedition now meditated against them, and the relative military strength and situation of the two parties rendered it improbable that any other offensive operations could be carried on by the Americans in the course of the present campaign. The army under the command of Sir Henry Clinton, exclusive of the troops in the Southern Department, was computed at between 16,000 and 17,000 men. The American army, the largest division of which lay at Middlebrook, under the immediate command of General Washington, was rather inferior to that of the British in real strength. The grand total, except those in the southern and western country, including officers of every description, amounted to about 16,000. 3,000 of these were in New England under the command of General Gates, and the remaining 13,000 were cantoned on both sides of the North River. The bare statement of numbers must show the incompetency of the American army to the expulsion of the British from either New York or Rhode Island. On their part, therefore, the plan of the campaign was necessarily defensive, and the hazards and difficulties attending the execution of even a defensive plan were considerable. Independent of an extensive coast at all places accessible to the invading army, the Hudson, penetrating deep into the country which was to be the theater of action, gave great advantages in their military operations to those who commanded the water. After the destruction of Forts Clinton and Montgomery in 1777, it had been determined to construct the fortifications intended for the future defense of the North River at West Point, a position which, being more completely embosomed in the hills, was deemed more defensible. The works had been prosecuted with unremitting industry, but were far from being completed. Some miles below West Point, about the termination of the highlands, is King's Ferry, where the great road, affording the most convenient communication between the middle and eastern states, crosses the North River. The ferry is completely commanded by the two opposite points of land. That on the west side, a rough and elevated piece of ground, is denominated Stony Point, and the other on the east side, a flat neck of land, projecting far into the water, is called Verplank's Point. The command of King's Ferry was an object worth the attention of either army, and Washington had comprehended the points which protected within his plan of defense for the highlands. A small but strong work, termed Fort Fayette, was completed at Verplank's, and was garrisoned by a company commanded by Captain Armstrong. The works on Stony Point were unfinished. As the season for active operations approached, Sir Henry Clinton formed a plan for opening the campaign with a brilliant coup de main up the North River, and towards the latter end of May made preparations for the enterprise. These preparations were immediately communicated to General Washington, who was confident that the British general meditated an attack on the forts in the Highlands, or designed to take a position between those forts and Middlebrook, in order to interrupt the communication between the different parts of the American army, to prevent their reunion, and to beat them in detail. Measures were instantly taken to counteract either of these designs. The intelligence from New York was communicated to Generals Putnam and McDougall, who were ordered to hold themselves in readiness to march, and on the 29th of May the army moved by divisions from Middlebrook towards the Highlands. May, on the 30th, the British army, commanded by Sir Henry Clinton in person and convoyed by Sir George Collier, proceeded up the river, and General Vaughan, at the head of the largest division, landed next morning about 8 miles below Verplank's. The other division, under the particular command of General Patterson, but accompanied by Sir Henry Clinton, advancing farther up, landed on the west side within 3 miles of Stony Point. That place being immediately abandoned, General Patterson took possession of it on the same afternoon. He dragged some heavy cannon and mortars to the summit of the hill in the course of the night, and June 1 at 5 next morning opened a battery on Fort Fayette at the distance of about 1,000 yards. During the following night 2 galleys passed the fort, and anchoring above it prevented the escape of the garrison by water, while General Vaughan invested it closely by land. Fort Fayette surrendered to the British. No means of defending the fort or of saving themselves remaining, the garrison became prisoners of war. Immediate directions were given for completing the works at both posts, and for putting Stony Point in particular in a strong state of defense. It is scarcely supposable that the views of Sir Henry Clinton in moving up the river were limited to this single acquisition. The means employed were so disproportioned to the object as to justify belief that he contemplated farther and more important conquests. Whatever may have been his plans, the measures of precaution taken by Washington counteracted their execution, and before Clinton was in a situation to proceed against West Point, General McDougall was so strengthened, and the American army took such a position on the strong grounds about the Hudson, that the enterprise became too hazardous to be farther prosecuted. After completing the fortifications On both sides of the river at King's Ferry, Sir Henry Clinton placed a strong garrison in each fort and proceeded down the river to Philipsburg, the relative situation of the hostile armies presenting insuperable obstacles to any grand operation. They could be employed offensively only on detached expeditions. Connecticut, from its contiguity to New York and its extent of sea coast, was peculiarly exposed to invasion. The numerous small cruisers which plied in the Sound, to the great annoyance of British commerce, and the large supplies of provisions drawn from the adjacent country for the use of the Continental Army, furnished great inducements to Sir Henry Clinton to direct his enterprises particularly against that state. He also hoped to draw General Washington from his impregnable position on the North River into the low country, and thus obtain an opportunity of striking at some part of his army, or of seizing the posts which were the great object of the campaign. July, invasion of Connecticut. With these views he planned an expedition against Connecticut, the command of which was given to Governor Tryon, who reached New Haven Bay on the 5th of July with about 2,600 men. General Washington was at the time on the lines, examining in person the condition of the works on Stony and Verplank's points, in consequence of which, with the intelligence which was transmitted to headquarters that the fleet had sailed, could not be immediately communicated to the governor of Connecticut, and the first intimation which that state received of its danger was given by the appearance of the enemy. The militia assembled in considerable numbers with alacrity, but the British effected a landing and took possession of the town. After destroying the military and naval stores found in the place, they re-embarked and proceeded westward to Fairfield, which was reduced to ashes. The good countenance shown by the militia at this place is attested by the apology made by General Tryon for the wanton destruction of private property which disgraced his conduct. The village was burnt, he says, to resent the fire of the rebels from their houses and to mask our retreat. July. From Fairfield the fleet crossed the Sound to Huntington Bay, where it remained until the 11th, when it recrossed that water, after which the troops were landed in the night on the low pasture peninsula on the east side of the Bay of Norwalk. About the same time a much larger detachment from the British army directed its course towards Horse Neck and made demonstrations of a design to penetrate into the country in that direction. On the first intelligence that Connecticut was invaded, General Parsons, a native of that state, had been directed by General Washington to hasten to the scene of action. July. Placing himself at the head of about 150 Continental troops, who were supported by considerable bodies of militia, he attacked the British in the morning of the 12th, as soon as they were in motion, and kept up an irregular, distant fire throughout the day. But being too weak to prevent the destruction of any particular town on the coast, Norwalk was reduced to ashes, after which the British re-embarked and returned to Huntington Bay, there to wait for reinforcements. At this place, however, Tryon received orders to return to the White Stone, where, in a conference between Sir Henry Clinton and Sir George Collier, it was determined to proceed against New London with an increased force. On the invasion of Connecticut, the commander-in-chief was prompt in his exertions to send Continental troops from the nearest encampments to its aid, but before they could afford any real service, Sir Henry Clinton found it necessary to recall Tryon to the Hudson. General Washington had planned an enterprise against the posts at King's Ferry, comprehending a double attack to be made at the same time on both, but the difficulty of a perfect co-operation of detachments incapable of communicating with each other determined him to postpone the attack on Verplank's and to make that part of the plan dependent on the success of the first. His whole attention therefore was turned to Stony Point, and the troops destined for this critical service proceeded on it as against a single object. The execution of the plan was entrusted to General Wayne, who commanded the light infantry of the army. Secrecy was deemed so much more essential to success than numbers, that no addition was made to the force already on the lines. One brigade was ordered to commence its march so as to reach the scene of action in time to cover the troops engaged in the attack, should any unlooked-for disaster befall them, and Major Lee of the Light Dragoons, who had been eminently useful in obtaining the intelligence which led to the enterprise, was associated with General Wayne as far as cavalry could be employed in such a service. July, the night of the 15th, and the hour of 12 were chosen for the assault. Stony Point is a commanding hill projecting far into the Hudson, which washes 3/4 of its base. The remaining fourth is in a great measure covered by a deep marsh, commencing near the river on the upper side and continuing into it below. Over this marsh there is only one crossing place, but at its junction with the river is a sandy beach passable at low tide. On the summit of this hill stood the fort, which was furnished with heavy ordnance. Several breastworks and strong batteries were advanced in front of the main work, and about halfway down the hill were 2 rows of abatis. The batteries were calculated to command the beach and the crossing place of the marsh, and to rake and enfilade any column which might be advancing from either of those points towards the fort. In addition to these defences, several vessels of war were stationed in the river and commanded the ground at the foot of the hill. The garrison consisted of about 600 men, commanded by Colonel Johnson. General Wayne arrived about 8 in the afternoon at Spring Steels, 1½ miles from the fort, and made his dispositions for the assault. It was intended to attack the works on the right and left flanks at the same instant. The regiments of Fabergé and the Meigs, with Major Hull's detachment, formed the right column, and Butler's regiment, with 2 companies under Major Murphy, formed the left. 150 volunteers, led by Lieutenant Colonel Fleury and Major Posey, constituted the van of the right, and 100 volunteers under Major Stewart composed the van of the left. At 11:30, the 2 columns moved to the assault, the van of each with unloaded muskets and fixed bayonets. They were each preceded by a forlorn hope of 20 men, the one commanded by Lieutenant Gibbon and the other by Lieutenant Knox. General Wayne surprises and takes Stony Point. They reached the marsh undiscovered, and at 20 minutes after 12 commenced the assault. Both columns rushed forward under a tremendous fire. Surmounting every obstacle, they entered the works at the point of the bayonet, and without discharging a single musket obtained possession of the fort. The humanity displayed by the conquerors was not less conspicuous nor less honorable than their courage. Not an individual suffered after resistance had ceased. All the troops engaged in this perilous service manifested a degree of ardor and impetuosity which proved them to be capable of the most difficult enterprises, and all distinguished themselves whose situation enabled them to do so. Colonel Fleury was the first to enter the fort and strike the British standard. Major Posey mounted the works almost at the same instant, and was the first to give the watchword. "The fort's our own." Lieutenants Gibbon and Knox performed the service allotted to them with a degree of intrepidity which could not be surpassed. Of 20 men who constituted the party of the former, 17 were killed or wounded. 63 of the garrison were killed, including 2 officers. The prisoners amounted to 543, among whom were 1 lieutenant colonel, 4 captains, and 20 subaltern officers. The military stores taken in the fort were considerable. The loss sustained by the assailants was not proportioned to the apparent danger of the enterprise. The killed and wounded did not exceed 100 men. General Wayne, who marched with Fabergé's regiment in the right column, received a slight wound in the head, which stunned him for a time, but did not compel him to leave the column. Being supported by his aides, he entered the fort with the regiment. Lieutenant Colonel Hay was also among the wounded. Although the design upon Fort Fayette had yielded to the desire of securing the success of the attack on Stony Point, it had not been abandoned. 2 brigades under General McDougall had been ordered to approach the works on Verplanks, in which Colonel Webster commanded, and be in readiness to attack them the instant General Wayne should obtain possession of Stony Point. That this detachment might not permit the favorable moment to pass unimproved, Wayne had been requested to direct the messenger who should convey the intelligence of his success to the commander-in-chief to pass through McDougall's camp and give him advice of that event. He was also requested to turn the cannon of the fort against Verplanks and the vessels in the river. The last orders were executed, and a heavy cannonade was opened on Fort Lafayette and on the vessels, which compelled them to fall down the river. Through some misconception, never explained, the messenger dispatched by General Wayne did not call on McDougall, but proceeded directly to headquarters. Thus every advantage expected from the first impression made by the capture of Stony Point was lost, and the garrison had full leisure to recover from the surprise occasioned by that event, and to prepare for an attack. This change of circumstances made it necessary to change the plan of operation. General Howe was directed to take the command of McDougall's detachment, to which some pieces of heavy artillery were to be annexed. He was ordered, after effecting a breach in the walls, to make the dispositions for an assault and to demand a surrender, but not to attempt to storm until it should be dark. To these orders explicit instructions were added not to hazard his party by remaining before Verplanks after the British should cross Croton River in force. The ruins of Stony Point on the Hudson. Here, on the night of July 16, 1779, Brigadier General Mad Anthony Wayne led his troops up the hill in darkness, surprised the British garrison, and captured this British stronghold at the point of the bayonet. Not a shot was fired by the Americans, who lost 15 killed and 83 wounded. The British 63 killed and 533 prisoners. The fortifications were destroyed, and the place, being untenable, was abandoned shortly afterwards by the Americans. Through some unaccountable negligence in the persons charged with the execution of these orders, the battering artillery was not accompanied with suitable ammunition, and the necessary entrenching tools were not brought. These omissions were supplied the next day, but it was then too late to proceed against Verplanks. On receiving intelligence of the loss of Stony Point and of the danger to which the garrison at Fort Fayette was exposed, Sir Henry Clinton relinquished his views on Connecticut and made a forced march to Dobbs Ferry. Some troops were immediately embarked to pass up the river, and a light corps was pushed forward to the Croton. This movement relieved Fort Fayette. The failure of the attempt to obtain possession of Verplancks Point, leaving that road of communication still closed, diminished the advantages which had been expected to result from the enterprise so much that it was deemed unadvisable to maintain Stony Point. On reconnoitering the ground, General Washington believed that the place could not be rendered secure with a garrison of less than 1,500 men, a number which could not be spared from the army without weakening it too much for farther operations. He determined, therefore, to evacuate Stony Point and retire to the Highlands. As soon as this resolution was executed, Sir Henry Clinton repossessed himself of that post, repaired the fortifications, and placed a stronger garrison in it, after which he resumed his former situation at Phillipsburg. The two armies watched each other for some time. At length Sir Henry Clinton, finding himself unable to attack Washington in the strong position he had taken, or to draw him from it, and being desirous of transferring the theater of active war to the south, withdrew into York Island, and was understood to be strengthening the fortifications erected for its defense as preparatory to the large detachments he intended making to reinforce the Southern army. Although this movement was made principally with a view to Southern operations, it was in some degree hastened by the opinion that New York required immediate additional protection during the absence of the fleet, which was about to sail for the relief of Penobscot. Expedition against Penobscot. Early in June, Colonel Maclean, with 650 men, had penetrated from Nova Scotia into the eastern parts of Maine and taken possession of a strong piece of ground on the Penobscot, which he had begun to fortify. The state of Massachusetts, alarmed at an invasion which threatened a serious diminution of territory, determined to dislodge him. A respectable fleet commanded by Commodore Saltonstall and an army of near 4,000 men under General Lovell were prepared with so much celerity, July 25, that the whole armament appeared in the Penobscot as early as the 25th of July. Maclean had taken possession of a peninsula on the eastern side of Penobscot and had entrenched the isthmus connecting it with the continent. The part towards the river was steep and difficult of access, and was also defended by his frigates and batteries, the principal of which was constructed about the center of the peninsula. After being repulsed in his first attempt, General Lovell effected a landing on the western part of the peninsula, where he ascended a precipice of 200 feet, and with the loss of only 50 men killed and wounded, drove the party which defended it from the ground. A battery was erected within 750 yards of the main work of the besieged, and a warm cannonade was kept up for several days on both sides. Perceiving the difficulty of carrying the place with a militia impatient to return to their homes, General Lovell represented his situation to the government of Massachusetts, who applied to General Gates, then commanding at Providence, for a reinforcement of 400 Continental troops. This request was readily granted, and Jackson's regiment was ordered to Penobscot. In the meantime, an ineffectual cannonade was continued, and preparations were made to storm the works on the arrival of the expected reinforcements. Such was the posture of affairs. On the 13th of August, when Lovell received information that Sir George Collier had entered the river with a superior naval force, he re-embarked his whole army the following night and drew up his flotilla in a crescent across the river, as if determined to maintain its position. This show of resistance was made in the hope of stopping Sir George Collier until the land forces on board the transports could be conveyed up the river and disembarked on the western shore. But the British general was too confident in his strength to permit this stratagem to succeed, and as he approached, the Americans sought for safety in flight. A general chase and unresisted destruction ensued. The ships of war were blown up, and the transports fled in the utmost confusion up the river. Being pursued by the British squadron, the troops landed in a wild, uncultivated country, and were obliged to explore their way without provisions through a pathless wilderness for more than 100 miles. Exhausted with famine and fatigue, they at length gained the settled parts of the country, after having lost several men who perished in the woods. While Sir Henry Clinton continued in camp just above Harlem, with his upper posts at King's Bridge, and the American army preserved its station in the Highlands, a bold plan was formed for surprising a British post at Powell's Hook, which was executed with great address by Major Lee. This officer was employed on the west side of the river, with directions to observe the situation of the British in Stony Point, but principally to watch the motions of their main army. While his party scoured the country, he obtained intelligence which suggested the idea of surprising and carrying off the garrison at Powell's Hook, a point of land on the west side of the Hudson, immediately opposite the town of New York, penetrating deep into the river. On the point nearest New York, some works had been constructed which were garrisoned by 400 or 500 men. A deep ditch into which the water of the river flowed, having over it a drawbridge connected with a barred gate, had been cut across the isthmus so as to make the Hook in reality an island. This ditch could be passed only at low water. 30 paces within it was a row of abatis running into the river, and some distance in front of it is a creek fordable only in 2 places. This difficulty of access, added to the remoteness of the nearest corps of the American army, impressed the garrison with the opinion that they were perfectly secure, and this opinion produced an unmilitary remissness in the commanding officer, which did not escape the vigilance of Lee. On receiving his communications, General Washington was inclined to favor the enterprise they suggested, but withheld his full assent until he was satisfied that the assailants would be able to make good their retreat. The Hackensack, which communicates with the waters of the Hudson below New York, runs almost parallel with that river quite to its source, and is separated from it only a few miles. This neck is still farther narrowed by a deep creek which divides it and empties into the Hackensack below Fort Lee. West of that river runs the Passaic, which unites with it near Newark and forms another long and narrow neck of land. From Powell's Hook to the New Bridge, the first place where the Hackensack could be crossed without boats, the distance is 14 miles, and from the North River to the road leading from the one place to the other, there are 3 points of interception, the nearest of which is less than 2 miles, and the farthest not more than 3. The British were encamped in full force along the North River, opposite to these points of interception. To diminish the danger of the retreat, it was intended to occupy the roads leading through the mountains of the Hudson to the Hackensack with a select body of troops. Every preparatory arrangement being made, the night of the 18th of August was fixed on for the enterprise. A detachment from the division of Lord Stirling, including 300 men designed for the expedition, was ordered down as a foraging party. As there was nothing unusual in this movement, it excited no suspicion. Lord Stirling followed with 500 men and encamped at the New Bridge. Major Lee, at the head of 300 men, took the road through the mountains which ran parallel to the North River, and having secured all the passes into York Island, reached the creek which surrounds the Hook. Between 2 and 3 in the morning, the British post at Powell's Hook, surprised by Major Lee and the garrison, made prisoners. He passed first the creek and then the ditch undiscovered, and about 3 in the morning entered the main work, and with the loss of only 2 killed and 3 wounded, made 159 prisoners, including 3 officers. Very few of the British were killed. Major Sutherland, who commanded the garrison, threw himself with 40 or 50 Hessians into a strong redoubt, which it was thought unadvisable to attack because the time occupied in carrying it might endanger the retreat. Wasting no time in destroying what could easily be replaced, Major Lee hastened to bring off his prisoners and his detachment. To avoid the danger of retreating up the narrow neck of land which has already been described, some boats had been brought in the course of the night to Dow's Ferry on the Hackensack, not far from Powell's Hook. The officer who guarded them was directed to remain until the arrival of the troops engaged in the expedition, which it was understood would happen before day. The light having made its appearance without any intelligence from Major Lee, the officer having charge of the boats conjectured that the attack had been postponed, and to avoid discovery retired with them to Newark. The head of the retreating column soon afterwards reached the ferry, and fatigued as they were by the toilsome march of the preceding night, were compelled to pass as rapidly as possible up the narrow neck of land between the 2 rivers to the New Bridge. A horseman was dispatched with this information to Lord Stirling, and the line of march was resumed. About 9 in the preceding evening, Major Buskirk had been detached up the North River with a considerable part of the garrison of Powell's Hook and some other troops for the purpose of falling in with the American party supposed to be foraging about the English neighborhood. On receiving intelligence of the disappointment respecting the boats, Lord Stirling took the precaution to detach Colonel Ball with 200 fresh men to meet Lee and cover his retreat. Just after Ball had passed, Buskirk entered the main road and fired on his rear, taking it for granted that this was only the advance corps of a large detachment sent to intercept the party retreating from Powell's Hook. Ball made a circuit to avoid the enemy, and Buskirk, finding a detachment he had not expected, took the same measure to secure his own retreat. The 2 parties, narrowly missing each other, returned to their respective points of departure, and Lee reached the New Bridge without interruption. This critical enterprise reflected much honor on the partisan with whom it originated and by whom it was conducted. General Washington announced it to the army in his orders with much approbation, and Congress bestowed upon it a degree of applause more adapted to the talent displayed in performing the service than to its magnitude. Arrival of Admiral Arbuthnot. A few days after the surprise of Powell's Hook, the long-expected fleet from Europe, under the command of Admiral Arbuthnot, having on board a reinforcement for the British Army, arrived at New York. This reinforcement, however, did not enable Sir Henry Clinton to enter immediately on that active course of offensive operations which he had meditated. It was soon followed by the Count d'Estaing, who arrived on the southern coast of America with a powerful fleet after which the British general deemed it necessary to turn all his attention to his own security. Rhode Island and the posts up the North River were evacuated, and the whole army was collected in New York, the fortifications of which were carried on with unremitting industry. The Count d'Estaing and Admiral Byron, having sailed about the same time from the coast of North America, met in the West Indies, where the war was carried on with various success. St. Lucia taken by the British, St. Vincent's and Grenada by the French. St. Lucia surrendered to the British, in compensation for which the French took St. Vincent's and Grenada. About the time of the capture of the latter island, d'Estaing received reinforcements which gave him a decided naval superiority, after which a battle was fought between the two hostile fleets, in which the Count claimed the victory, and in which so many of the British ships were disabled that the admiral was compelled to retire into port in order to refit. The earnest representations made on the part of the United States had prevailed on the cabinet of Versailles to instruct the Count d'Estaing to afford them all the aid in his power, and the present moment seemed a fit one for carrying these orders into execution. Letters from General Lincoln, from the executive of South Carolina, and from the French consul at Charleston urged him to pay a visit to the Southern States, and represented the situation of the British in Georgia to be such that his appearance would ensure the destruction of the army in that quarter and the recovery of the state. Count d'Estaing with his fleet arrives on the southern coast of America. Yielding to these solicitations, the Count sailed with 22 ships of the line and 11 frigates, having on board 6,000 soldiers, and arrived so suddenly on the southern coast of America that the experiment of 50 guns and 3 frigates fell into his hands. A vessel was sent to Charleston with information of his arrival, and a plan was concerted for the siege of Savannah. D'Estaing was to land 3,000 men at Beaulieu on the 11th of September, and Lincoln was to cross the Savannah on the same day with 1,000 Americans and effect a junction with him. The town of Savannah was at that time the headquarters of General Prevost. Apprehending no immediate danger, he had weakened the garrison by establishing several outposts in Georgia, and by leaving Colonel Maitland with a strong detachment in the island of Port Royal in South Carolina. On the appearance of the French fleet, expresses were dispatched to Colonel Maitland and to all the outposts, directing the troops to repair without loss of time to Savannah. These orders were promptly obeyed, and on the 10th of September the several detachments in Georgia had all arrived in safety, except the sick and convalescents of the garrison of Sunbury, who were intercepted. September, siege of Savannah by the combined armies. On the 11th, General Lincoln reached Zubley's Ferry, and on the 15th was assured that the French had disembarked in force. A junction of the two armies was formed the next day before the town of Savannah. On the night of the 12th, the Count d'Estaing had landed about 3,000 men at Beaulieu, and the next day, before the arrival of General Lincoln, had summoned the garrison to surrender to the arms of the King of France. Being desirous of gaining time, General Prevost answered the summons in such a manner as to encourage the opinion that he designed to capitulate, in the expectation of which a suspension of hostilities for 24 hours was granted. In that important interval, Colonel Maitland arrived from Beaufort with the troops which had been stationed at that place. As the French were in possession of the main channel by which the Savannah communicates with the sea, Colonel Maitland entered the town by a route which had been deemed impracticable. He came round by Daufuskie, an island north of the mouth of the river, and landing in a deep marsh, drew his boats through it into the Savannah, above the place where the ships lay at anchor, and thence made his way by small parties into the town. On receiving this reinforcement, the resolution was taken to defend the place to the last extremity, and the next day this determination was communicated to the Count d'Estaing. September. After bringing up the heavy ordnance and stores from the fleet, the besieging army broke ground, and by the 1st of October had pushed their sap within 300 yards of the abatis on the left of the British lines. Several batteries were opened on the besieged, which played almost incessantly upon their works, but made no impression on them. The situation of d'Estaing was becoming critical. More time had already been consumed on the coast of Georgia than he had supposed would be necessary for the destruction of the British force in that state. He became uneasy for the possessions of France in the West Indies, and apprehensive for the safety of the ships under his command. The naval officers remonstrated strenuously against longer exposing his fleet on an insecure coast at a tempestuous season of the year, and urged the danger of being overtaken by a British squadron, when broken and scattered by a storm, with a degree of persevering earnestness which the Count found himself incapable of resisting. In a few days the lines of the besiegers might have been carried by regular approaches into the works of the besieged, which would have rendered the capture of the town and garrison inevitable, but d'Estaing declared that he could devote no more time to this object, and it only remained to raise the siege or to attempt the works by storm. The latter part of the alternative was adopted. On the left of the allied army was a swampy hollow way which afforded a cover for troops advancing on the right flank of the besieged to a point within 50 yards of their principal work. It was determined to march to the main attack along this hollow, and at the same time to direct feints against other parts of the lines. On the morning of the 9th of October, before day, a heavy cannonade and bombardment were commenced from all the batteries as preliminary to the assault. Unsuccessful attempt to storm it. About 3,500 French and 1,000 Americans, of whom between 600 and 700 were regulars and the residue militia of Charleston, advanced in 3 columns, led by D'Estaing and Lincoln, aided by the principal officers of both nations, and made a furious assault on the British lines. Their reception was warmer than had been expected. The fire from the batteries of the besieged reached every part of the columns of the assailants, which had emerged from the swamp, and did great execution. Yet the allied troops advanced with unabated ardor, passed through the abattis, crossed the ditch, and mounted the parapet. Both the French and Americans planted their standards on the walls and were killed in great numbers while endeavoring to force their way into the works. For about 50 minutes the contest was extremely obstinate. At length the columns of the assailants began to relax, and a pause was manifested in the assault. In this critical moment, Major Glazier, at the head of a body of grenadiers and marines rushing suddenly from the lines, threw himself on those who had made their way into the redoubts, and drove them over the ditch and abattis into the hollow which they had marched to the attack. It became apparent that farther perseverance could produce no advantage, and a retreat was ordered. In this unsuccessful attempt the French lost in killed and wounded about 700 men. Among the latter were the Count d'Estaing himself, Major General de Fontanges, and several other officers of distinction. The Continental troops lost 234 men, and the Charleston militia, who, though associated with them in danger, were more fortunate, had 1 captain killed and 6 privates wounded. The loss of the garrison was astonishingly small. In killed and wounded, it amounted only to 55. So great was the advantage of the cover afforded by their works. The siege raised. After this repulse, the Count d'Estaing announced to General Lincoln his determination to raise the siege. The remonstrances of that officer were ineffectual, and the removal of the heavy ordnance and stores was commenced. This being accomplished, both armies moved from their ground on the evening of October 18th. The 18th of October, the Americans recrossing the Savannah at Zubly's Ferry, again encamped in South Carolina, and the French re-embarked. Although the issue of this enterprise was the source of severe chagrin and mortification, the prudence of General Lincoln suppressed every appearance of dissatisfaction, and the armies separated with manifestations of reciprocal esteem. The hopes which had brought the militia into the field being disappointed, they dispersed, and the affairs of the Southern States wore a more gloomy aspect than at any former period. On receiving intelligence of the situation of Lincoln, Congress passed a resolution requesting General Washington to order the North Carolina troops and such others as could be spared from the Northern army to the aid of that in the South, and assuring the States of South Carolina and Georgia of the attention of government to their preservation, but requesting them for their own defense to comply with the recommendations formerly made respecting the completion of their Continental regiments and the government of their militia while in actual service. During these transactions in the South, the long-meditated expedition against the Indians was prosecuted with success. The largest division of the Western Army was to assemble at Wyoming on the main branch of the Susquehanna, and General Sullivan expected to leave that place in the month of June. Such, however, were the delays in procuring provisions and military stores that it was the last of July before he could move from the place of rendezvous. Another body of troops designed to compose a part of the Western Army had passed the winter on the Mohawk. On the 22nd of August, these 2 divisions united, and the whole army, amounting to 5,000 men, marched up the Tioga, which led into the heart of the Indian country. Such extensive and tedious preparations could not be made unobserved. The plan of operations contemplated by Sullivan seems to have been completely understood, and notwithstanding the vast superiority of his force, the Indians determined to defend their country. They resolved to risk a general action for its preservation, and selected the ground for the conflict with judgment. About a mile in front of Newtown, they collected their whole force, estimated by General Sullivan at 1,500 men, but by themselves at only 800, commanded by the 2 Butlers, Gray, Johnson, McDonald, and Brant. 5 companies of whites, calculated at 200 men, were united with them. They had constructed a breastwork about half a mile in length on a piece of rising ground. The right flank of this work was covered by the river, which, bending to the right and winding round their rear, exposed only their front and left to an attack. On the left was a high ridge nearly parallel to the general course of the river, terminating somewhat below the breastwork, and still farther to the left was another ridge running in the same direction and leading to the rear of the American army. The ground was covered with pine, interspersed with low shrub oaks, many of which, for the purpose of concealing their works, had been cut up and stuck in front of them, so as to exhibit the appearance of being still growing. The road, after crossing a deep brook at the foot of the hill, turned to the right and ran nearly parallel to the breastwork, so as to expose the whole flank of the army to their fire if it should advance without discovering their position. Parties communicating with each other were stationed on both hills so as to fall on the right flank in rear of Sullivan as soon as the action should commence. August. About 11 in the morning of the 29th of August, this work was discovered by Major Parr, who commanded the advance guard of the army, upon which General Hand formed the light infantry in a wood about 400 yards distant from the enemy, and stood upon his ground until the main body should arrive. In the meantime, a continual skirmishing was kept up between Parr's rifle corps and small parties of Indians, who sallied from their works and suddenly retreated, apparently with the hope of being incautiously pursued. Conjecturing that the hills on his right were occupied by the savages, Sullivan ordered General Poor to take possession of that which led into his rear, and thence to turn the left and gain the rear of the breastwork, while Hand, aided by the artillery, should attack in front. These orders were promptly executed. While the artillery played on the works, Poor pushed up the mountain, and a sharp conflict commenced, which was sustained for some time with considerable spirit on both sides. Poor continued to advance rapidly, pressing the Indians before him at the point of the bayonet and occasionally firing on them. They retreated from tree to tree, keeping up an irregular fire until he gained the summit of the hill. Perceiving that their flank was completely uncovered by this movement, and that they were in danger of being surrounded, the savages abandoned their breastwork and, crossing the river, fled with the utmost precipitation. Victory of General Sullivan at Newtown. This victory cost the Americans about 30 men. The ascertained loss of the Indians was also inconsiderable, but they were so intimidated that every idea of farther resistance was abandoned. As Sullivan advanced, they continued to retreat before him without harassing his main body or even skirmishing with his detachments, except in a single instance. He penetrated far into the heart of their country, which his parties scoured and laid waste in every direction. Houses, cornfields, gardens, and fruit trees shared one common fate, and Sullivan executed strictly the severe but necessary orders he had received to render the country completely uninhabitable for the present, and thus to compel the hostile Indians by want of food to remove to a greater distance. The objects of the expedition being accomplished, Sullivan returned to Easton in Pennsylvania, having lost only 40 men by sickness and the enemy. The devastation of the country had been spoken of with some degree of disapprobation, but this sentiment is the result rather of an amiable disposition in the human mind to condemn whatever may have the appearance of tending to aggravate the miseries of war, than of reflection. Circumstances existed which reconciled to humanity this seeming departure from it. Great Britain possessed advantages which ensured a controlling influence over the Indians and kept them in almost continual war with the United States. Their habitual ferocity seemed to have derived increased virulence from the malignity of the whites who had taken refuge among them, and there was real foundation for the opinion that an annual repetition of the horrors of Wyoming could be prevented only by disabling the savages from perpetrating them. No means in the power of the United States promised so certainly to effect this desirable object as the removal of neighbors whose hostility could be diminished only by terror, and whose resentments were to be assuaged only by fear. While Sullivan laid waste the country on the Susquehanna, another expedition under Colonel Brodhead was carried on from Pittsburgh up the Allegheny against the Mingo, Muskie, and Seneca tribes. At the head of between 600 and 700 men, he advanced 200 miles up the river and destroyed the villages and cornfields on its head branches. Here, too, the Indians were unable to resist the invading army. After one unsuccessful skirmish, they abandoned their villages to a destruction which was inevitable, and sought for personal safety in their woods. On receiving the communications of General Sullivan, Congress passed a vote approving his conduct and that of his army. That approbation, however, seems not to have extended beyond his conduct in the Indian country. His demands for military stores for the expedition had been so high. In his conversations with his officers, he had so freely censured the government for its failure to comply with those demands. In general orders, he had so openly complained of inattention to the preparations necessary to secure the success of the enterprise that considerable offense was given to several members of Congress and still more to the Board of War. From the operation of these causes, when Sullivan, at the close of the campaign, complained of ill health and offered on that account to resign his commission, the endeavors of his friends to obtain a vote requesting him to continue in the service and permitting him to retire from actual duty until his health should be restored were overruled, and his resignation was accepted. The resolution permitting him to resign was, however, accompanied with one thanking him for his past services. Although these great exertions to terminate Indian hostility did not afford complete security to the western frontiers, they were attended with considerable advantages. The savages, though not subdued, were intimidated, and their incursions became less formidable, as well as less frequent. The summer of 1779 passed away without furnishing any circumstance in America which could be supposed to have material influence on the issue of the war. In Europe, however, an event took place which had been long anxiously expected and was believed to be of decisive importance. Spain at length determined to make one common cause with France against Great Britain. It was supposed that the two powers would be able to obtain a complete ascendancy at sea, and that their combined fleets would maintain a superiority on the American coast as well as in Europe. From the first determination of France to take part in the war, it appears to have been the earnest wish of the Cabinet of Versailles to engage Spain likewise in the contest. Her resentments against England, her solicitude to diminish the naval strength of that nation, and her wish to recover Jamaica, Gibraltar, and the Floridas urged her to seize the fair occasion now offered of dismembering the British Empire and accomplishing these favorite objects. But a dread of the effect which the independence of the United States might produce on her own colonies, mingled with some apprehensions of danger from the contest she was about to provoke, had produced an appearance of irresolution, which rendered her future course for a time uncertain. In this conflict of opposite interests, the influence of the Cabinet of Versailles and the jealousy of the naval power of Britain at length obtained the victory, and His Catholic Majesty determined to prevent the re-annexation of the United States to their mother country, but to effect this object by negotiation rather than by the sword. Spain offers her mediation to the belligerent powers. In pursuance of this specific system, he offered his mediation to the belligerent powers. This proposition was readily accepted by France, but the minister of His Britannic Majesty evaded any explicit arrangements on the subject, while he continued to make general verbal declarations of the willingness of his sovereign to give peace to Europe under the mediation of His Catholic Majesty. In consequence of these declarations, the Spanish minister proposed a truce for a term of years, and that a Congress of Deputies from the belligerent powers should assemble at Madrid to adjust the terms of a permanent treaty, into which deputies from the United States were to be admitted as the representatives of a sovereign nation. Although an explicit acknowledgment of their independence was not to be required, it was to be understood that they should be independent in fact, and should be completely separated from the British Empire. This negotiation was protracted to a considerable length, and in the meantime all the address of the Cabinet of London was used to detach either France or the United States from their alliance with each other. Notice of it was given to the American government by the Minister of France at Philadelphia, as well as by Mr. Arthur Lee, one of their agents in Europe, and Congress was repeatedly urged by the former to furnish those who might be authorized to represent them in the conferences for a general treaty, with ample powers and instructions to conclude it. An extraordinary degree of solicitude was manifested to hasten the full powers and to moderate the claims of the United States. It seems to have been the policy of the Cabinet of Versailles to exclude the American states from a share of the fisheries and to limit their western boundary to the settlements then made, either from a real apprehension that the war might be protracted should the United States insist on the acknowledgment of their independence as a preliminary to any treaty, or from an opinion that such preliminary acknowledgment would leave the terms of the treaty less under the control of France, and the American plenipotentiaries more masters of their own conduct. Monsieur Girard labored to persuade Congress to recede from that demand. If they could be independent in fact, he thought the form not worth contending for. While Congress was employed in debating the instructions to their ministers, the negotiation was brought to a close. As Spain became prepared for hostilities, the offered mediation was pressed in such terms as to produce the necessity of either accepting or rejecting it. This drew from the Cabinet of London a declaration that the independence of the United States was inadmissible, upon which His Catholic Majesty determined to take part in the war. War between Spain and England. On the departure of his minister from London without taking leave, the British government issued letters of marque and reprisal against the vessels and subjects of the Spanish crown, and a powerful Spanish fleet, which had been preparing during the negotiation, was expedited to cooperate with that of France. Yet the independence of the United States was not acknowledged, nor was their minister accredited. Dispatches giving notice of the hostilities meditated by His Catholic Majesty were forwarded to Don Galvez, the governor of Louisiana, who collected a considerable military force at New Orleans and reduced the settlements held by the British Crown on the Mississippi, which had not been apprised of the war. Intelligence of this important event was given to Congress while that body was deliberating on the instructions to their negotiators. It is not impossible that this information had some influence on those deliberations, and rendering the American government less solicitous about the future conduct of Spain, diminished the motives for making territorial sacrifices to that power. Their ministers were ordered to make it a preliminary article to any negotiation that Great Britain should agree to treat with the United States as sovereign, free, and independent, and that their independence should be expressly assured and confirmed by the terms of the treaty itself. That the United States might be enabled to avail themselves without further delays of any occasion which might be presented for terminating the war, Mr. John Adams, who was already in Europe, was authorized to negotiate a treaty of peace and a commercial treaty with Great Britain, and Mr. Jay, at that time President of Congress, was appointed Minister Plenipotentiary to the Court of Madrid with instructions to insist on the free navigation of the Mississippi, a claim to which Spain objected and which was discountenanced by France. As the campaign grew to a close without affording any solid foundation for the hope that the war was about to terminate, General Washington repeated those efforts which he had made so often and so unsuccessfully to induce early preparations for the ensuing year. He submitted to the view of his government a detailed report of the whole army, which exhibited the alarming fact that by the last of the following June the terms of service of nearly one-half of the men under his command would expire. It was not the least considerable of the inconveniencies attending the complex system of government then prevailing in the United States that measures essential to the safety of the nation were never taken in season. Thus, when the time for raising the quotas of the respective states by voluntary enlistment had passed away, and the necessity of resorting to coercive means had become absolute, those means were so delayed and so irregularly put in execution that the terms of service of different portions of the army expired almost every month in the year, and raw troops, ignorant of the first rudiments of military duty, were introduced in the most critical moments of a campaign. Had timely and correspondent measures been taken by the states to raise their respective quotas by a specified time in the depth of winter, the recruits would have received the advantages of a few months' training before they were brought into actual service, and the general that of a certain uninterrupted force for each campaign. This course of proceeding had been continually recommended, and the recommendation had been as continually neglected. Letter from General Washington to Congress in the more early stages of the contest. Said the Commander-in-Chief to Congress in a letter of the 8th of November, when men might have been enlisted for the war, no man, as my whole conduct and the uniform tenor of my letters will evince, was ever more opposed to short enlistments than I was, and while there remained a prospect of obtaining recruits on a permanent footing, in the first instance, as far as duty and a regard to my station would permit, I urged my sentiments in favor of it. But the prospect of keeping up an army by voluntary enlistments being changed, or at least standing on too precarious and uncertain a footing to depend on for the exigency of our affairs, I took the liberty in February 1778, in a particular manner, to lay before the Committee of Arrangement then with the army at Valley Forge a plan for an annual draft, as the surest and most certain, if not the only means left us of maintaining the army on a proper and respectable ground. And more confirmed in the propriety of this opinion by the intervention of a variety of circumstances unnecessary to detail, I again took the freedom of urging the plan to the Committee of Conference in January last, and having reviewed it in every point of light and found it right, at least the best that has occurred to me, I hope I shall be excused by Congress in offering it to them, and in time for carrying into execution for the next year, if they should conceive it necessary for the states to complete their quota of troops. The plan I would propose is, that each state be informed by Congress annually of the real deficiency of its troops, and called upon to make it up, or such less specific number as Congress may think proper, by a draft. That the men drafted join the army by the 1st of January, and serve until the 1st of January in the succeeding year. That from the time the drafts join the army, the officers of the states from which they come be authorized and directed to use their endeavors to enlist them for the war under the bounties granted to the officers themselves and to the recruits by the act of the 23rd of January 1779, viz. $10 to the officer for each recruit, and $200 to the recruits themselves. That all state, county, and town bounties to drafts, if practicable, be entirely abolished, on account of the uneasiness and disorders they create among the soldiery, the desertions they produce, and for other reasons which will readily occur. That on or before the 1st of October annually, an abstract or return similar to the present one be transmitted to Congress to enable them to make their requisitions to each state with certainty and precision. This I would propose as a general plan to be pursued, and I am persuaded that this, or one nearly similar to it, will be found the best now in our power, as it will be attended with the least expense to the public, and will place the service on the footing of order and certainty, and will be the only one that can advance the general interest to any great extent. These representations on the part of the commander-in-chief were not more successful than those which had before been made. Although the best dispositions existed in Congress, the proceedings of that body were unavoidably slow, and the difficulty of effecting a concert of measures among 13 sovereign states was too great to be surmounted. In consequence of these radical defects in the system itself, the contributions of men made by the states continued to be irregular, uncertain, and out of season, and the army could never acquire the consistency and stability which would have resulted from an exact observance of the plan so often recommended. On receiving information of the disaster which had been sustained by the allied arms at Savannah, Sir Henry Clinton resumed his plan of active operations against the Southern States. A large embarkation took place soon after that event had been announced to him, which sailed from the Hook towards the end of December. The troops were commanded by himself in person, and the fleet by Admiral Arbuthnot. The defense of New York and its dependencies were entrusted to General Knyphausen. The preparations made in New York for some distant enterprise were immediately communicated by his faithful intelligencers to General Washington, who conjectured its object and hastened the march of the troops designed to reinforce General Lincoln. The season for action in a northern climate being over, the general turned his attention to the distribution of his troops in winter quarters. Habit had familiarized the American army to the use of huts constructed by themselves, and both officers and men were content to pass the winter in a hutted camp. In disposing of the troops, therefore, until the time of action should return, wood and water, a healthy situation, convenience for supplies of provisions, stations, would enable them to cover the country and to defend particular positions were the objects taken into consideration and were all to be consulted. The army goes into winter quarters. With a view to these various circumstances, the army was thrown into two great divisions. The northern was to be commanded by General Heath, and its chief object was the security of West Point and of the posts on the North River, as low as King's Ferry. Subordinate to this was the protection of the country on the Sound and down the Hudson to the neighborhood of King's Bridge. The other and principal division, under the immediate command of General Washington, was put under cover late in December in the neighborhood of Morristown. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of the Life of Washington, Volume 3, by John Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. South Carolina invaded. The British fleet passes the bar and gets possession of the harbor of Charleston. Opinion of General Washington on the propriety of defending that place. Sir Henry Clinton invests the town. Tarleton surprises an American corps at Monk's Corner. Fort Moultrie surrendered. Tarleton defeats Colonel White. General Lincoln capitulates. Buford defeated. Arrangements for the government of South Carolina and Georgia. Sir Henry Clinton embarks for New York. General Gates takes command of the Southern Army. Is defeated near Camden. Death of DeKalb. Success of General Sumter. He is defeated. 1780. The departure of the French fleet produced a sudden change in the prospects of the Southern States. The sanguine hopes which had been entertained of the recovery of Georgia gave place to gloomy and well-founded apprehensions for South Carolina. The facility with which General Prevost had passed through the state, and the assurances he had received of the indisposition of a large portion of the people to defend themselves, disclosed too certainly the true situation of the country not to convince all discerning men that a real attempt at conquest would be made the ensuing year. General Lincoln perceived the approaching danger without being able to provide against it. His power as military commander was too limited, and his influence on the government of the state too weak to draw forth even the means it possessed in time for its protection. Though the preservation of its metropolis was of vast importance to the state, no preparations were making to put it in a condition to stand a siege. The forts on the islands were in ruins, and the works across the neck remained unfinished. The representations made on this subject to the governor by General Lincoln were not disregarded, but from some defect in the existing law, the executive found it impracticable to obtain labor for these interesting objects. Admiral Arbuthnot arrived at Savannah on the 31st of January. January 23, one of his transports, which had been separated from the fleet in a storm, was brought into Charleston harbor on the 23rd of that month, and the prisoners gave the first certain intelligence that the expedition from New York was destined against the capital of South Carolina. Before the middle of February the fleet entered the harbor or inlet of North Edisto and landed the troops without opposition on St. John's Island. Sir Henry Clinton invests Charleston. A part of the fleet was sent round to blockade the harbor of Charleston, while the army proceeded slowly and cautiously from Stono Creek to Wapoo and through the islands of St. John and St. James. This delay in the event so fatal, but then deemed so propitious to the American arms, was employed to the utmost advantage in improving the defense of Charleston. The legislature had enabled the executive to employ slaves to work on the fortifications, and had passed an act delegating great powers to the governor and such of his council as he could conveniently consult. Under these acts 600 slaves were employed on the works, and vigorous though not very successful measures were taken by the executive to assemble the militia of the country. The fallacious hope was entertained that if the town could be rendered defensible, the garrison would be made sufficiently strong by reinforcements from the north and by the militia of the state to maintain the place and compel Sir Henry Clinton to raise the siege. The American army, being too weak to make any serious opposition to the progress of the British through the country, the cavalry, with a small corps of infantry, were directed to hover on their left flank, and the other troops, consisting of about 1,400 regulars fit for duty, aided by the militia, were drawn into the town and employed on the works. Understanding that great exertions were making to improve the fortifications, and that the garrison was gaining strength, Sir Henry Clinton ordered General Patterson to join him with the troops which could be spared from Georgia, and directed Lieutenant Colonel Tarleton, after supplying the horses which had been lost during a very stormy voyage from New York, to cover his march through South Carolina. Colonel Washington defeats Tarleton in one of the excursions of that active officer to disperse the militia, who assembled to oppose the progress of Patterson through the country. His cavalry encountered Lieutenant Colonel Washington, who commanded the remnant of Baylor's regiment, and were driven back with some loss, but the want of infantry disabled Washington from pressing his advantage. In defending Charleston, the command of the harbor is of great importance. To preserve this advantage, Congress had ordered 4 frigates to South Carolina, which, with the marine force belonging to the state and 2 French vessels, were placed under the command of Commodore Whipple. General Washington was the more sanguine in the hope of defending the harbor because it was understood that the bar was impassable by a ship of the line, and that even a large frigate could not be brought over it without first taking out her guns or careening her so much that the crew would be unable to work her. On sounding within the bar, it was discovered that the water was too shallow for the frigates to act with any effect, and that in making the attempt they would be exposed to the fire of the batteries which the assailants had erected. Under these circumstances, the officers of the navy were unanimously of opinion that no successful opposition could be made at the bar, and that the fleet might act more advantageously in concert with the fort on Sullivan's Island. The intention of disputing the passage over the bar being abandoned, Commodore Whipple moored his squadron in a line with Fort Moultrie in a narrow passage between Sullivan's Island and the middle ground, and the British ships without their guns passed the bar and anchored in 5-fathom hole. It being now thought impossible to prevent the fleet from passing Fort Moultrie and taking such stations in Cooper River as would enable them to rake the batteries on shore and to close that communication between the town and country, the plan of defense was once more changed, and the armed vessels were carried into the mouth of Cooper River and sunk in a line from the town to Shute's Folly. This was the critical moment for evacuating the town. The loss of the harbor rendered the defense of the place, if not desperate, so improbable that the hope to maintain it could not have been rationally entertained by a person who was not deceived by the expectation of aids much more considerable than were actually received. Opinion of General Washington on the subject of defending Charleston. When this state of things was communicated to General Washington by Lieutenant Colonel Lawrence, he said in reply, "The impracticability of defending the bar, I fear, amounts to the loss of the town and garrison. At this distance it is impossible to judge for you. I have the greatest confidence in General Lincoln's prudence, but it really appears to me that the propriety of attempting to defend the town depended on the probability of defending the bar, and that when this ceased, the attempt ought to have been relinquished. In this, however, I suspend a definitive judgment, and wish you to consider what I say as confidential. Unfortunately, this letter did not arrive in time to influence the conduct of the besieged. April 1. Having crossed Ashley River, Sir Henry Clinton moved down the Neck, and on the night of the 1st of April broke ground within 800 yards of the American lines. The defenses of Charleston had been constructed under the direction of a Mr. Lo May, a French gentleman in the American service, and although not calculated to resist a regular siege, were far from being contemptible. While the besiegers were employed on their first parallel, the garrison received a considerable reinforcement. General Woodford, who had marched from Morristown in December, entered the town with the old Continental troops of the Virginia line, now reduced to 700 effectives. General Hogan, with the line of North Carolina, had arrived before him. The garrison consisted of rather more than 2,000 regular troops, of about 1,000 North Carolina militia, and of the citizens of Charleston. The exertions of the governor to bring in the militia of South Carolina had not succeeded. April 9. By the 9th of April, Sir Henry Clinton completed his first parallel extending across the Neck and mounted his guns in battery. His works formed an oblique line from 600 to 700 yards distant from those of the besieged. About the same time, Admiral Arbuthnot passed Sullivan's Island under a heavy and well-directed fire from Fort Moultrie, then commanded by Colonel Pinckney, and anchored under James Island near Fort Johnson, just out of gunshot of the batteries of the town. Being now in complete possession of the harbor, the British general and admiral sent a joint summons to General Lincoln, demanding the surrender of the town, to which he returned his firm and modest answer: 60 days have elapsed since it has been known that your intentions against this town were hostile, in which time has been afforded to abandon it, but duty and inclination point to the propriety of supporting it to the last extremity. On receiving this answer, the besiegers opened their batteries, but seemed to rely principally on proceeding by sap quite into the American lines. About this time the governor, with half the members of the council, went into the country in the hope of collecting a respectable force in the rear and on the left flank of the besieging army. The lieutenant governor and the other members of the council remained in town. Hitherto Sir Henry Clinton had not extended his lines north of Charleston Neck, and the communication of the garrison with the country northeast of Cooper remained open. The American cavalry, under the command of General Huger, had passed that river and were stationed in the neighborhood of Monk's Corner, about 30 miles above Charleston. As an additional security to this, the only remaining communication, 2 posts of militia were established, one between the Cooper and the Santee rivers, to which the governor repaired in person, and another at a ferry on the Santee, where boats were to be collected for the purpose of facilitating the passage of the American army over that river, should it be deemed advisable to evacuate the town. Such importance was attached to this object that Lincoln, after Woodford had entered Charleston, detached a part of his regular troops to throw up some works about 9 miles above the town, on Wando, the eastern branch of Cooper, and on Lamprere's Point. The militia, it was hoped, though unwilling to enter Charleston, might be drawn to these posts. April 14, after the fleet had entered the harbor, Sir Henry Clinton turned his attention to the country on the east of Cooper, to acquire the possession of which it was necessary to disable the American cavalry. This service was committed to Lieutenant Colonel Webster, who detached Tarleton with a horse and a corps of infantry to execute it. He succeeded completely. Tarleton surprises and defeats an American corps at Monk's Corner. Conducted in the night through unfrequented paths to the American vedettes, he entered the camp with them, killed and took about 100 men, and dispersed the residue, who saved themselves on foot in a swamp. Near 50 wagons loaded with military stores and about 400 horses fell into the hands of the victors. This decisive blow gave Lieutenant Colonel Webster possession of the whole country between Cooper and Wando, and closed the only route by which the garrison could have retreated. The besiegers had now commenced their second parallel, and it became every day more apparent that the town must ultimately yield to their regular approaches. An evacuation was proposed, and Lincoln is understood to have been in favor of that measure, but the remonstrances of the principal inhabitants, who entreated him not to abandon them to the fury of a disappointed enemy, added to the great difficulty which must attend such an attempt, especially when opposed by the civil government, deterred him from adopting the only course which afforded even a probability, by saving his army, of saving the Southern States. Soon after the affair at Monk's Corner, Sir Henry Clinton received a reinforcement of 3,000 men from New York. This addition to his strength enabled him to detach largely to the aid of Lieutenant Colonel Webster, after which Lord Cornwallis took command of the troops on that side of Cooper River. April 20, upon this change of situation, Lincoln called another council of war. Notwithstanding the multiplied difficulties attending an evacuation of Charleston, he appears to have been still inclined to it, but a number of fortunate circumstances must have concurred to render a retreat possible, and the attempt was effectually prevented by the opposition of the civil government. The opinion seems to have prevailed that the escape of the garrison would be followed by the destruction of the town and the ruin of its inhabitants. The council advised that a capitulation should be proposed, and that the town should be surrendered on condition that the garrison should be at liberty still to bear arms, and that the inhabitants should be secured in their persons and property. These propositions being rejected, hostilities recommenced. The besiegers had completed their second parallel, and had begun the third, when Colonel Henderson made a vigorous sally on their right, which was attended with some success. That this was the only sortie made during the siege is to be ascribed to the weakness of the garrison. General Lincoln deemed it necessary to reserve all his strength to man his lines in the event of an assault, or to force a retreat should he determine to evacuate the city. In this state of things, General Duportail, who had been directed to join the Southern army, was conducted by secret ways into the town. He perceived the impossibility of defending the place, and repeated the proposition for attempting a retreat. This proposition was again rejected, and it only remained to defer the surrender as long as possible, in the vain hope that some fortunate occurrence might bring relief. Every day diminished this hope, and added to the difficulties of the besieged. The garrison at Fort Moultrie surrendered themselves prisoners of war. The admiral took possession of Mount Pleasant, which induced the immediate evacuation of Lamprier's Point, soon after which the garrison at Fort Moultrie, amounting to about 200 men, surrendered themselves prisoners of war. On the same day, the cavalry, which had escaped the disaster at Monk's Corner and had been reassembled under the command of Colonel White of New Jersey, was again surprised and defeated by Lieutenant Colonel Tarleton at Lano's Ferry. The investment of the town was now complete. The advances were rapid, and it became obvious that the place could be defended only a few days longer. The besiegers had finished their third parallel, and by a sap pushed to the dam that supplied the canal with water, had drained it in many places to the bottom. The garrison, fatigued and worn out with constant duty, was too weak to man the lines sufficiently. Their guns were almost all dismounted, most of the embrasures demolished, their shot nearly expended, their provisions, with the exception of a few cows, entirely consumed, and the approaches of the besiegers so near that their marksmen frequently picked off the men from the guns, and killed any person who showed himself above the works. In this state of things, the garrison was summoned a second time to surrender, on which a council was again called, which advised a capitulation. In pursuance of this advice, General Lincoln proposed terms which were refused, and hostilities recommenced. The besiegers now advanced their works in front of their third parallel, crossed the canal, pushed a double sap to the inside of the abatis, and approached within 20 yards of the American works. Preparations for an assault by sea and land were making. With less than 3,000 men, many of whom were militia, lines 3 miles in extent were to be defended against the flower of the British army, assisted by a powerful maritime force. Convinced that success was not possible, the citizens prepared a petition to General Lincoln, entreating him to surrender the town on the terms which had been offered by the besiegers. General Lincoln capitulates. This proposition was made and accepted, and the capitulation was signed on the 12th of May. May 12, the town and all public stores were surrendered. The garrison, as well as the citizens who had borne arms as the Continental troops, militia, and sailors, were to be prisoners of war. The garrison were to march out of town and to deposit their arms in front of their works, but their drums were not to beat a British march, nor their colors to be reversed. The militia were to retire to their homes on parole, and their persons and property, as well as the persons and property of the inhabitants of the town, to be secure while they adhered to their paroles. These terms being agreed on, the garrison laid down their arms, and General Leslie was appointed to take possession of the town. The defense of Charleston was obstinate but not bloody. The besiegers conducted their approaches with great caution, and the besieged, too weak to hazard repeated sorties, kept within their lines. The loss on both sides was nearly equal. That of the British was 76 killed and 189 wounded, and that of the Americans, excluding the inhabitants of the town not bearing arms, was 92 killed and 148 wounded. From the official returns made to Sir Henry Clinton by his deputy adjutant general, the number of prisoners, exclusive of sailors, amounted to 5,618 men. This report, however, presents a very incorrect view of the real strength of the garrison. It includes every male adult inhabitant of the town. The precise number of privates in the Continental regiments, according to the report made to Congress by General Lincoln, was 1,977, of whom 500 were in the hospital. The unfortunate are generally condemned, and the loss of the garrison of Charleston so maimed the force and palsied the operations of the American government in the South that censure was unsparingly bestowed on the officer who had undertaken and persevered in the defense of that place. In his justificatory letter to the Commander-in-Chief, General Lincoln detailed at large the motives of his conduct, and stated the testimony in which those delusive hopes of substantial assistance were founded, which tempted him to remain in town until the unexpected arrival of the reinforcement from New York deprived him of the power to leave it. The importance of that great mart of the Southern States, which had become the depot for the country to a considerable extent around it, the magazines and military stores there collected, which, from the difficulty of obtaining wagons, could not be removed, the ships of war, which must be sacrificed should the town be evacuated, the intention of Congress that the place should be defended, the assurances received that the garrison should be made up to 10,000 men, of whom nearly one half would be regular troops, the anxious solicitude of the government of South Carolina, all concurred to induce the adoption of a measure which, in its consequences, was extremely pernicious to the United States. In the opinion of those who were best enabled to judge of his conduct, General Lincoln appears to have been completely justified. The confidence of his government and the esteem of the Commander-in-Chief sustained no diminution. Sir Henry Clinton was aware of the impression his conquest had made, and of the value of the first moments succeeding it. Calculating on the advantages to be derived from showing an irresistible force in various parts of the country at the same time, he made 3 large detachments from his army, the first and most considerable towards the frontiers of North Carolina, the second to pass the Saluda to 96, and the third up the Savannah towards Augusta. Lord Cornwallis, who commanded the northern detachment, received intelligence soon after passing the Santee that Colonel Buford, with about 400 men, was retreating in perfect security towards North Carolina. He detached Lieutenant Colonel Tarleton with his legion, the infantry being mounted, in pursuit of this party. Buford defeated. That officer, by making a movement of near 100 miles in 2 days, overtook Buford in a line of march at the Waxhaws and demanded a surrender on the terms which had been granted to the garrison of Charleston. This was refused. While the flags were passing, Tarleton continued to make his dispositions for the assault, and the instant the truce was over, his cavalry made a furious charge on the Americans, who had received no orders to engage, and who seemed to have been uncertain whether to defend themselves or not. In this state of dismay and confusion, some fired on the assailants, while others threw down their arms and begged for quarter. None was given. Colonel Buford escaped with a few cavalry, and about 100 infantry who were in advance saved themselves by flight, but the regiment was almost demolished. Tarleton, in his official report, says that 113 were killed on the spot, 150 so badly wounded as to be incapable of being moved, and 53 were brought away as prisoners. The loss of the British was 5 killed and 14 wounded. Tarleton gives a very different account of the circumstances which preceded this massacre. He says that the demand for a surrender was made long before Buford was overtaken, and was answered by a defiance; that on overtaking him the British vanguard made prisoners of a sergeant and 4 light dragoons in the presence of the 2 commanders, who immediately prepared for action; that as he advanced to the charge, when within 50 paces, the American infantry presented, and were commanded by their officers to retain their fire until the British cavalry should be nearer. The American officers, who survived the carnage of the day, generally assert that flags passed after being overtaken, that they had received no orders from Colonel Buford when the charge was made, and that the fire of their troops was retained until the enemy was upon them, because they did not think themselves authorized to give it. The facts that Buford's field pieces were not discharged, and that the loss was so very unequal, are not to be reconciled with the idea of deliberate preparation for battle, and justify the belief that the statement made by the American officers is correct. After the defeat of Buford, scarcely the semblance of opposition remained in South Carolina and Georgia. The military force employed by Congress was nearly destroyed. The spirit of resistance seemed entirely broken, and a general disposition to submit to the victor displayed itself in almost every part of the country. The 2 other detachments saw no appearance of an enemy. They received the submission of the inhabitants, who either became neutral by giving their paroles not to bear arms against His Britannic Majesty, or took the oaths of allegiance and resumed the character of British subjects. To keep up this disposition, garrisons were posted in different stations, and a series of measures was pursued for the purpose of settling the civil affairs of the province and of giving stability to the conquest which had been made. Sir Henry Clinton takes measures for settling the government of South Carolina and Georgia. June 3. So entirely did the present aspect of affairs convince Sir Henry Clinton of the complete subjugation of the state and of the favorable disposition of the people towards the British government, that he ventured to issue a proclamation in which he discharged the militia who were prisoners from their paroles, with the exception of those who were taken in Charleston and Fort Moultrie, and restored them to all the rights and duties of British subjects, declaring at the same time that such of them as should neglect to return to their allegiance should be considered and treated as enemies and rebels. This proclamation disclosed to the inhabitants their real situation. It proved that a state of neutrality was not within their reach, that the evils of war were unavoidable, that they must arrange themselves on the one side or the other, and that the only alternative presented to them was to drive the enemy out of their country or take up arms against their countrymen. June 5. With the most sanguine hopes that the Southern States would be reunited to the British Empire, Sir Henry Clinton embarked for New York, leaving about 4,000 British troops in South Carolina under the command of Lord Cornwallis. His lordship found it necessary to suspend the expedition he had meditated against North Carolina. The impossibility of supporting an army in that state before harvest, as well as the intense heat of the season, required his delay. His first care was to distribute his troops through South Carolina and the upper parts of Georgia, so as to promote the great and immediate objects of enlisting the young men who were willing to join his standard, of arranging the plan of a militia, and of collecting magazines at convenient places. In the meantime, he dispatched emissaries to his friends in North Carolina to inform them of the necessary delay of his expedition into their country, and to request them to attend to their harvest, collect provisions, and remain quiet until late in August or early in September, when the king's troops would be ready to enter the province. The impatience of the royalists, stimulated by the triumph of their friends in a neighboring state, and by the necessary severities of a vigilant government, could not be restrained by this salutary counsel. Anticipating the immediate superiority of their party, they could not brook the authority exercised over them, and broke out into premature and ill-concerted insurrections, which were vigorously encountered and generally suppressed. One body of them, however, amounting to about 800 men, led by Colonel Bryan, marched down the east side of the Yadkin to a British post at the Cheraws, whence they proceeded to Camden. Having made his dispositions and fixed on Camden as the place for his principal magazines, Cornwallis left the command of the frontiers to Lord Rawdon, and retired to Charleston for the purpose of making those farther arrangements of a civil nature which the state of affairs and the interest of his sovereign might require. His lordship, as well as Sir Henry Clinton, seems to have supposed the state of South Carolina to be as completely subdued in sentiment as in appearance. Impatient to derive active aids from the new conquest, his measures were calculated to admit of no neutrality. For some time these measures seemed to succeed, and professions of loyalty were made in every quarter, but under this imposing exterior lurked a mass of concealed discontent, to which every day furnished new aliment, and which waited only for a proper occasion to show itself. The people of the lower parts of South Carolina, though far from being united, were generally attached to the Revolution, and had entered into the war with zeal. They were conducted by a high-spirited and intelligent gentry, who ardently sought independence as a real and permanent good. Several causes had combined to suspend the operation of this sentiment. Many of their leaders were prisoners, and the brilliant successes of the British arms had filled numbers with despair. Others were sensible of the inutility of present resistance, and a still greater number, fatigued and harassed with militia duty, were willing to withdraw from the conflict, and as spectators to wait its issue. To compel these men to share the burdens of the war was to restore them to their former friends. Late in March, General Washington had obtained the consent of Congress to reinforce the Southern Army with the troops of Maryland and Delaware, and with the 1st Regiment of Artillery. This detachment was to be commanded by the Baron de Kalb, a German veteran who had engaged early in the service of the United States. Such, however, was the deranged state of American finances, and such the depression of public credit, that these troops could not be put immediately in motion. They were at length embarked at the head of Elk and conveyed by water to Petersburg, in Virginia, whence they marched towards South Carolina. Their progress was delayed by that difficulty of obtaining subsistence which had induced Lord Cornwallis to suspend the invasion of North Carolina until harvest should be gathered. No preparations having been made for them, they were reduced to the necessity of spreading themselves over the country in small detachments to collect corn and grind it for their daily food. In this manner they proceeded through the upper parts of North Carolina to Deep River, and encamped near Buffalo Fort in July. At this place the Baron halted for a few days, in some uncertainty respecting his future course. The militia of North Carolina, commanded by General Caswell, were beyond the Pedee on the road to Camden, and had nearly consumed the scanty supplies which could be gleaned from a country that was far from being productive. The Baron was premeditating on a plan for leaving the direct road and moving up the country to the fertile banks of the Yadkin, when the approach of Major General Gates was announced by the arrival of his aide-de-camp, Major Armstrong. Aware of the danger to which the loss of Charleston had exposed that part of the Confederacy, Congress deemed it of the utmost importance to select a general for that department, in whom great military talents should be combined with that weight of character which might enable him to draw out the resources of the country. General Gates appointed to the command of the Southern Army. July, they turned their eyes on Gates, and sanguine hopes were entertained that the conqueror of Burgoyne would prove the savior of the Southern States. On the 13th of June he was called to the command in the Southern Department, and was directed to repair immediately to the army. He entered without loss of time on the duties of his station, and on the 25th of July reached the camp, where he was received by the Baron de Kalb with the utmost cordiality and respect. The approach of this army, and the information that great exertions were making in Virginia to augment it, revived the hopes of South Carolina, and brought again into action a spirit supposed to be extinguished. The British troops having occupied the northwestern parts of the state, the most active friends of the Revolution in that quarter had fled from their homes and sought an asylum in North Carolina and Virginia. As the discontents of their countrymen increased, and the prospect of being supported by regular troops brightened, a small body of these exiles, amounting to less than 200, assembled together, and choosing Colonel Sumter, an old Continental officer, for their chief, entered South Carolina. They skirmished with the royal militia and small corps of regulars on the frontiers, sometimes successfully, and always with the active courage of men fighting for the recovery of their property. The followers of Sumter were soon augmented to 600 men, and a disposition once more to take up arms showed itself in various parts of the state. Some corps of militia, which had been embodied under the authority of Lord Cornwallis, deserted his standard and joined their countrymen. Perceiving this change of temper, the British general thought it necessary to draw in his outposts and to collect his troops into larger bodies. On taking command of the Southern Army, General Gates directed the troops to hold themselves in readiness to march at a moment's warning, and on the morning of the 27th put the whole in motion. Disregarding the judicious remonstrances which were made to him against pursuing the direct road, he determined on taking the nearest route to the advanced post of the British on Lynch's Creek, a few miles from Camden. The motives assigned by himself for passing through this barren country were the necessity of uniting with Caswell, who had evaded the orders repeatedly given him to join the army, the danger of dispiriting the troops and intimidating the people of the country by pursuing a route not leading directly towards the enemy, and the assurances he had received that supplies would overtake him and would be prepared for him on the road. These assurances were not fulfilled, and the country being still more barren than had been anticipated, the distress of the army was extreme. The soldiers subsisted on a few lean cattle found in the woods, and a very scanty supply of green corn and peaches. August 13, encouraged by the example of their officers, who shared all their sufferings and checked occasional murmurs, they struggled through these difficulties, and after effecting a junction with General Caswell and with Lieutenant Colonel Porterfield, the army reached Claremont, sometimes called Rugeley's Mills, on the 13th of August. Possession was taken of this place without any opposition from Lord Rawdon, who, on the approach of the American army, drew in his outposts and assembled all his forces at Camden. The day after the arrival of Gates at Claremont, he was joined by 700 militia from Virginia, commanded by Brigadier General Stevens, an officer of considerable merit, who during the campaigns of 1777 and 1778 had commanded a Continental regiment. On the same day an express arrived from Colonel Sumter with information that an escort of clothing, ammunition, and other stores for the garrison at Camden was on the way from 96 and must pass the Wateree at a ferry about a mile from Camden, which was covered by a small redoubt on the opposite side of the river. 100 regular infantry with 2 brass field pieces were immediately detached to join Colonel Sumter, who was ordered to reduce the redoubt and to intercept the convoy. To attract the attention of the garrison in Camden and thus cooperate with the expedition under Sumter, it was determined in a council of general officers to put the army in motion that evening and to take a post about 7 miles from Camden with a deep creek in front. The sick, the heavy baggage, and the military stores were ordered under a guard to Waxhaws, and the army was directed to be in readiness to march precisely at 10 in the evening in the following order. Colonel Armand's legion composed the van. Porterfield's light infantry, reinforced by a company of picked men from Stevens's brigade, covered the right flank of the legion, while Major Armstrong's light infantry of North Carolina militia, reinforced in like manner from Caswell's division, covered the left. The Maryland division, followed by the North Carolina and Virginia militia, with the artillery, composed the main body and rear guard, and the volunteer cavalry were equally distributed on the flanks of the baggage. In the event of an attack in front by the British cavalry, the infantry on the flanks were directed to march up and to continue their fire on the assailants. It was supposed they would enable Colonel Armand to resist the shock, and his orders were posited to maintain his ground against the cavalry, whatever their numbers might be. At the time of communicating these orders to Colonel Otho H. Williams, the Deputy Adjutant General Gates showed him a rough estimate of the army, making it upwards of 7,000. Convinced that this estimate was exaggerated, Colonel Williams availed himself of his means of information to make an abstract of the whole, which he presented to the general, and which exhibited exactly 3,052 in the column of present fit for duty, of whom more than 2/3 were militia. Gates expressed some surprise at the numbers, but said there are enough for our purpose, and directed the orders to be issued to the army. About 10 at night the line of march was taken up, and the army had advanced about halfway to Camden when a firing commenced in front. Intelligence of the approach of the American army and of the defection of the country between PD and the Black River had been communicated to Lord Cornwallis, and had induced him to hasten in person to Camden, which place he reached the day Gates arrived at Claremont. The British army did not much exceed 2,000 men, of whom about 1,900 were regulars. But as the whole country was rising, Lord Cornwallis apprehended that every day would strengthen his enemy, and therefore determined to attack him in his camp, hoping by a prompt execution of this resolution to surprise him. By one of those caprices of fortune on which great events often depend, he marched from Camden to attack Gates in Claremont at the very hour that Gates moved from that place towards Camden. August 16, about 2:30 in the morning, the advanced parties of the hostile armies, to their mutual surprise, met in the woods and began to skirmish with each other. Some of Armand's cavalry, being wounded by the first fire, threw the others into disorder, and the whole recoiled so suddenly that the 1st Maryland Regiment, composing the front of the column, was broken, and the whole line thrown into consternation. From this first impression the raw troops never recovered. The light infantry, however, particularly Porterfield's corps, behaved so well as to check the advance of the British. Unfortunately, their gallant commander received a mortal wound, which compelled him to leave his regiment. Yet a part of it kept its ground, and with the aid of the Legion infantry stopped the British van, upon which order was restored to the American army. The officers were immediately employed in forming a line of battle in front. The Maryland division, including the troops of Delaware, were on the right, the North Carolina militia in the center, and the Virginia militia on the left. In this rencontre some prisoners were made, from one of whom Colonel Williams drew the information that the British army, consisting of near 3,000 men, commanded by Lord Cornwallis in person, was in full march 500 or 600 yards in front. This intelligence was immediately communicated to General Gates, who had supposed Lord Cornwallis to be still in Charleston. The general officers were assembled in the rear of the line, and this information submitted to them. After a short silence, Stevens said, "Gentlemen, is it not too late to do anything but fight?" No other advice being given, General Gates, who seems to have been himself disposed to risk a battle, directed the officers to repair to their respective commands. The ground on which the army was drawn up was so narrowed by a marsh on each flank as to admit of removing the 1st Maryland Brigade, so as to form a second line about 200 yards in rear of the first. The artillery was placed in the center of the first line, and Armstrong's light infantry was ordered to cover a small interval between the flank of the left wing and the marsh. Frequent skirmishes occurred during the night between the advanced parties, with scarcely any other effect than to discover the situation of the armies, evince the intention of the generals, and serve as a prelude to the events of the succeeding morning. At dawn of day the British appeared in front, advancing in column. Lieutenant Colonel Webster commanded on the right, and Lord Rawdon on the left. The 71st Regiment composed the reserve. 4 field pieces were attached to the left, and 1 to the corps de reserve. Captain Singleton opened some field pieces on the front of the column, at the distance of about 200 yards, soon after which the American left was ordered to commence the action. It was then perceived that the British right was advancing in line, and as Stevens led on his brigade in good order, Colonel Williams advanced in front with a few volunteers, intending by a partial fire to extort that of the enemy at some distance, and thereby diminish its effect on the militia. The experiment did not succeed. The British rushed forward with great impetuosity, firing and huzzaing at the same time, and the terrified militia, disregarding the exertions of Stevens, who in the firm tone of courage endeavored to inspire them with confidence in the bayonets they had just received, threw down their loaded muskets, fled from the field with the utmost precipitation, and were followed by the light infantry of Armstrong. The whole North Carolina division, except 1 regiment commanded by Colonel Dixon, an old Continental officer, which was posted nearest the Continental troops, followed the shameful example. Other parts of the same brigade, which was commanded by Gregory, paused for an instant, but the terror of their brethren was soon communicated to them, and they also threw away their arms and sought for safety in flight. Their general, while endeavoring to rally them, was dangerously wounded. Tarleton's legion charged them as they broke, and pursued them in their flight. Gates, in person, assisted by their generals, made several efforts to rally the militia, but the alarm in their rear still continuing, they poured on like a torrent and bore him with them. He hastened with General Caswell to Claremont in the hope of stopping a sufficient number of them at their old encampment to cover the retreat of the Continental troops, but this hope was entirely disappointed. Believing the Continental troops also to be dispersed, he gave up all as lost, and retreated with a few friends to Charlotte, about 80 miles from the field of battle, where he left General Caswell to assemble the neighboring militia, and proceeded himself to Hillsborough in order to concert some plan of farther defense with the government. Entirely deserted by the militia, who composed the whole center and left wing of the army, the Continental troops, with the Baron de Kalb at their head, were left without orders, under circumstances which might have justified a retreat, but taking counsel from their courage, and seeing only the path of duty, they preferred the honorable and dangerous part of maintaining their position. They were charged by Lord Rawdon about the time the militia on their left were broken by Webster, but the charge was received with unexpected firmness. The bayonet was occasionally resorted to by both parties, and the conflict was maintained for near 3/4 of an hour with equal obstinacy. During this time the regiment on the left of the 2nd Maryland Brigade, being covered by the reserve so that it could be only engaged in front, gained ground and made prisoners. The reserve, having its left entirely exposed, was flanked by the British right wing under Webster, who, after detaching a part of his cavalry and light infantry in pursuit of the flying militia, wheeled on that brigade, and attacking it in front and round the left flank, threw it into some disorder. The soldiers were, however, quickly rallied, and renewed the action with unimpaired spirit. Overpowered by numbers, they were again broken, and by the exertion of their officers were again formed, so as still to maintain the combat, and still to cover the flank of their brethren of the 2nd Brigade, who were in a manner blended with the enemy, and who kept up a desperate conflict in the hope of yet obtaining the victory. The fire of the whole British army was now directed against these 2 devoted brigades. They had not lost an inch of ground, when Lord Cornwallis, perceiving that they were without cavalry, pushed his dragoons upon them, and at the same instant charged them with the bayonet. These gallant troops were no longer able to keep the field. They were at length broken, and as they did not give way until intermingled with the enemy, they dispersed and fled in confusion. Before they were reduced to this last extremity, the Baron de Kalb, who fought on foot with the 2nd Maryland Brigade, fell under 11 wounds. His aide-de-camp, Lieutenant Colonel Du Bison, received him in his arms, announced his rank and nation to the surrounding foe, and begged that they would spare his life. While thus generously exposing himself to save his friend, he received several wounds, and with his general was taken prisoner. Death of de Kalb. The Baron expired in a few hours, and spent his last breath in dictating a letter, expressing the warmest affection for the officers and men of his division, and the most exalted admiration of their courage and good conduct. Never was a victory more complete. Every corps was broken and dispersed in the woods. The general officers were divided from their men, and except Rutherford of the North Carolina militia, who was made a prisoner, reached Charlotte at different times. Colonel Williams, who witnessed the whole battle and bore a conspicuous part in it, concludes his very animated description of it with the observation that if in this affair the militia fled too soon, the regulars may be thought almost as blamable for remaining too long in the field, especially after all hope of victory must have been despaired of. He censures freely the conduct of the brigadiers, who gave, he says, no orders whatever to their brigades. About 200 wagons, with a great part of the baggage, military stores, small arms, and all the artillery, fell into the hands of the conqueror. The loss of men could never be accurately ascertained, as no returns were received from the militia. Of the North Carolina division, between 300 and 400 were made prisoners, and between 60 and 100 were wounded. Of the Virginia militia, 3 were wounded on the field, and as they were the first to fly, not many were taken. For the numbers engaged, the loss sustained by the regulars was considerable. It amounted to between 300 and 400 men, of whom a large portion were officers. The British accounts state the loss of the American army at 800 or 900 killed and about 1,000 prisoners, while their own is said to be only 325, of whom 245 were wounded. Although many of the militia were killed during the flight, this account is probably exaggerated. It would seem to that while Continental troops kept the field, the loss on both sides in that part of the action must have been nearly equal. On his retreat the day of the battle, General Gates received information of the complete success of Sumter. That officer had, on the evening that Lord Cornwallis marched from Camden, reduced the redoubt on the Wateree, captured the guard, and intercepted the escort with the stores. This gleam of light cheered the dark gloom which enveloped his affairs but for a moment. He was soon informed that his corps also was defeated and entirely dispersed. On hearing of the disaster which had befallen Gates, Sumter began to retreat up the south side of the Wateree. Believing himself out of danger, he had halted on the 28th during the heat of the day near the Catawba ford to give his harassed troops some repose. August 18, at that place he was overtaken by Tarleton, who had been detached in pursuit of him on the morning of the 17th, and who, advancing with his accustomed celerity, entered the American camp so suddenly as in a great measure to cut off the men from their arms. Some slight resistance made from behind the wagons was soon overcome, and the Americans fled precipitately to the river and woods. Between 300 and 400 of men were killed and wounded. Their baggage, artillery, arms, and ammunition were lost, and the prisoners and stores they had taken were recovered. This advantage was gained with the loss of only 9 men killed and 6 wounded. 2 vedettes had been placed by Sumter on the road along which Tarleton had advanced, who fired upon his van and killed one of his dragoons, upon which they were both sabred. We are informed by Colonel Tarleton that the inquiries made by Sumter respecting the 2 shots were answered by an assurance from an officer just returned from the advanced sentries that the militia were firing at cattle. August 19. Intelligence of this disaster reached Charlotte next day. General Smallwood and Gist were then arrived at that place, and about 150 straggling, dispirited, and half-famished officers and soldiers had also dropped in. It was thought advisable to retreat immediately to Salisbury. From that place General Gates directed the remnant of the troops to march to Hillsborough, where he was endeavoring to assemble another army which might enable him yet to contend for the Southern States. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7, Part 1 of The Life of Washington, Volume 3, by John Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Part 1 Distress in the American Camp, Expedition against Staten Island, Requisitions on the States, New Scheme of Finance, Committee of Congress deputed to Camp, Resolution to make up depreciation of pay, Mutiny in the line of Connecticut, General Knyphausen enters Jersey, Sir Henry Clinton returns to New York, Skirmish at Springfield, exertions to strengthen the army, Bank established in Philadelphia, contributions of the ladies, farther proceedings of the States, arrival of a French armament in Rhode Island, changes in the quartermaster's department, enterprise against New York abandoned, naval superiority of the British. 1780. While disasters thus crowded on each other in the Southern States, the commander-in-chief found himself surrounded with difficulties which required his utmost exertions to avoid calamities equally distressing. His urgent requisitions for men to supply the places of those who were leaving the service were not complied with, and the soldiers who remained could scarcely be preserved from either perishing with cold and hunger or dispersing and living on plunder. General Greene and Colonel Wadsworth, who had for the preceding year been at the head of the quartermaster and commissary departments, possessed distinguished merit and had employed assistants of unquestionable ability and integrity. Yet for a great part of the campaign the rations were frequently reduced, and the army was rarely supplied with provisions for more than a few days in advance. Soon after coming into winter quarters, the magazines were exhausted and afforded neither meat nor flour to be delivered to the men. This state of things had been long foreseen, and all the means in the power of the commander-in-chief had been used to prevent it. Repeated representations of the actual famine with which the army was threatened had been made to Congress and to the State governments, but no adequate relief was afforded, and such was the condition of the finances, so embarrassing the state of affairs, that it was perhaps attainable only by measures which the governments could not venture to adopt. The rapid depreciation of the continental currency had long been viewed with apprehensive anxiety by the enlightened friends of the Revolution, and various unsuccessful expedients had been essayed for the purpose of checking its progress. All perceived that the great quantity in circulation was the principal cause of the diminution of its value, and Congress had resolved not to exceed $200 millions in their emissions. In the meantime, the utmost endeavors were used to defer an evil so justly dreaded, and among the expedients employed was that of withholding from the public agents the money which was necessary for public purposes. The unwise experiment, while it defeated its own object, threatened the dissolution of the American army. The difference between the value of the article at the times of contract and of payment was soon perceived, and of course influenced its price. But this was the least mischievous consequence of this mistaken policy. The public agents contracted enormous debts which they were unable to discharge. Repeated disappointments destroyed their credit, and towards the close of the year 1779 they found it impracticable to obtain supplies for the subsistence of the army. From these causes, the contracts entered into could not be coextensive with the public wants, and many of those which were made were not complied with. In this critical state of things, an entire revolution was made in the commissary department. Such was the prejudice against the system adopted by Great Britain for supplying by contract, that it had been usual to allow, as a compensation to the commissary, a stipulated commission on all the moneys expended on public account. After some time, this allowance was supposed to be an inducement to purchase at high prices, and an arrangement was made on the 1st of January, by which the commissary general was to receive a fixed nominal salary in the paper currency, and was permitted to appoint assistants whose compensations were also fixed, and who were to defray out of those compensations all the expenses attending the transactions of the business. The practice of allowing them rations and forage was discontinued. This new system was unfortunately so modified as to increase the embarrassments of the department. It was found difficult to obtain assistants and agents for the compensation allowed, and those who were willing to be employed were unequal to the duties assigned them. For several days the soldiers were reduced to half allowance, and sometimes to less. At length affairs came to the crisis which had long been threatened, and early in January a letter was received from Colonel Wadsworth, informing the general that it was absolutely out of his power to supply the army longer with meat, as he was without money and had totally exhausted his credit. About the same time the assistant commissary residing in camp gave notice that his stock of provisions was on the point of being expended, and that he had no immediate prospect of a farther supply. This state of things compelled the commander-in-chief to adopt efficacious measures to relieve the immediate and pressing wants of his soldiers. He required from each county in the state of Jersey a quantity of meat and flour proportioned to its resources, to be raised and forwarded to the army within a limited time, not exceeding 6 days. In a circular letter addressed to the magistrates, he stated the pressing wants of the army and the necessity of resorting to coercion should his requisition fail. To the honor of the magistrates and people of New Jersey, although their country was much exhausted, the supplies required were instantly furnished and a temporary relief obtained. The patient and uncomplaining fortitude with which the soldiers bore their sufferings was strong evidence of their patriotism, could not fail to make a deep impression on their general, but while their virtues excited his sensibilities, he expressed his fears very freely to Congress that they might be too severely tried. The unusual severity of the winter seemed to furnish an opportunity for active enterprise, which the commander-in-chief observed without being able to improve. The garrison of New York and its immediate dependencies was supposed to be reduced to 10,000 or 11,000 effectives, and the security heretofore derived from its insular situation no longer existed. The ice was so strong that the whole army, with its train of wagons and artillery, might pass over without danger. This circumstance afforded a glorious occasion for striking a blow, which, if successful, would most probably terminate the war. The effort would seem not to have exceeded the strength of America, could that strength have been exerted in proper season, but the government possessed neither sufficient energy nor concentration of power to call it forth, and this opportunity passed away, as many which present themselves in the course of human affairs must pass away, if those who should take advantage of them only begin to deliberate about making preparations in the season for action. The force under the immediate command of General Washington was decidedly inferior to that in New York, and so far was he from having reason to expect immediate reinforcements that Congress had not agreed on making a requisition for them. In addition to this feebleness in point of numbers, the soldiers were not half clothed. Provisions for immediate use could be obtained only by contributions from the people. The quartermaster's department was unable to put an army in motion, and the military chest did not contain $1. Under the pressure of this combination of discouraging circumstances, the active mind of Washington still looked forward to the possibility of deriving some advantage from the exposed situation of his adversary. The troops on Staten Island were computed at 1,000 or 1,200 men, and the firm bridge of ice now uniting that island to the Jersey shore seemed to furnish an opportunity for bearing off this corps. General Washington determined to make the attempt with 2,500 men, to be commanded by Major General Lord Stirling. The more distant troops moved down on sleds, and to favor a surprise, the opinion was inculcated that they only constituted a relief for the detachment already on the lines. January. On the night of the 14th of January, Lord Stirling moved over from De Hart's Point, and detaching Lieutenant Colonel Willett to Decker's House, where Buskirk's regiment was stationed, proceeded himself to the watering place where the main body was posted. Notwithstanding the precautions which had been taken, the alarm had been given at each post, and the troops had saved themselves in their works, so that only a few prisoners were made. Contrary to the intelligence previously received, the communication with New York was still open, and the works appeared too strong to justify the hazard of attempting to carry them by assault. January 17, the object of the expedition being unattainable, Lord Stirling commenced his retreat, which was effected with considerable loss. A body of cavalry which charged his rear was repulsed, but from the intenseness of the cold and the defectiveness of his means to protect his men from it, some of them were frostbitten, and a few stragglers were made prisoners. The excessive cold continuing, the rivers were soon afterwards completely blocked up. Even arms of the sea were passable on the ice, and the islands about the mouth of the Hudson presented the appearance of one whole and unbroken continent. This state of things produced a great degree of suffering among all classes in New York. The supplies usually received by water failed totally, and a great scarcity of provisions and of fuel was the consequence. To increase this scarcity, the American troops on the lines were so disposed as to interrupt the communication between the country and the town, and these arrangements produced a partisan war in which the advantage was rather on the side of the British. In one of the most important of these skirmishes, Captain Roberts of Massachusetts, with 14 of his men, were killed on the spot. 17 were wounded, of whom 3 died in a few days. And Lieutenant Colonel Thompson of Massachusetts, who commanded the party, 2 captains, 4 subalterns, and 90 non-commissioned officers and privates were made prisoners. The emission of the full sum of $200 millions in continental bills of credit, which Congress had solemnly resolved not to exceed, had been completed in November 1779, and the money was expended. The requisitions on the states to replenish the treasury by taxes were not fully complied with, and had they even been strictly observed, would not have produced a sum equal to the public expenditure. It was therefore necessary to devise other measures for the prosecution of the war. During the distresses which brought the army to the brink of dissolution, these measures were under consideration. So early as December 1779, Congress had determined to change the mode of supplying the army from purchases to requisitions of specific articles on the several states. As preliminary to this system, commissioners were appointed to make the estimates and to introduce every practicable reform in the expenditures. This subject was under deliberation until the 25th of February, when sundry resolutions were passed apportioning on the states their respective quotas of provisions, spirits, and forage for the ensuing campaign. The value of the several articles was estimated in specie, and assurances were given that accounts between the states should be regularly kept and finally settled in Spanish milled dollars. For the purpose of inducing and facilitating a compliance with these requisitions, Congress also resolved that any state which shall have taken the necessary measures for furnishing its quota and have given notice thereof to Congress shall be authorized to prohibit any continental quartermaster or commissary from purchasing within its limits. These resolutions, constituting the basis of a new system on which the future subsistence of the army was essentially to depend, were too deeply interesting not to receive the anxious attention of the commander-in-chief. With regret he communicated to Congress the radical defects he perceived in their arrangements, with his apprehensions that this untried scheme would fail in practice. His judgment, and the judgment of all men engaged in high and responsible situations, was decidedly in favor of conducting the war on a national rather than on a state system. But independent of this radical objection, economy had been so much more consulted than the probable necessities of the army, that in almost every article the estimate had fallen far short of the demand to be reasonably expected. The total omission to provide means for supplying occasional deficiencies from the surplus resources of any particular state was an error of still greater magnitude. It was obvious that the demand in any state which should become the theater of war would be much greater than its quota, and experience had shown that the carriage of specific articles from distant places was always difficult and expensive, and sometimes impracticable. Yet no means were adopted to supply such extraordinary demand, whatever might be the resources of the country. A still more radical objection to the system was the principle enabling any state which should take means to comply with the requisition, and should notify those means to the government of the United States, to prohibit the continental agents from making any purchases within its territory. Among the states which adopted the proposition of Congress was New Jersey, in which the largest division of the army was stationed. Its legislature passed an act prohibiting the purchase of provisions within its jurisdiction by the staff of the Continental Line under severe penalties, and refused to authorize its own agents to provide for any emergency, however pressing. It was an additional objection to these requisitions that they specified no periods of the year within which certain portions of the articles demanded should be raised, and consequently might be complied with, although the army should be left destitute of every necessary for a considerable part of the campaign. These suggestions, however, with others less material to the military operations, did not receive the attention which was due to their importance. A disposition in the members of Congress, growing inevitably out of the organization of the government, to consult the will of their respective states, and to prefer that will to any other object, had discovered itself at an early period, and had gained strength with time. The state of the national treasury was calculated to promote this disposition. It was empty, and could be replenished only by taxes, which Congress had not the power to impose, or by new emissions of bills of credit, which the government had pledged the public faith not to make, and which would rest for their redemption only on that faith, which would be violated in the very act of their emission. Under these circumstances it required a degree of energy seldom found to struggle with surrounding difficulties for the preservation of a general system, and to resist the temptation to throw the nation at the feet of the states, in whom the vital principle of power, the right to levy taxes, was exclusively vested. While the continental currency preserved its value, this essential defect of the Constitution was in some measure concealed. The facility with which money was obtained from the press was a temporary substitute for the command of the resources of the country. But when this expedient failed, it was scarcely possible to advance a single step but under the guidance of the respective states. Whatever might be the future effect of this system, it was impracticable to bring it into immediate operation. The legislatures of the several states by whom it was to be adopted and carried into execution were, many of them, not then in session, and were to meet at different times through the ensuing spring. It was consequently to be expected that great part of the summer would pass away before the supplies to be raised by the measure could be brought into use. In the meantime, and until a new scheme of finance, which accompanied the requisition of specific articles, should be tried, there was no regular provision for the army. Financial regulations, bills to the amount of £100,000 sterling, payable at 6 months' sight, were drawn on Mr. J., and others to the same amount on Mr. Lawrence, who were empowered to negotiate loans in Europe. These bills were sold in small sums on pressing occasions, and the loan offices remained open for the purpose of borrowing from individuals. This new scheme of finance was a second essay to substitute credit unsupported by solid funds, and resting solely on the public faith for money. The vast quantity of bills unavoidably emitted before the establishment of regular governments possessing sufficient energy to enforce the collection of taxes, or to provide for their redemption, and before the governments of Europe were sufficiently confident of their stability to afford them aid or credit, was assigned by Congress as the principal cause of that depreciation which had taken place in the continental currency. The United States were now, they said, under different circumstances. Their independence was secure, their civil governments were established and vigorous, and the spirit of their citizens ardent for exertion. The government being thus rendered competent to the object, it was necessary to reduce the quantity of paper in circulation and to appropriate funds that should ensure the punctual redemption of the bills. For these purposes, the several states were required to continue to bring into the continental treasury monthly, from February to April inclusive, their full quotas of $15 millions. In complying with this requisition, one Spanish milled dollar was to be received in lieu of $40 of the paper currency. The bills so brought in were not to be reissued but destroyed, and other bills not to exceed $1 for every 20 received in discharge of taxes were to be emitted. These bills were to be redeemable within 6 years, and were to bear an interest of 5 per centum per annum, to be paid at the time of their redemption in specie, or at the election of the holder, annually, in bills of exchange drawn by the United States on their commissioners in Europe, at 4 shillings and 6 sterling for each dollar. They were to be issued in ascertained proportions on the funds of the several states, with a collateral security on the part of the government to pay the quota of any particular state which the events of the war might render incapable of complying with its own engagements. The bills were to be deposited in the continental loan offices of the several states, and were to be signed only as the money then in circulation should be brought in by taxes or otherwise. And being signed, 6/10 of them were to be delivered to the states on whose funds they were to be issued, and the remaining 4/10 to be retained for the use of the continent. The operation of this scheme of finance was necessarily suspended by the same causes which suspended that for requiring specific articles. It depended on the sanction and cooperation of the several state legislatures, many of which were yet to convene. As it would be impracticable to maintain the value of the money about to be emitted, should the states continue to issue bills of credit, they were earnestly requested to suspend future emissions and to call the current paper out of circulation. But the time for this measure was not yet arrived, and many of the states continued the use of the press till late in the following year. The establishment of the army for the ensuing campaign was fixed at 35,211 men, and the measures for recruiting it were founded on the state system, which was become entirely predominant. The few intelligent statesmen who could combine practical good sense with patriotism perceived the dangerous inefficacy of a system which openly abandoned the national character and proceeded on the principle that the American Confederacy was no more than an alliance of independent nations, that great delays would be experienced, that the different parts of the plan would be acted on too unequally and too uncertainly to furnish a solid basis for military calculations, that the system would be totally deranged in its execution, were mischiefs foreseen and lamented by many, as resulting inevitably from a course of measures to which the government of the Union was under the painful necessity of submitting. Certain I am, said the Commander-in-Chief in a confidential letter to a member of the national legislature, that unless Congress speaks in a more decisive tone, unless they are vested with powers by the several states, competent to the great purposes of the war, or assume them as a matter of right, and they and the states respectively act with more energy than they hitherto have done, our cause is lost. We can no longer drudge on in the old way, by ill-timing the adoption of measures, by delays in the execution of them, or by unwarrantable jealousies. We incur enormous expenses and derive no benefit from them. One state will comply with a requisition from Congress, another neglects to do it, a third executes it by halves, and all differ in the matter, or so much in point of time, that we are all working uphill, and while such a system as the present one, or rather want of one, prevails, we ever shall be unable to apply our strength or resources to any advantage. This, my dear sir, is plain language to a member of Congress, but it is the language of truth and friendship. It is the result of long thinking, close application, and strict observation. I see one head gradually changing into 13. I see one army branching into 13, and instead of looking up to Congress as the supreme controlling power of the United States, consider themselves as dependent on their respective states. In a word, I see the power of Congress declining too fast for the respect which is due to them as the great representative body of America, and am fearful of the consequences. But whatever might be his objections to the proposed system, General Washington was unremitting in his endeavors to render the plan perfect in detail and to give to its execution all the aid which his situation and influence enabled him to afford. The distresses of the army for food, which had found temporary relief in the particular exertions of the magistrates and people of New Jersey, soon returned, and it became once more necessary, even after the magazines had been in some degree replenished, to recur to the same persons for assistance. The supplies of forage had failed, and a great proportion of the horses had perished or been rendered unfit for use. Neither funds nor credit were possessed for the purchase of others, and the quartermaster general found himself unable to transport provisions from remote magazines into camp. This circumstance reduced the commander-in-chief to the painful necessity of calling on the patriotism of private citizens under the penalty of a military impressment, should a voluntary contribution be refused for those means of conveyance which the government could not supply. The want of food was not the only difficulty to be surmounted. Others of a serious nature presented themselves. The pay of an officer was reduced by the depreciation of the currency to such a miserable pittance as to be unequal to the supply of the most moderate demands. The pay of a major general would no longer hire an express rider, and that of a captain would not purchase the shoes in which he marched. The American officers were not rich, and many of them had expended their little all in the service. If they had exhausted their private funds, or if they possessed none, they could rely only on the state to which they belonged for such clothing as the state might be willing or able to furnish. These supplies were so insufficient and unequal as to produce extreme dissatisfaction in the lines of some of the states. The officers gave notice in a body of their determination to resign on a given day, if some decent and certain provision should not be made for them. The remonstrances of the commander-in-chief produced an offer to serve as volunteers until their successor should be appointed, and on the rejection of this proposition they were with difficulty induced to remain in service. Under these complicated embarrassments, it required all that enthusiastic patriotism which preeminently distinguishes the soldier of principle, all that ardent attachment to the cause of their country which originally brought them into the field, and which their sufferings could not diminish, all the influence of the commander-in-chief, whom they almost adored, to retain in the service men who felt themselves neglected, and who believed themselves to be the objects of the jealousy of their country rather than of its gratitude. Among the privates, causes of disgust grew out of the very composition of the army, which increased the dissatisfaction produced by their multiplied wants. The first effort made to enlist troops for the war had in some degree succeeded. While these men found themselves obliged to continue in service without compensation, and often without the common necessaries of life, they perceived the vacant ranks in their regiments filled up by men who were to continue only for a few months, and who received bounties for that short service from individuals or from the states, which were of great real value, and which appeared to soldiers not acquainted with the actual state of depreciation to be immense. They could not fail to compare situations, and to repine at engagements which deprived them of advantages which they saw in possession of others. Many were induced to contest those engagements, many to desert a service in which they experienced such irritating inequalities, and all felt with the more poignant indignation those distressing failures in the commissary department which so frequently recurred. Committee of Congress deputed to camp. In consequence of the strong representations made to Congress on these various causes of disquiet, a committee of 3 members repaired to camp for the purpose of consulting with the commander-in-chief on such arrangements as the means and possession of the government would enable it to make, and the present state of the army might require. In representing the condition of the troops, they said that the army was unpaid for 5 months, that it seldom had more than 6 days' provisions in advance, and was on several occasions for several successive days without meat, that the army was destitute of forage, that the medical department had neither tea, chocolate, wine, nor spirituous liquors of any kind, that every department of the army was without money and had not even the shadow of credit left, that the patience of the soldiers borne down by the pressure of complicated sufferings was on the point of being exhausted. To relieve this gloomy state of things by transfusing into it a ray of hope for the future, a resolution was passed declaring that Congress would make good to the line of the army and to the independent corps thereof the deficiency of their original pay, which had been occasioned by the depreciation of the continental currency, and that the money or other articles heretofore received should be considered as advance on account to be comprehended in the settlement to be finally made. The benefits of this resolution were confined to those who were then in actual service or should thereafter come into it, and who were engaged for the war or for 3 years. This resolution was published in general orders and had considerable influence on the army, but not sufficient to remove the various causes of dissatisfaction which existed and were continually multiplying. The engagement to make good the depreciation of their pay was an act of justice too long withheld, and no promise for the future could supply the place of present comfortable subsistence. No hope was given that their condition in this respect would be improved. For a considerable time the troops received only from 1/2 to 1/8 of a ration of meat, and at length were several days without a single pound of that necessary article. This long course of suffering had unavoidably produced some relaxation of discipline, and had gradually soured the minds of the soldiers to such a degree that their discontents broke out into actual mutiny. May 25. On the 25th of May, 2 regiments belonging to Connecticut paraded under arms with a declared resolution to return home or to obtain subsistence at the point of the bayonet. The soldiers of the other regiments, though not actually joining the mutineers, showed no disposition to suppress the mutiny. By great exertions on the part of the officers, aided by the appearance of a neighboring brigade of Pennsylvania, then commanded by Colonel Stewart, the leaders were secured and the 2 regiments brought back to their duty. Some sentiments, however, were disclosed by the soldiers in answer to the remonstrances of their officers of a serious and alarming nature. Their pay was now 5 months in arrear, and the depreciation of the money, they said, was such that it would be worth nothing when received. When reminded of the late resolution of Congress for making good the loss sustained by depreciation, of the reputation acquired by their past good conduct, and of the value of the object for which they were contending, they answered that their sufferings were too great to be longer supported, that they wanted present relief, and must have some present substantial recompense for their services. A paper was found in the brigade, which appeared to have been brought by some emissary from New York, stipulating the troops to the abandonment of the cause in which they were engaged. June 6. Discontents of the army and the complaints excited in the country by the frequent requisitions on the people of New Jersey had been communicated with such exaggeration to the officer commanding in New York as to induce the opinion that the American soldiers were ready to desert their standards and the people of New Jersey to change their government. General Knyphausen enters Jersey. To countenance these dispositions, General Knyphausen embarked at Staten Island and landed in the night with about 5,000 men at Elizabethtown Point in New Jersey. Early next morning he marched towards Springfield by the way of Connecticut Farms, but soon perceived that the real temper both of the country and the army had been misunderstood. On the appearance of the enemy, the militia assembled with alacrity and aided the small patrolling parties of Continental troops in harassing him on his march from Elizabethtown to the Connecticut Farms, a distance of 5 or 6 miles, where a halt was made. In a spirit of revenge, unworthy the general of an army, more in the character of Tryon, who was present, than of Knyphausen, who commanded, this settlement was reduced to ashes. From the Farms, Knyphausen proceeded to Springfield. The Jersey Brigade, commanded by General Maxwell, and the militia of the adjacent country took an advantageous position at that place, and seemed determined to defend it. Knyphausen halted in its neighborhood and remained on his ground until night. Having received intelligence of this movement, General Washington put his army in motion early in the same morning that Knyphausen marched from Elizabethtown Point and advanced to the short hills in the rear of Springfield, while the British were in the neighborhood of that place. Dispositions were made for an engagement the next morning, but Knyphausen retired in the night to the place of his disembarkation. General Washington continued on the hills near Springfield, too weak to hazard an engagement, but on ground chosen by himself. His Continental troops did not exceed 3,000 men. A return of the whole army under his immediate command, made on the 3rd of June, exhibited in the column of present, fit for duty, only 3,760 rank and file. So reduced was that force on which America relied for independence. "You but too well know," said General Washington in a letter to a friend, giving an account of this incursion, "and will regret with me the cause which justifies this insulting maneuver on the part of the enemy. It deeply affects the honor of the States, a vindication of which could not be attempted in our present circumstances without most intimately hazarding their security, at least so far as it may depend on the preservation of the army. Their character, their interest, their all that is dear, call upon them in the most pressing manner to place the army immediately on a respectable footing." The long continuance of Knyphausen at Elizabethtown strengthened a suspicion that Sir Henry Clinton was about to return from South Carolina, and intended, without disembarking his troops, to proceed up the Hudson to West Point, and that the movement into Jersey was a feint designed to cover the real object. The letters of the commander-in-chief addressed about this period to those who might be supposed to possess influence in the government of the Union, or in those of the States, exhibit his conjectures respecting the designs of his adversary, as well as his apprehensions from the condition of his own army. To the Committee of Congress in camp he observed, General Knyphausen still continues in the Jerseys with all the force which can be spared from New York, a force greatly superior to ours. Should Sir Henry join him, their superiority will be decided and equal to almost anything they might think proper to attempt. The enemy, it is true, are at this time inactive, but their continuance in their present position proves that they have some project of importance in contemplation. Perhaps they are only waiting until the militia grow tired and return home, which they are doing every hour, to prosecute their designs with the less opposition. This would be a critical moment for us. Perhaps they are waiting the arrival of Sir Henry Clinton, either to push up the North River against the Highland posts, or to bend their whole force against this army. In either case, the most disastrous consequences are to be apprehended. You, who are well acquainted with our situation, need no arguments to evince the danger. The militia of this state have run to arms and behaved with an ardor and spirit of which there are few examples, but perseverance in enduring the rigors of military service is not to be expected from those who are not by profession obliged to it. The reverse of this opinion has been a great misfortune in our affairs, and it is high time we should recover from an error of so pernicious a nature. We must absolutely have a force of a different composition, or we must relinquish the contest. In a few days we may expect to rely almost entirely on our continental force, and this, from your own observation, is totally inadequate to our safety. The exigency calls loudly on the States to carry all the recommendations of the committee into the most vigorous and immediate execution, but more particularly that for completing our batteries by a draft with all possible expedition. End of Chapter 7, Part 1. Section 7, Part 2 of the Life of Washington, Volume 3, by John Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Part 2. June 18, Sir Henry Clinton returns to New York. In this precise state of things, he received intelligence of the return of Sir Henry Clinton from the conquest of South Carolina. The regular force in New York and its dependencies was now estimated at 12,000 men, great part of whom might be drawn into the field for any particular purpose, because Sir Henry Clinton could command about 4,000 militia and refugees for garrison duty. In communicating to Congress the appearance of the British fleet off the Hook, General Washington observed, "A very alarming scene may shortly open, and it will be happy for us if we shall be able to steer clear of some serious misfortune in this quarter. I hope the period has not yet arrived which will convince the different states by fatal experience that some of them have mistaken the true situation of this country. I flatter myself, however, that we may still retrieve our affairs if we have but a just sense of them and are actuated by a spirit of liberal policy and exertion equal to the emergency. Could we once see this spirit generally prevailing, I should not despair of a prosperous issue of the campaign. But there is no time to be lost. The danger is imminent and pressing. The obstacles to be surmounted are great and numerous, and our efforts must be instant, unreserved, and universal. On the arrival of Sir Henry Clinton, the design of acting offensively in the Jerseys was resumed, but to divide the American army, demonstrations were made of an intention to seize West Point. To be in readiness for either object, General Greene was left at Springfield with 2 brigades of Continental troops and with the Jersey militia, while with the greater part of his army, General Washington proceeded slowly towards Pompton, watching attentively the movements of the British and apparently unwilling to separate himself too far from Greene. He had not marched farther than Rockaway, 11 miles beyond Morristown, when the British army advanced from Elizabethtown towards Springfield in great force. General Washington detached a brigade to hang on their right flank, and returned with the residue of his army 5 or 6 miles, in order to be in a situation to support Greene. June. Early in the morning of the 23rd, the British army moved in 2 columns with great rapidity towards Springfield. Major Lee was advanced on the Vauxhall Road, which was taken by the right column, and Colonel Dayton on the direct road, which was taken by the left. Both these corps made every possible exertion to check the advancing enemy, while General Greene concentrated his little army at Springfield. Skirmish at Springfield. Scarcely had he made his dispositions when the British front appeared, and a cannonade commenced between their van and the American artillery, which defended a bridge over Rahway, a small river running east of the town, which was guarded by Colonel Angell with less than 200 men. Colonel Shreve was posted at a second bridge, also over a branch of the Rahway, in order to cover the retreat of Angell from the first. Major Lee, with his dragoons and the piquets under Captain Walker, supported by Colonel Ogden, was directed to defend a bridge on the Vauxhall Road. The residue of the Continental troops were drawn up on high ground in the rear of the town, with the militia on their flanks. The right column of the British advanced on Lee, who disputed the passage of the bridge until a considerable body of the enemy forded the river above him and gained the point of a hill which endangered his position. At this instant their left attacked Colonel Angell, who defended himself with persevering gallantry. The conflict was sharp and was maintained for about half an hour, when, compelled by superior numbers to give way, he retired in good order and brought off his wounded. His retreat was covered by Colonel Shreve, who, after Angell had passed him, was ordered by General Greene to join his brigade. The English then took possession of the town and reduced it to ashes. The obstinate resistance which had been encountered, the gallantry and discipline displayed by the Continental troops who had been engaged, the strength of Greene's position, the firm countenance maintained by his troops, small detachments of whom kept up a continual skirmishing with a view to save a part of the town, all contributed to deter Sir Henry Clinton from a farther prosecution of his original plan. He withdrew that afternoon to Elizabethtown, and in the following night passed over to Staten Island. It is probable that the caution manifested during this expedition is to be ascribed to the intelligence that a formidable fleet and army from France was daily expected on the coast. When the Marquis de Lafayette obtained permission to visit his native country, he retained, with his rank in the American army, that zeal for the interests of the United States which the affectionate attentions he had received and the enthusiasm of a soldier in the cause of those for whom he had made his first campaigns were calculated to inspire in a young and generous mind, in favor of an infant people struggling for liberty and self-government with the hereditary rival of his nation. He was received at the court of Versailles with every mark of favor and distinction, and all his influence was employed in impressing on the cabinet the importance and policy of granting succors to the United States. Having succeeded in this favorite object, and finding no probability of active employment on the continent of Europe, he obtained permission to return to America. Lafayette brings intelligence of aid from France. He arrived late in April at Boston, and hastened to headquarters, whence he proceeded to the seat of government with the information that His Most Christian Majesty had consented to employ a considerable land and naval armaments in the United States for the ensuing campaign. This intelligence gave a new impulse both to Congress and the State legislatures. Exertions of Congress and of the Commander-in-Chief to strengthen the army. The States, from New Hampshire to Virginia inclusive, were required to pay, within 30 days, $10 millions, part of their quotas which became due on the 1st of March, and specie bills to the amount of $50,000 were drawn on Messrs. Franklin and Jay. These sums were sacredly appropriated to the objects of bringing the army into the field and forwarding their supplies. The defects in the requisition system which had been suggested by General Washington were corrected, and the committee in camp, at the head of which was the late General Schuyler, was empowered at the request of the commander-in-chief to take such measures as were in the power of Congress for drawing out the resources of the nation. To give effect to these resolutions, the several State legislatures, from New Hampshire to Virginia inclusive, were requested to invest the executives or some other persons with powers sufficiently ample to comply with such applications as might be made to them by the committee in camp, and a circular letter was addressed to the State governments, urging them to second the efforts of Congress. Letters equally stimulating were written by the committee from camp, and the well-earned influence of the commander-in-chief was also employed to induce an exertion proportioned to the crisis. In addition to those incentives which might operate on ardent minds, he endeavored by a temperate review of the situation and resources of the belligerent powers to convince the judgment that America would have real cause to fear the issue of the contest should she neglect to improve the advantage to be afforded by the succors expected from France. Under the impressions produced by these representations, the State legislatures generally passed the laws which were required, but the energy displayed in their passage was not maintained in their execution. In general, the assemblies followed the example of Congress, and apportioned on the several counties or towns within the State the quota to be furnished by each. This division of the State was again to be subdivided into classes, each of which was to furnish a man by contributions or taxes imposed upon itself. Tardy proceedings of the States. These operations were slow and unproductive. It was not on the State sovereignties only that beneficial effects were produced by a candid statement of public affairs. Several patriotic individuals contributed largely from their private funds to the aid of the public. The merchants and other citizens of Philadelphia, with a zeal guided by that sound discretion which turns expenditure to the best account, established a bank, for the support of which they subscribed £315,000, Pennsylvania money, to be paid, if required, in specie, the principal object of which was to supply the army with provisions and rum. By the plan of this bank, its members were to derive no emolument whatever from the institution for advancing their credit and their money. They required only that Congress should pledge the faith of the Union to reimburse the costs and charges of the transaction in a reasonable time, and should give such assistance to its execution as might be in their power. The ladies of Philadelphia, too, gave a splendid example of patriotism by large donations for the immediate relief of the suffering army. This example was extensively followed, but it is not by the contributions of the generous that a war can or ought to be maintained. The purse of the nation alone can supply the expenditures of a nation, and when all are interested in a contest, all ought to contribute to its support. Taxes, and taxes only, can furnish for the prosecution of a national war means which are just in themselves or competent to the object. Notwithstanding these donations, the distresses of the army, for clothing especially, still continued, and were the more severely felt when a cooperation with French troops was expected. So late as the 20th of June, General Washington informed Congress that he still labored under the painful and humiliating embarrassment of having no shirts for the soldiers, many of whom were destitute of that necessary article. For the troops to be without clothing at any time, he added, is highly injurious to the service and distressing to our feelings. But the want will be more peculiarly mortifying when they come to act with those of our allies. If it be possible, I have no doubt immediate measures will be taken to relieve their distress. It is also most sincerely wished that there could be some supplies of clothing furnished to the officers. There are a great many whose condition is still miserable. This is in some instances the case with the whole lines of the States. It would be well for their own sakes and for the public good if they could be furnished. They will not be able, when our friends come to cooperate with us, to go on a common routine of duty, and if they should, they must, from their appearance, be held in low estimation. This picture presents in strong colors the real patriotism of the American army. One heroic effort, though it may dazzle the mind with its splendor, is an exertion most men are capable of making, but continued patient suffering and unremitting perseverance in a service promising no personal emolument, and exposing the officer unceasingly, not only to wants of every kind, but to those circumstances of humiliation which seem to degrade him in the eyes of others, demonstrate a fortitude of mind, a strength of virtue, and a firmness of principle, which ought never to be forgotten. As the several legislative acts for bringing the army into the field did not pass until the months of June and July, General Washington remained uninformed of the force on which he might rely, and was consequently unable to form any certain plan of operations. This suspense was the more cruelly embarrassing, as in the event of an attempt upon New York, it was of the utmost importance that the French fleet should, on its arrival, take possession of the harbor, which was then weakly defended; but should this measure be followed by a failure to furnish the requisite support, it would not only be ineffectual, but in a very possible state of things might sacrifice the fleet itself. Should it be ascertained that the States were either unable or unwilling to make the exertions necessary for the siege of New York, other objects presented themselves against which the allied arms might be turned to advantage. To avoid the disgrace and danger of attempting what could not be effected, and the reproach of neglecting any attainable object, were equally desirable, and equally required a correct knowledge of the measures which would be taken by the States. In a letter to Congress communicating his anxiety on this interesting subject, and his total want of information respecting it, General Washington observed, "The season is come when we have every reason to expect the arrival of the fleet, and yet for want of this point of primary consequence, it is impossible for me to form a system of cooperation. I have no basis to act upon, and of course, were this generous succor of our ally now to arrive, I should find myself in the most awkward, embarrassing, and painful situation. The general and the admiral, from the relation in which I stand, as soon as they approach our coast, will require of me a plan of the measures to be pursued, and there ought of right to be one prepared; but circumstanced as I am, I cannot even give them conjectures. From these considerations, I have suggested to the committee, by a letter I had the honor of addressing them yesterday, the indispensable necessity of their writing again to the States, urging them to give immediate and precise information of the measures they have taken, and of the result. The interest of the States, the honor and reputation of our councils, the justice and gratitude due to our allies, all require that I should without delay be enabled to ascertain and inform them what we can and cannot undertake. There is a point which ought now to be determined, on the success of which all our future operations may depend, on which, for want of knowing our prospects, I can make no decision, for fear of involving the fleet and army of our allies in circumstances which would expose them, if not seconded by us, to material inconvenience and hazard. I shall be compelled to suspend it, and the delay may be fatal to our hopes." The tardy proceedings of the States were not less perplexing to Congress than to the Commander-in-Chief, to the Minister of His Most Christian Majesty, who had in the preceding January communicated the probability of receiving succor from France. That body, without calculating accurately the means of complying with its engagements, had pledged itself unequivocally for effectual cooperation. The minister was assured that the United States had expectations on which they could rely with confidence of bringing into the field for the next campaign an army of 25,000 men, and that such numbers of militia might be added to this continental force as would render it competent to any enterprise against the posts occupied by the British within the United States. Assurances were also given that ample supplies of provisions for the combined armies should be laid up in magazines under the direction of Congress. The French minister addressed Congress on this subject about the time that General Washington expressed so strongly the necessity of knowing with certainty on what reinforcements he was to calculate. Thus pressed by their general and their ally, Congress renewed their urgent requisitions on the States, and desired the several governments to correspond weekly with the committee at headquarters on the progress made in complying with them. In the meantime, General Washington meditated unceasingly on the course to be pursued in the various contingencies which might happen, and endeavored to prepare for any plan of operations which circumstances might render advisable. The arrival of Sir Henry Clinton diminished the variety of aspects in which the relative situation of the two armies was to be contemplated, and rendered the success of an attempt on New York more doubtful. It was now thought advisable that the armament from France, instead of sailing directly to the Hook, should proceed in the first instance to Rhode Island, where, after disembarking the troops and providing for the sick, it might wait until a definitive plan of operation should be concerted. July 13, arrival of a French armament in Rhode Island. On the 13th of July, while the result of the measures adopted by the several states remained uncertain, the French fleet entered the harbor of Newport, and letters were soon afterwards received from the Comte de Rochambeau and the Chevalier Tunet, the officers commanding the land and naval forces, transmitting to General Washington an account of their arrival, of their strength, their expectations, and their orders. The troops designed to serve in the United States had assembled early in the year at Brest, but the transports at that place having been chiefly employed for an armament destined for the West Indies, and the ports from which it had been intended to draw others, being blockaded, only the first division, consisting of 5,000 men, had arrived at Newport, but letters from France contained assurances that the second division of the army might soon be expected. To obviate these difficulties, which had occurred on former occasions, respecting rank, the orders given to Lieutenant General Comte de Rochambeau, which were enclosed in his first letter, placed him entirely under the command of General Washington. The French troops were to be considered as auxiliaries, and were, according to the usages of war, to cede the post of honor to the Americans. Convinced that cordial harmony between the allied forces was essential to their success, both generals cultivated carefully the friendly dispositions felt by the troops towards each other. Warm professions of reciprocal respect, esteem, and confidence were interchanged between them, and each endeavored to impress on the other, and on all the military and civil departments, the conviction that the two nations and two armies were united by the ties of interest and affection. On this occasion, General Washington recommended to his officers, as a symbol of friendship and affection for their allies, to engraft on the American cockade, which was black, a white relief, that being the color of the French cockade. Late as was the arrival of the French troops, they found the Americans unprepared for active and offensive operations. Not even at that time were the numbers ascertained which would be furnished by the states, yet it was necessary for General Washington to communicate a plan of the campaign to the Comte de Rochambeau. The season was already so far advanced that preparations for the operations contemplated eventually on the arrival of the second division of the French fleet must be immediately made, or there would not be time, though every circumstance should prove favorable, to execute the design against New York. Such a state of things so ill comported with the engagements of Congress and with the interests of the nation, that, trusting to his being enabled, by the measures already taken by the states, to comply with what was incumbent on him to perform, he determined to hazard much rather than forego the advantages to be derived from the aids afforded by France. In communicating this resolution to Congress, he said, "Pressed on all sides by a choice of difficulties in a moment which required decision, I have adopted that line of conduct which comported with the dignity and faith of Congress, the reputation of these states, and the honor of our arms. I have sent on definitive proposals of cooperation to the French general and admiral. Neither the period of the season nor a regard to decency would permit delay. The die is cast, and it remains with the states either to fulfill their engagements, preserve their credit, and support their independence, or to involve us in disgrace and defeat. Notwithstanding the failures pointed out by the committee, I shall proceed on the supposition that they will ultimately consult their own interest and honor, and not suffer us to fail for the want of means which it is evidently in their power to afford. What has been done and is doing by some of the states confirms the opinion I have entertained of sufficient resources in the country, of the disposition of the people to submit to any arrangement for bringing them forth. I see no reasonable ground to doubt. If we fail for want of proper exertions in any of the governments, I trust the responsibility will fall where it ought, and that I shall stand justified to Congress, my country, and the world. Beverly Robinson Mansion at West Point. Benedict Arnold made it this house his headquarters while in command of the fort and garrison there. It was here that Washington came to breakfast with Arnold one September morning in 1780 and made the discovery that his host had turned traitor and was conspiring to surrender West Point to the British. A decisive naval superiority, however, was considered as the basis of any enterprise to be undertaken by the allied arms. This naval superiority being assumed, the outlines of the plan were drawn, and the 5th of August was named as the day on which the French troops should re-embark and the American army assemble at Morrisania. This plan was committed to Major General the Marquis de Lafayette, who was authorized to explain the situation of the American army and the views of the general to the Comte de Rochambeau. It was to be considered as preliminary to any operation that the fleet and army of France should continue their aid until the enterprise should succeed or be abandoned by mutual consent. The Chevalier de Ternay did not long maintain his superiority at sea. 3 days after he reached Newport, Admiral Greaves arrived with 6 ships of the line and transferred it to the British. On his appearance off the Hook, Arbuthnot passed the bar with 4 ships of the line, and hearing that de Ternay had reached Rhode Island, proceeded thither and cruised off the harbor. The Comte de Rochambeau had been put into possession of all the forts and batteries about Newport, and the fleet had been moved in a line so as to cooperate with the land forces. This position appearing too formidable to be attempted by the fleet alone, Arbuthnot continued to cruise off Block Island. As the commanders of the allied forces still cherished the hope of acquiring a superiority at sea, the design on New York was only suspended. This hope was strengthened by intelligence that the Comte de Guichen had been joined in the West Indies by a powerful Spanish armament. The Chevalier de Ternay had dispatched a packet to inform him that he was blocked up by a superior force, and to solicit such reinforcements as the situation of the Count might enable him to spare. Relying on the success of this application and on the arrival of the 2nd Division of the squadron from Brest, the American general impatiently expected the moment when de Ternay would be enabled to act offensively. In this crisis of affairs, a derangement took place in a most important department, which threatened to disconcert the whole plan of operations, though every other circumstance should prove favorable. The immense expenditure of the quartermaster's department, the inadequacy of the funds with which it was supplied, the reciprocal disgusts and complaints produced by these causes had determined Congress to make still another radical change in the system. This subject had been taken up early in the winter, but such were the delays inseparable from the proceedings of the government that the report of the committee was not made until the month of March, nor finally decided on until the middle of July. This subject was too interesting to the army and to the important operations meditated for the campaign not to engage the anxious attention of the commander-in-chief. At his request, the quartermaster general, while the army lay in winter quarters, repaired to Philadelphia for the purpose of giving Congress all the information he possessed. He proposed to withdraw the management of the department almost entirely from the civil government, and to place it under the control of the person who should be at its head, subject only to the direction of the commander-in-chief. The views of Congress were entirely different. While the subject remained suspended before that body, it was taken up by the Committee of Cooperation at headquarters, where the combined experience and talents of Generals Washington, Schuyler, and Greene were employed in digesting a system adapted to the actual situation of the United States, which was recommended to Congress. To give the more weight to his opinion by showing its disinterestedness, General Greene offered to continue in the discharge of the duties assigned to him without any other extra emolument than his family expenses. This plan, whatever might have been its details, was in its general outlines unacceptable to Congress. A system was at length completed by that body, which General Greene believed to be incapable of execution. Resolving not to take upon himself the responsibility of measures, the issue of which must be calamitous and disgraceful, he determined to withdraw from a station in which he despaired of being useful. Apprehending the worst consequences from his resignation in so critical a moment, General Washington pressed him to suspend this decisive step until the effect of an application from himself and from the Committee of Cooperation should be known. Their representations produced no effect. The resolution to make this bold experiment was unalterable. General Greene's resignation was accepted, and the letter conveying it excited so much irritation that a design was intimated of suspending his command in the line of the army. But these impressions soon wore off, and the resentment of the moment subsided. Colonel Pickering, who succeeded General Greene, possessed in an eminent degree those qualities which fitted him to combat and subdue the difficulties of his department. To great energy of mind and body he added a long experience in the affairs of the continent, with an ardent zeal for its interests, and General Greene himself, with several of the former officers, at the request of the commander-in-chief, continued for some time after their resignation to render all the services in their power, but there was a defect of means for which neither talents nor exertion could compensate. In the commissary department the same distress was experienced. General Washington was driven to the necessity of emptying the magazines at West Point and of foraging on a people whose means of subsisting themselves were already nearly exhausted by the armies on both sides. The inadequate supplies drawn from these sources afforded but a short relief, and once more at a time when the public imagination was contemplating brilliant plans, the execution of which required steady courage with persevering labor and consequently ample magazines, the army was frequently reduced to the last extremity by the want of food. So great were the embarrassments produced by the difficulty of procuring subsistence, that although the second division of the fleet from Brest was daily expected, General Washington found it necessary to countermand the orders under which the militia were marching to camp. Such was the state of preparation for the campaign, when intelligence was brought by the Alliance frigate that the port of Brest was blockaded. In the hope, however, that the combined fleets of France and Spain would be able to raise the blockade, General Washington adhered steadily to his purpose respecting New York, and continued his exertions to provide the means for its execution. The details of the plan of cooperation continued to be the subject of a correspondence with the Comte de Rochambeau and the Chevalier de Tonnay, and at length a personal interview was agreed upon to take place on the 21st of September at Hartford in Connecticut. Enterprise against New York relinquished. In this interview, ulterior eventual measures, as well as an explicit and detailed arrangement for acting against New York, were the subjects of consideration. No one of the plans, however, then concerted for the present campaign, was carried into execution. All except an invasion of Canada depended on a superiority at sea, which was soon rendered almost hopeless by certain information that the Comte de Guichen had sailed for Europe. Naval superiority of the British. Not long after receiving this information, Admiral Rodney arrived at New York with 11 ships of the line and 4 frigates. This reinforcement not only disconcerted all the plans of the Allies, but put it in the power of the British to prosecute in security their designs in the South. Plans for the campaign abandoned. It may well be supposed that the commander-in-chief did not relinquish, without infinite chagrin, the sanguine expectations he had formed of rendering this summer decisive of the war. Never before had he indulged so strongly the hope of happily terminating the contest. In a letter to an intimate friend, this chagrin was thus expressed: "We are now drawing to a close an inactive campaign, the beginning of which appeared pregnant with events of a very favorable complexion. I hoped, but I hoped in vain, that a prospect was opening which would enable me to fix a period to my military pursuits, and restore me to domestic life. The favorable disposition of Spain, the promised succor from France, the combined force in the West Indies, the declaration of Russia, acceded to by other powers of Europe, humiliating the naval power of Great Britain, the superiority of France and Spain by sea in Europe, the Irish claims and English disturbances, formed in the aggregate an opinion in my breast, which is not very susceptible of peaceful dreams, that the hour of deliverance was not far distant. For that, however unwilling Great Britain might be to yield the point, it would not be in her power to continue the contest. But alas, these prospects, flattering as they were, have proved delusive, and I see nothing before us but accumulating distress. We have been half of our time without provisions, and are likely to continue so. We have no magazines, nor money to form them. We have lived upon expedients until we can live no longer. In a word, the history of the war is a history of false hopes and temporary devices, instead of system and economy. It is in vain, however, to look back, nor is it our business to do so. Our case is not desperate if virtue exists in the people, and there is wisdom among our rulers. But to suppose that this great revolution can be accomplished by a temporary army, that this army will be subsisted by state supplies, and that taxation alone is adequate to our wants, is, in my opinion, absurd, and as unreasonable as to expect an inversion of the order of nature to accommodate itself to our views. If it were necessary, it could be easily proved to any person of a moderate understanding that an annual army, or any army raised on the spur of the occasion, besides being unqualified for the end designed, is, in various ways that could be enumerated, 10 times more expensive than a permanent body of men under good organization and military discipline, which never was nor will be the case with raw troops. 1,000 arguments resulting from experience and the nature of things might also be adduced to prove that the army, if it is to depend upon state supplies, must disband or starve, and that taxation alone, especially at this late hour, cannot furnish the means to carry on the war. Is it not time to retract from error and benefit by experience, or do we want farther proof of the ruinous system we have pertinaciously adhered to? End of Chapter 7, Part 2. Chapter 8, Part 1 of the Life of Washington, Volume 3, by John Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, Part 1, Treason and Escape of Arnold. Trial and execution of Major Andre, precautions for the security of West Point, letter of General Washington on American affairs, proceedings of Congress respecting the army, Major Talmadge destroys the British stores at Coram, the army retires into winter quarters, eruption of Major Carleton into New York, European transactions. 1780. While the public mind was anticipating great events from the combined arms of France and America, treason lay concealed in the American camp and was plotting the ruin of the American cause. The great services and military talents of General Arnold, his courage in battle and patient fortitude under excessive hardships, had secured to him a high place in the opinion of the army and of his country. Not having sufficiently recovered from the wounds received before Quebec and at Saratoga to be fit for active service, and having large accounts to settle with the government which required leisure, he was on the evacuation of Philadelphia in 1778 appointed to the command in that place. Unfortunately, that strength of principle and correctness of judgment which might enable him to resist the various seductions to which his fame and rank exposed him in the metropolis of the Union, were not associated with the firmness which he had displayed in the field and in the most adverse circumstances. Yielding to the temptations of a false pride, and forgetting that he did not possess the resources of private fortune, he indulged in the pleasures of a sumptuous table and expensive equipage, and soon swelled his debts to an amount which it was impossible to discharge. Unmindful of his military character, he engaged in speculations which were unfortunate, and with the hope of immense profit took shares in privateers which were unsuccessful. His claims against the United States were great, and he looked to them for the means of extricating himself from the embarrassments in which his indiscretions had involved him, but the commissioners to whom his accounts were referred for settlement had reduced them considerably, and on his appeal from their decision to Congress, a committee reported that the sum allowed by the commissioners was more than he was entitled to receive. He was charged with various acts of extortion on the citizens of Philadelphia, and with peculating on the funds of the continent, not the less soured by these multiplied causes of irritation from the reflection that they were attributable to his own follies and vices. He gave full scope to his resentments, and indulged himself in expressions of angry reproach against what he termed the ingratitude of his country, which provoked those around him and gave great offense to Congress. Having become peculiarly odious to the government of Pennsylvania, the executive of that state exhibited formal charges against him to Congress, who directed that he should be arrested and brought before a court-martial. His trial was concluded late in January, 1779, and he was sentenced to be reprimanded by the commander-in-chief. This sentence was approved by Congress and carried into execution. From the time the sentence against him was approved, if not sooner, his proud, unprincipled spirit revolted from the cause of his country and determined him to seek an occasion to make the objects of his resentment the victims of his vengeance. Turning his eyes on West Point as an acquisition which would give value to treason and inflict a mortal wound on his former friends, he sought the command of that fortress for the purpose of gratifying both his avarice and his hate. To New York, the safety of West Point was peculiarly interesting, and in that state the reputation of Arnold was particularly high. To its delegation he addressed himself, and one of its members had written a letter to General Washington suggesting doubts respecting the military character of Howe, to whom its defense was then entrusted, and recommending Arnold for that service. This request was not forgotten. Some short time afterwards, General Schuyler mentioned to the commander-in-chief a letter he had received from Arnold, intimating his wish to join the army, but stating his inability, in consequence of his wounds, to perform the active duties of the field. General Washington observed that, as there was a prospect of a vigorous campaign, he should be gratified with the aid of General Arnold; that so soon as the operations against New York should commence, he designed to draw his whole force into the field, leaving even West Point to the care of invalids and a small garrison of militia. Recollecting, however, the former application of a member of Congress respecting this post, he added that if, with this previous information, that situation would be more agreeable to him than a command in the field, his wishes should certainly be indulged. This conversation being communicated to Arnold, he caught eagerly at the proposition, though without openly discovering any solicitude on the subject, and in the beginning of August repaired to camp, where he renewed the solicitations which had before been made indirectly. At this juncture Sir Henry Clinton embarked on an expedition he meditated against Rhode Island, and General Washington was advancing on New York. He offered Arnold the left wing of the army, which that officer declined under the pretexts mentioned in his letter to General Schuyler. Incapable of suspecting a man who had given such distinguished proofs of courage and patriotism, the commander-in-chief was neither alarmed at his refusal to embrace so splendid an opportunity of recovering the favor of his countrymen, nor at the embarrassment accompanying that refusal. Pressing the subject no farther, he assented to the request which had been made, and invested Arnold with the command of West Point. Previous to his soliciting this station, he had, in a letter to Colonel Robinson, signified his change of principles and his wish to restore himself to the favor of his prince by some signal proof of his repentance. This letter opened the way to a correspondence with Sir Henry Clinton, the immediate object of which, after obtaining the appointment he had solicited, was to concert the means of delivering the important post he commanded to the British general. Major John André, an aide-de-camp of Sir Henry Clinton, and adjutant-general of the British army, was selected as the person to whom the maturing of Arnold's treason and the arrangements for its execution should be entrusted. A correspondence was carried on between them under a mercantile disguise, in the feigned names of Gustavus and Anderson, and at length, to facilitate their communications, the Vulture, sloop of war, moved up the North River and took a station convenient for the purpose, but not so near as to excite suspicion. Treason and escape of Arnold. The time when General Washington met the Count de Rochambeau at Hartford was selected for the final adjustment of the plan, and as a personal interview was deemed necessary, Major André came up the river and went on board the Vulture. The house of a Mr. Smith, without the American posts, was appointed for the interview, and to that place both parties repaired in the night, André being brought under a pass for John Anderson in a boat dispatched from the shore. While the conference was yet unfinished, daylight approached, and to avoid discovery, Arnold proposed that André should remain concealed until the succeeding night. He is understood to have refused peremptorily to be carried within the American posts, but the promise to respect this subjection was not observed. They continued together the succeeding day, and when, in the following night, his return to the Vulture was proposed, the boatman refused to carry him because she had shifted her station during the day in consequence of a gun which was moved to the shore without the knowledge of Arnold and brought to bear upon her. This embarrassing circumstance reduced him to the necessity of endeavoring to reach New York by land. To accomplish this purpose, he reluctantly yielded to the urgent representations of Arnold, and laying aside his regimentals, which he had hitherto worn under a surtout, put on a plain suit of clothes, and received a pass from General Arnold, authorizing him, under the name of John Anderson, to proceed on the public service to the White Plains, or lower if he thought proper. With this permit he had passed all the guards and posts on the road unsuspected, and was proceeding to New York in perfect security, when one of 3 militiamen, who were employed between the lines of the 2 armies, springing suddenly from his covert into the road, seized the reins of his bridle and stopped his horse. Losing his accustomed self-possession, Major André, instead of producing the pass from General Arnold, asked the man hastily where he belonged. He replied, "To below," a term implying that he was from New York. "And so," said André, not suspecting deception, "am I." He then declared himself to be a British officer on urgent business, and begged that he might not be detained. The appearance of the other militiamen disclosed his mistake, too late to correct it. He offered a purse of gold and a valuable watch, with tempting promises of ample reward from his government, if they would permit him to escape. But his offers were rejected, and his captors proceeded to search him. They found concealed in his boots, in Arnold's handwriting, papers containing all the information which could be important respecting West Point. When carried before Lieutenant Colonel Jameson, the officer commanding the scouting parties on the lines, he still maintained his assumed character, and requested Jameson to inform his commanding officer that Anderson was taken. Jameson dispatched an express with this communication. On receiving it, Arnold comprehended the full extent of his danger, and flying from well-merited punishment, took refuge on board the Vulture, where Washington stayed during André's trial. In this brick house at Tappan, Rockland County, New York, the American commander-in-chief, during September 1780, awaited the result of the trial of Major John André, who conspired with Benedict Arnold for the betrayal of West Point to the British. 14 American officers sat in judgment on André and ordered his execution on October 2, 1780. In Tappan also is still standing the old tavern where André was imprisoned. When sufficient time for the escape of Arnold was supposed to have elapsed, André, no longer affecting concealment, acknowledged himself to be the adjutant general of the British army. Jameson, seeking to correct the mischief of his indiscreet communication to Arnold, immediately dispatched a packet to the commander-in-chief containing the papers which had been discovered, with a letter from André relating the manner of his capture and accounting for the disguise he had assumed. The express was directed to meet the commander-in-chief, who was then on his return from Hartford, but taking different roads. They missed each other, and a delay attended the delivery of the papers, which ensured the escape of Arnold. Precautions for the security of West Point. Every precaution was immediately taken for the security of West Point, after which the attention of the commander-in-chief was turned to André. A board of general officers, of which Major General Greene was president, and the 2 foreign generals, Lafayette and Steuben, were members, was called to report a precise state of his case, and to determine the character in which he was to be considered and the punishment to which he was liable. The frankness and magnanimity with which André had conducted himself from the time of his appearance in his real character had made a very favourable impression on all those with whom he had held any intercourse. From this cause he experienced every mark of indulgent attention which was compatible with his situation, and from a sense of justice, as well as of delicacy, was informed, on the opening of the examination, that he was at liberty not to answer any interrogatory which might embarrass his own feelings. But as if only desirous to rescue his character from imputations which he dreaded more than death, he confessed everything material to his own condemnation, but would divulge nothing which might involve others. Trial and execution of Major André. The board reported the essential facts which had appeared, with their opinion that Major André was a spy and ought to suffer death. The execution of this sentence was ordered to take place on the day succeeding that on which it was pronounced. Superior to the terrors of death, but dreading disgrace, André was deeply affected by the mode of execution which the laws of war decree to persons in his situation. He wished to die like a soldier, not as a criminal. To obtain a mitigation of his sentence in this respect, he addressed a letter to General Washington, replete with the feelings of a man of sentiment and honor, but the occasion required that the example should make its full impression, and this request could not be granted. He encountered his fate with composure and dignity, and his whole conduct interested the feelings of all who witnessed it. The general officers lamented the sentence which the usages of war compelled them to pronounce, and never perhaps did the commander-in-chief obey with more reluctance the stern mandates of duty and policy. The sympathy excited among the American officers by his fate was as universal as it is unusual on such occasions, and proclaims alike the merit of him who suffered and the humanity of those who inflicted the punishment. Great exertions were made by Sir Henry Clinton, to whom André was particularly dear, first to have him considered as protected by a flag of truce, and afterwards as a prisoner of war. Even Arnold had the hardihood to interpose. After giving a certificate of facts tending, as he supposed, to exculpate the prisoner, exhausting his powers of reasoning on the case, and appealing to the humanity of the American general, he sought to intimidate that officer by stating the situation of many of the most distinguished individuals of South Carolina who had forfeited their lives, but had hitherto been spared through the clemency of the British general. This clemency, he said, could no longer be extended to them should Major André suffer. It may well be supposed that the interposition of Arnold could have no influence on Washington. He conveyed Mrs. Arnold to her husband in New York, and also transmitted his clothes and baggage, for which he had written, but in every other respect his letters, which were unanswered, were also unnoticed. The mingled sentiments of admiration and compassion excited in every bosom for the unfortunate André seemed to increase the detestation in which Arnold was held. André, said General Washington in a private letter, has met his fate with that fortitude which was to be expected from an accomplished man and a gallant officer, but I am mistaken if at this time Arnold is undergoing the torments of a mental hell. He wants feeling. From some traits of his character which have lately come to my knowledge, he seems to have been so hardened in crime, so lost all sense of honor and shame, that while his faculties still enable him to continue his sordid pursuits, there will be no time for remorse. From motives of policy or of respect for his engagements, Sir Henry Clinton conferred on Arnold the commission of a brigadier general in the British service, which he preserved throughout the war. Yet it is impossible that rank could have rescued him from the contempt and detestation in which the generous, the honorable, and the brave could not cease to hold him. It was impossible for men of this description to bury the recollection of his being a traitor, a sordid traitor, first the slave of his rage, then purchased with gold, and finally secured at the expense of the blood of one of the most accomplished officers in the British army. His representations of the discontent of the country and of the army, concurring with reports from other quarters, had excited the hope that the loyalists and the dissatisfied allured by British gold and the prospect of rank in the British service, would flock to his standard and form a corps at whose head he might again display his accustomed intrepidity. With this hope he published an address to the inhabitants of America, in which he labored to palliate his own guilt and to increase their dissatisfaction with the existing state of things. This appeal to the public was followed by a proclamation addressed to the officers and soldiers of the Continental Army, who have the real interests of their country at heart, and who are determined to be no longer the tools and dupes of Congress or of France. The object of this proclamation was to induce the officers and soldiers to desert the cause they had embraced from principle, by holding up to them the very flattering offers of the British general, and contrasting the substantial emoluments of the British service with their present deplorable condition. He attempted to cover this dishonorable proposition with a decent garb, by representing the base step he invited them to take as the only measure which could restore peace, real liberty, and happiness to their country. These inducements did not produce their intended effect. Although the temper of the army might be irritated by real suffering and by the supposed neglect of government, no diminution of patriotism had been produced. Through all the hardships, irritations, and vicissitudes of the war, Arnold remains the solitary instance of an American officer who abandoned the side first embraced in this civil contest, and turned his sword upon his former companions in arms. When the probable consequences of this plot, had it been successful, were considered, and the combination of apparent accidents by which it was discovered and defeated was recollected, all were filled with awful astonishment, and the devout perceived in the transaction the hand of Providence guiding America to independence. The thanks of Congress were voted to the 3 militiamen who had rendered this invaluable service, and a silver medal with an inscription expressive of their fidelity and patriotism was directed to be presented to each of them. In addition to this flattering testimonial of their worth, and as a farther evidence of national gratitude, a resolution was passed granting to each $200 per annum during life, to be paid in specie or an equivalent in current money. The efforts of General Washington to obtain a permanent military force, or its best substitute, a regular system for filling the vacant ranks with drafts who should join the army on the 1st day of January in each year, were still continued. Notwithstanding the embarrassments with which Congress was surrounded, it is not easy to find adequate reasons for the neglect of representations so interesting and of recommendations apparently so essential to the safety of the United States. Parties in Congress. Private letters disclosed the fact that 2 parties still agitated Congress. One entered fully into the views of the commander-in-chief, the other, jealous of the army and apprehensive of its hostility to liberty when peace should be restored, remained unwilling to give stability to its constitution by increasing the numbers who were to serve during the war. They seemed to dread the danger from the enemy to which its fluctuations would expose them, less than the danger which might be apprehended for the civil authority from its permanent character. They caught with avidity at every intelligence which encouraged the flattering hope of a speedy peace, but entered reluctantly into measures founded on the supposition that the war might be of long duration. Perfectly acquainted with the extent of the jealousies entertained on this subject, although, to use his own expressions to a friend, Heaven knows how unjustly General Washington had forborne to press the necessity of regular and timely reinforcements to his army so constantly and so earnestly as his own judgment directed. But the experience of every campaign furnished such strong additional evidences of the impolicy and danger of continuing to rely on temporary expedients, and the uncertainty of collecting a force to cooperate with the auxiliaries from France, were so peculiarly embarrassing, that he at length resolved to conquer the delicacy by which he had been in some degree restrained, and to open himself fully on the subject which he seemed more essential than any other to the success of the war. In August, while looking anxiously for such a reinforcement to the Chevalier de Thenay as would give him the command of the American seas, and while uncertain whether the campaign might not pass away without giving a single advantage promised at its opening, he transmitted a letter to Congress, fully and freely imparting his sentiments on the state of things. End of Chapter 8, Part 1. Chapter 8, Part 2 of the Life of Washington, Volume 3, by John Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, Part 2. Letter of General Washington on American Affairs. As this letter contains an exact statement of American affairs according to the view taken of them by General Washington, and a faithful picture of the consequences of the ruinous policy which had been pursued, drawn by the man best acquainted with them, copious extracts from it will at least be excused. After examining the sources of supplies for the campaign, he proceeds to say, "But while we are meditating offensive operations which may not be undertaken at all, or being undertaken may fail, I am persuaded Congress are not inattentive to the present state of the army, and will view in the same light with me the necessity of providing in time against a period, the 1st of January, when one half of our present force will dissolve. The shadow of an army that will remain will have every motive, except mere patriotism, to abandon the service, without the hope which has hitherto supported them of a change for the better. This is almost extinguished now, and certainly will not outlive the campaign, unless it finds something more substantial to rest upon. This is a truth of which every spectator of the distresses of the army cannot help being convinced. Those at a distance may speculate differently, but on the spot an opinion to be to the contrary, judging human nature on the usual scale, would be chimerical. The committee of Congress who have seen and heard for themselves will add their testimony to mine, and the wisdom and justice of Congress cannot fail to give it the most serious attention. To me it will appear miraculous if our affairs can maintain themselves much longer in their present train. If either the temper or the resources of the country will not admit of an alteration, we may expect soon to be reduced to the humiliating condition of seeing the cause of America in America upheld by foreign arms. The generosity of our allies has a claim to all our confidence and all our gratitude, but it is neither for the honor of America nor for the interest of the common cause to leave the work entirely to them." He then reviewed the resources of Great Britain, and after showing her ability still to prosecute the war, added, "The inference from these reflections is that we cannot count upon a speedy end of the war, and that it is the true policy of America not to content herself with temporary expedients, but to endeavor, if possible, to give consistency and solidity to her measures. An essential step to this will be immediately to devise a plan and put it in execution for providing men in time to replace those who will leave us at the end of the year, and for subsisting and for making a reasonable allowance to the officers and soldiers. The plan for this purpose ought to be of general operation, and such as will execute itself. Experience has shown that a peremptory draft will be the only effectual one. If a draft for the war or for 3 years can be effected, it ought to be made on every account. A shorter period than a year is inadmissible. To one who has been witness to the evils brought upon us by short enlistments, the system appears to have been pernicious beyond description, and a crowd of motives present themselves to dictate a change. It may easily be shown that all the misfortunes we have met with in the military line are to be attributed to this cause. Had we formed a permanent army in the beginning, which by the continuance of the same men in service had been capable of discipline, we never should have to retreat with a handful of men across the Delaware in 1776, trembling for the fate of America, which nothing but the infatuation of the enemy could have saved. We should not have remained all the succeeding winter at their mercy, with sometimes scarcely a sufficient body of men to mount the ordinary guards, liable at every moment to be dissipated if they had only thought proper to march against us. We should not have been under the necessity of fighting at Brandywine with an unequal number of raw troops, and afterwards of seeing Philadelphia fall a prey to a victorious army. We should not have been at Valley Forge with less than half the force of the enemy, destitute of everything in a situation neither to resist nor to retire. We should not have seen New York left with a handful of men, yet an overmatch for the main army of these States, while the principal part of their force was detached for the reduction of 2 of them. We should not have found ourselves this spring so weak as to be insulted by 5,000 men, unable to protect our baggage and magazines, their security depending on a good countenance and a want of enterprise in the enemy. We should not have been, the greatest part of the war, inferior to the enemy, indebted for our safety to their inactivity, enduring frequently the mortification of seeing inviting opportunities to ruin them pass unimproved for want of a force which the country was completely able to afford. To see the country ravaged, our towns burnt, the inhabitants plundered, abused, murdered, with impunity from the same cause. After presenting in detail the embarrassments under which the civil departments of the army also had labored in consequence of the expensiveness and waste inseparable from its temporary character, he proceeded to observe, "There is every reason to believe that the war has been protracted on this account. Our opposition being less made the successes of the enemy greater. The fluctuation of the army kept alive their hopes, and at every period of a dissolution of a considerable part of it, they have flattered themselves with some decisive advantages. Had we kept a permanent army on foot, the enemy could have had nothing to hope for, and would in all probability have listened to terms long since. If the army is left in its present situation, it must continue an encouragement to the efforts of the enemy. If it is put in a respectable one, it must have a contrary effect, and nothing, I believe, will tend more to give us peace the ensuing winter. Many circumstances will contribute to a negotiation. An army on foot, not only for another campaign, but for several campaigns, would determine the enemy to pacific measures, and enable us to insist upon favorable terms and forcible language. An army, insignificant in numbers, dissatisfied, crumbling to pieces, would be the strongest temptation they could have to try the experiment a little longer. It is an old maxim that the surest way to make a good peace is to be well prepared for war. I cannot forbear returning in this place to the necessity of a more ample and equal provision for the army. The discontents on this head have been gradually matured to a dangerous extremity. There are many symptoms that alarmed and distress me. Endeavors are using to unite both officers and men in a general refusal of the money, and some corps now actually decline receiving it. Every method has been taken to counteract it, because such a combination in the army would be a severe blow to our declining currency. The most moderate insist that the accounts of depreciation ought to be liquidated at stated periods, and certificates given by government for the sums due. They will not be satisfied with a general declaration that it shall be made good. I have often said, and I beg leave to repeat it, the half-pay provision is, in my opinion, the most politic and effectual that can be adopted. On the whole, if something satisfactory be not done, the army, already so much reduced in officers by daily resignations as not to have a sufficiency to do the common duties of it, must either cease to exist at the end of the campaign, or will exhibit an example of more virtue, fortitude, self-denial, and perseverance than has perhaps ever yet been paralleled in the history of human enthusiasm. The dissolution of the army is an event that cannot be regarded with indifference. It would bring accumulated distress upon us. It would throw the people of America into a general consternation. It would discredit our cause throughout the world. It would shock our allies. To think of replacing the officers with others is visionary. The loss of the veteran soldiers could not be replaced. To attempt to carry on the war with militia against disciplined troops will be to attempt what the common sense and common experience of mankind will pronounce to be impracticable. But I should fail, in respect to Congress, to dwell on observations of this kind in a letter to them. Proceedings of Congress respecting the army. At length the committee presented their report, reorganizing the regiments, reducing their number, and apportioning on the several states their respective numbers to complete the establishment. This report, being approved by Congress, was transmitted to the Commander-in-Chief for his consideration. By this arrangement the states were required to recruit their quotas for the war, and to bring them into the field by the 1st of January. But if in any state it should be found impracticable to raise the men for the war by the 1st day of December, it was recommended to such state to supply the deficiency with men engaged to serve for not less than 1 year. In compliance with the request of Congress, General Washington submitted his objections to the plan in a long and respectful letter. He recommended that legionary corps should be substituted in the place of regiments entirely of cavalry. He thought it more advisable that the infantry attached to the cavalry should compose a part of the corps permanently than that it should be drawn occasionally from the regiments of foot. The reduction in the number of regiments appeared to him a subject of great delicacy. The last reduction, he said, had occasioned many to quit the service, independent of those who were discontinued, and had left durable seeds of discontent among those who remained. The general topic of declamation was that it was as hard as dishonorable for men who had made every sacrifice to the service to be turned out of it at the pleasure of those in power without an adequate compensation. In the maturity to which their uneasiness had now risen from a continuance of misery, they would be still more impatient under an attempt of a similar nature. It was not, he said, the intention of his remarks to discourage a reform, but to show the necessity of guarding against the ill effects which might otherwise attend it, by making an ample provision both for the officers who should remain in the service and for those who should be reduced. This should be the basis of the plan, and without it the most mischievous consequences were to be apprehended. He was aware of the difficulty of making a present provision sufficiently ample to give satisfaction, but this only proved the expediency of making one for the future, and brought him to that which he had so frequently recommended as the most economical, the most politic, and the most effectual that could be devised. This was half pay for life, supported by the prospect of a permanent provision. The officers would be tied to the service, and would submit to many momentary privations, and to those inconveniences which the situation of public affairs rendered unavoidable. If the objection drawn from the principle that the measure was incompatible with the genius of the government should be thought insurmountable, he would propose a substitute, less eligible in his opinion, but which would answer the purpose. It was to make the present half pay for 7 years, whole pay for the same period. He also recommended that depreciation on the pay received should be made up to the officers who should be reduced. No objection occurred to the measure now recommended, but the expense it would occasion. In his judgment, whatever would give consistency to the military establishment would be ultimately favorable to economy. It was not easy to be conceived, except by those who had witnessed it, what an additional waste and increased consumption of everything, and consequently what an increase of expense, resulted from laxness of discipline in an army, and where officers thought they did a favor by holding their commissions, and the men were continually fluctuating, to maintain discipline was impossible. Nothing could be more obvious to him than that a sound military establishment and real economy were the same. That the purposes of war would be greatly promoted by it was too clear to admit of argument. He objected also to the mode of effecting the reduction. This was by leaving it to the several states to select the officers who should remain in service. He regretted that Congress had not thought proper to retain the reduction and incorporation of the regiments under their own discretion. He regretted that it should be left to the states, not only because it was an adherence to the state system, which in the arrangements of the army he disapproved, but because also he feared it would introduce much confusion and discontent in a business which ought to be conducted with the greatest circumspection. He feared also that professing to select the officers to be retained in service would give disgust both to those who should be discontinued and to those who should remain. The former would be sent away under the public stigma of inferior merit, and the latter would feel no pleasure in a present preference, when they reflected that at some future period they might experience a similar fate. He wished with much sincerity that Congress had been pleased to make no alteration in the term of service, but had confined their requisition to men who should serve for the war, to be raised by enlistment, draft, or assessment as might be found necessary. As it now stood, there would be very few men for the war, and all the evils of temporary engagements would still be felt. In the present temper of the states, he entertained the most flattering hopes that they would enter on vigorous measures to raise an army for the war, if Congress appeared decided respecting it. But if they held up a different idea as admissible, it would be again concluded that they did not think an army for the war was essential. This would encourage the opposition of men of narrow-interested and feeble tempers, and enable them to defeat the primary object of the revolution. This letter was taken into consideration, and the measures it recommended were pursued in almost every particular. Even the two great principles which were viewed with most jealousy, an army for the war and half pay for life, were adopted. It would have greatly abridged the calamities of America could these resolutions have been carried into execution. Every effort for the purpose was made by the commander-in-chief. To place the officers of the army in a situation which would render their commissions valuable, and hold out to them the prospect of a comfortable old age in a country saved by their blood, their sufferings, and the labors of their best years, was an object which had always been dear to the heart of General Washington, and he had seized every opportunity to press it on Congress. That body had approached it slowly, taking step after step with apparent reluctance, as the necessity of the measure became more and more obvious. The first resolution on the subject, passed in May 1778, allowed to all military officers who should continue in service during the war and not hold any office of profit under the United States or any of them, half pay for 7 years if they lived so long. At the same time, the sum of $80 in addition to his pay was granted to every non-commissioned officer and soldier who should serve to the end of the war. In 1779 this subject was resumed. After much debate, its farther consideration was postponed, and the officers and soldiers were recommended to the attention of their several states, with a declaration that their patriotism, valor, and perseverance in defense of the rights and liberties of their country had entitled them to the gratitude as well as the approbation of their fellow citizens. In 1780 a memorial from the general officers, depicting in strong terms the situation of the army and requiring present support and some future provision, was answered by a reference to what had been already done, and by a declaration that patience, self-denial, fortitude, and perseverance, and the cheerful sacrifice of time and health, are necessary virtues which both the citizen and soldier are called to exercise while struggling for the liberties of their country, and that moderation, frugality, and temperance must be among the chief supports, as well as the brightest ornaments of that kind of civil government which is wisely instituted by the several states in this Union. This philosophic lecture on the virtues of temperance to men who were often without food and always scantily supplied was still calculated to assuage irritations fomented by the neglect which was believed to have been sustained. In a few days afterwards the subject was brought again before Congress, and a more conciliating temper was manifested. The odious restriction limiting the half pay for 7 years to those who should hold no post of profit under the United States or any of them was removed, and the bounty allowed the men was extended to the widows and orphans of those who had died or should die in the service. At length the vote passed, which has been stated, allowing half pay for life to all officers who should serve in the armies of the United States to the end of the war. Resolutions were also passed recommending it to the several states to make up the depreciation on the pay which had been received by the army, and it was determined that their future services should be compensated in the money of the new emission, the value of which it was supposed might be kept up by taxes and by loans. While the government of the Union was thus employed in maturing measures for the preservation of its military establishment, the time for action passed away without furnishing any material event. The hostile armies continued to watch each other until the season of the year forced them out of the field. Just before retiring into winter quarters, a handsome enterprise was executed by Major Talmage of Colonel Sheldon's regiment of light dragoons. That gentleman had been generally stationed on the lines on the east side of the North River, and had been distinguished for the accuracy of his intelligence. He was informed that a large magazine of forage had been collected at Coram, on Long Island, which was protected by the militia of the country, the cruisers in the Sound, and a small garrison in its neighborhood. Major Talmage destroys the British stores at Coram. At the head of a detachment of 80 dismounted dragoons under the command of Captain L. Edgar, and of 8 or 10 who were mounted, he passed the Sound, where it was 20 miles wide, marched across the island in the night, and so completely surprised the fort that his troops entered the works on 3 different sides before the garrison was prepared to resist them. The British took refuge in 2 houses connected with the fortifications, and commenced a fire from the doors and windows. November 21, these were instantly forced open, and the whole party, amounting to 54, among whom were a lieutenant colonel, captain, and subaltern, were killed or taken. Stores to a considerable amount were destroyed. The fort was demolished, and the magazines were consumed by fire. The objects of the expedition being accomplished, Major Talmage recrossed the Sound without having lost a man. On the recommendation of General Washington, Congress passed a resolution expressing a high sense of the merit of those engaged in the expedition. December, the army retires into winter quarters. No objects for enterprise presenting themselves, the troops were placed in winter quarters early in December. The Pennsylvania line was stationed near Morristown, the Jersey line about Pompton, on the confines of New York and New Jersey, and the troops belonging to the New England states at West Point and in its vicinity on both sides of the North River. The line of the state of New York remained at Albany, to which place it had been detached for the purpose of opposing an invasion from Canada. Eruption of Major Carleton into New York. Major Carleton, at the head of 1,000 men, composed of Europeans, Indians, and Tories, had made a sudden eruption into the northern parts of New York, and taken Forts Anne and George, with their garrisons. At the same time, Sir John Johnson at the head of a corps composed of the same materials, appeared on the Mohawk. Several sharp skirmishes were fought in that quarter with the Continental troops and a regiment of new levies, aided by the militia of the country. General Clinton's brigade was ordered to their assistance, but before he could reach the scene of action, the invading armies had retired, after laying waste the whole country through which they passed. While the disorder of the American finances, the exhausted state of the country, and the debility of the government determined Great Britain to persevere in offensive war against the United States by keeping alive her hopes of conquest, Europe assumed an aspect not less formidable to the permanent grandeur of that nation than hostile to its present views. European transactions. In the summer of 1780, Russia, Sweden, and Denmark entered into the celebrated compact, which has been generally denominated the Armed Neutrality. Holland had also declared a determination to accede to the same confederacy, and it is not improbable that this measure contributed to the declaration of war which was made by Great Britain against that power towards the close of the present year. The long friendship which had existed between the two nations was visibly weakened from the commencement of the American War. Holland was peculiarly desirous of participating in that commerce which the independence of the United States would open to the world, and from the commencement of hostilities, her merchants, especially those of Amsterdam, watched the progress of the war with anxiety and engaged in speculations which were profitable to themselves and beneficial to the United States. The remonstrances made by the British minister at the Hague against this conduct were answered in the most amicable manner by the government, but the practice of individuals continued the same. When the war broke out between France and England, a number of Dutch vessels trading with France, laden with materials for shipbuilding, were seized and carried into the ports of Great Britain, although the existing treaties between the two nations were understood to exclude those articles from the list of contraband of war. The British cabinet justified these acts of violence and persisted in refusing to permit naval stores to be carried to her enemy in neutral bottoms. This refusal, however, was accompanied with friendly professions and an offer to pay for the vessels and cargoes already seized, and with proposals to form new stipulations for the future regulation of that commerce. The States General refused to enter into any negotiations for the modification of subsisting treaties, and the merchants of all the great trading towns, especially those of Amsterdam, expressed the utmost indignation at the injuries they had sustained. In consequence of this conduct, the British government required those succors which were stipulated in ancient treaties, and insisted that the casus foederis had now occurred. Advantage was taken of the refusal of the States General to comply with this demand to declare the treaties between the two nations at an end. The temper produced by this state of things inclined Holland to enter into the treaty for an armed neutrality, and in November the Dutch government acceded to it. Some unknown causes prevented the actual signature of the treaty on the part of the States General until a circumstance occurred which was used for the purpose of placing them in a situation not to avail themselves of the aid stipulated by that confederacy to its members. While Mr. Lee, one of the ministers of the United States, was on a mission to the courts of Vienna and Berlin, he fell in company with a Mr. John de Neufville, a merchant of Amsterdam, with whom he held several conversations on the subject of a commercial intercourse between the two nations, the result of which was that the plan of an eventual commercial treaty was sketched out as one which might thereafter be concluded between them. This paper had received the approbation of the Pensionary Van Berkel and of the city of Amsterdam, but not of the States General. Mr. Henry Lawrence, late President of Congress, was deputed to the States General with his plan of a treaty for the double purpose of endeavoring to complete it, and of negotiating a loan for the use of his government. On the voyage he was captured by a British frigate, and his papers, which he had thrown overboard, were rescued from the waves by a British sailor. Among them was found the plan of a treaty which had been mentioned, and which was immediately transmitted to Sir Joseph Yorke, the British minister at the Hague, to be laid before the government. The explanations of this transaction not being deemed satisfactory by the court of London, Sir Joseph Yorke received orders to withdraw from the Hague, soon after which war was proclaimed against Holland. This bold measure, which added one of the first maritime powers in Europe to the formidable list of enemies with whom Britain was already encompassed, was perhaps not less prudent than courageous. There are situations to which only high-minded nations are equal in which a daring policy will conduct those who adopt it safely through the very dangers it appears to invite, dangers which a system suggested by a timid caution might multiply instead of avoiding. The present was probably one of those situations. Holland was about to become a member of the Armed Neutrality, after which her immense navigation would be employed, unmolested, in transporting the property of the enemies of Britain and in supplying them with all the materials for shipbuilding, or the whole Confederacy must be encountered. America, however, received with delight the intelligence that Holland also was engaged in the war, and founded additional hopes of its speedy termination on that event. End of chapter 8, part 2. Chapter 9, part 1 of the Life of Washington, volume 3, by John Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, part 1. Transactions in South Carolina and Georgia. Defeat of Ferguson. Lord Cornwallis enters North Carolina. Retreats out of that state. Major Wemyss defeated by Sumter. Tarleton repulsed. Greene appointed to the command of the Southern Army. Arrives in camp. Detaches Morgan over the Catawba. Battle of the Cowpens. Lord Cornwallis drives Greene through North Carolina into Virginia. He retires to Hillsborough. Greene recrosses the Dan. Loyalists under Colonel Powell cut to pieces. Battle of Guilford. Lord Cornwallis retires to Ramsay's Mills. To Wilmington. Greene advances to Ramsay's Mills. Determines to enter South Carolina. Lord Cornwallis resolves to march to Virginia. 1780. In the South, Lord Cornwallis, after having nearly demolished the American army at Camden, found himself under the necessity of suspending for a few weeks the new career of conquest on which he had intended to enter. His army was enfeebled by sickness as well as by action. The weather was intensely hot, and the stores necessary for an expedition into North Carolina had not been brought from Charleston. Transactions in South Carolina and Georgia. In addition, a temper so hostile to the British interests had lately appeared in South Carolina as to make it unsafe to withdraw any considerable part of his force from that state until he should subdue the spirit of insurrection against his authority. Exertions were made in other parts of the state not inferior to those of Sumter in the Northwest. Colonel Marion, who had been compelled by the wounds he received in Charleston to retire into the country, had been promoted by Governor Rutledge to the rank of a brigadier general. As the army of Gates approached South Carolina, he had entered the northeastern parts of that state with only 16 men, had penetrated into the country as far as the Santee, and was successfully rousing the well-affected inhabitants to arms when the defeat of the 16th of August chilled the growing spirit of resistance which he had contributed to increase. With the force he had collected, he rescued about 150 Continental troops who had been captured at Camden and were on their way to Charleston. Though compelled for a short time to leave the state, he soon returned to it, and at the head of a few spirited men made repeated excursions from the swamps and marshes in which he concealed himself and skirmished successfully with the militia who had joined the British standard and the small parties of regulars by whom they were occasionally supported. His talents as a partisan, added to his knowledge of the country, enabled him to elude every attempt to seize him, and such was his humanity as well as respect for the laws that no violence or outrage was ever attributed to the party under his command. The interval between the victory of the 16th of August and the expedition into North Carolina was employed in quelling what was termed the spirit of revolt in South Carolina. The efforts of the people to recover their independence were considered as new acts of rebellion, and were met with a degree of severity which policy was supposed to dictate, but which gave a keener edge to the resentments which civil discord never fails to engender. Several of the most active militiamen who had taken protections as British subjects and entered into the British militia, having been afterwards found in arms and made prisoners at Camden, were executed as traitors. Orders were given to officers commanding at different posts to proceed in the same manner against persons of a similar description, and these orders were in many instances carried into execution. A proclamation was issued for sequestering the estates of all those inhabitants of the province not included in the capitulation of Charleston, who were in the service or acting under the authority of Congress, and of all those who, by an open avowal of what were termed rebellious principles, or by other notorious acts, should manifest a wicked and desperate perseverance in opposing the re-establishment of royal authority. While taking these measures to break the spirit of independence, Lord Cornwallis was indefatigable in urging his preparations for the expedition into North Carolina. The day after the battle near Camden, emissaries had been dispatched into that state for the purpose of inviting the friends of the British government to take up arms. Meanwhile, the utmost exertions were continued to embody the people of the country as a British militia, and Major Ferguson was employed in the district of 96 to train the most loyal inhabitants and to attach them to his own corps. After being employed for some time in 96, he was directed to enter the western parts of North Carolina for the purpose of embodying the Royalists in that quarter. The route marked out for the main army was from Camden through the settlement of the Waxhaws to Charlottetown in North Carolina. On the 8th of September, Lord Cornwallis moved from Camden and reached Charlotte late in that month, where he expected to be joined by Ferguson. But in attempting to meet him, Ferguson was arrested by an event as important as it was unexpected. Colonel Clark, a refugee from Georgia, had formed a plan for the reduction of Augusta, which was defended only by a few provincials under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Brown. September, about the time Lord Cornwallis commenced his march from Camden, Clark advanced against Augusta at the head of a body of irregulars, whom he had collected in the frontiers of North and South Carolina, and invested that place. Brown made a vigorous defense, and the approach of Lieutenant Colonel Kruger, with a reinforcement from 96, compelled Clark to relinquish the enterprise and to save himself by a rapid retreat. Intelligence of the transactions at Augusta was given to Ferguson, who, to favor the design of intercepting Clark, moved nearer the mountains, and remained longer in that country than had been intended. This delay proved fatal to him. It gave an opportunity to several volunteer corps to unite and to constitute a formidable force. The hardy mountaineers inhabiting the extreme western parts of Virginia and North Carolina assembled on horseback with their rifles under Colonels Campbell, McDowell, Cleveland, Shelby, and Sevier, and moved with their accustomed velocity towards Ferguson. On receiving notice of their approach, that officer commenced his march for Charlotte, dispatching at the same time different messengers to Lord Cornwallis with information of his danger. These messengers being intercepted, no movement was made to favor his retreat. When within about 16 miles of Gilbert Town, where Ferguson was then supposed to lie, Colonel McDowell deputed to Gates with a request that he would appoint a general officer to command them, and in the meantime Colonel Campbell of Virginia was chosen for that purpose. On reaching Gilbert Town, and finding that the British had commenced their retreat, it was determined to follow them with the utmost celerity. At the Cowpens, this party was joined by Colonels Williams, Tracy, and Brannan of South Carolina, with about 400 men, who also gave information respecting the distance and situation of their enemy. About 900 choice men were selected, by whom the pursuit was continued through the night and through a heavy rain, and the next day, about 3 in the afternoon, they came within view of Ferguson, who, finding that he must be overtaken, had determined to await the attack on King's Mountain, and was encamped on its summit, a ridge 500 or 600 yards long and 60 or 70 wide. October 7, the Americans, who had arranged themselves into 3 columns, the right commanded by Colonel Sevier and Major Winston, the center by Colonels Campbell and Shelby, and the left by Colonels Cleveland and Williams, immediately rushed to the assault. The attack was commenced by the center, while the 2 wings gained the flanks of the British line, and in about 5 minutes the action became general. Ferguson made several impetuous charges with the bayonet, which against riflemen were necessarily successful. But before any one of them could completely disperse the corps against which it was directed, the heavy and destructive fire of the others, who pressed him on all sides, called off his attention to other quarters, and the broken corps was rallied and brought back to the attack. In the course of these successive repulses, the right and center had become intermingled, and were both, by one furious charge of the bayonet, driven almost to the foot of the mountain. With some difficulty they were rallied and again brought into the action, upon which the British in turn gave way, and were driven along the summit of the ridge on Cleveland and Williams, who still maintained their ground on the left. Defeated Ferguson. In this critical state of the action, Ferguson received a mortal wound and instantly expired. The courage of his party fell with him, and quarter was immediately demanded. The action continued rather more than an hour. In this sharp action, 150 of Ferguson's party were killed on the spot, and about the same number were wounded. 810, of whom 100 were British troops, were made prisoners, and 1,500 stand of excellent arms were taken. The Americans fought under cover of trees, and their loss was inconsiderable, but among the slain was Colonel Williams, who was greatly and justly lamented. As cruelty generally begets cruelty, the example set by the British at Camden was followed, and 10 of the most active of the Royalists were selected from the prisoners and hung upon the spot. The victorious mountaineers, having accomplished the object for which they assembled, returned to their homes. Lord Cornwallis retreats out of North Carolina. The destruction of this party arrested the progress of Lord Cornwallis in North Carolina, and inspired serious fears for the posts in his rear. He retreated to Winnsboro, between Camden and 96, where he waited for reinforcements from New York. The victory obtained on the 16th of August, having suggested views of more extensive conquest in the South, Sir Henry Clinton had determined to send a large reinforcement to the Southern army. In the opinion that Lord Cornwallis could meet with no effectual resistance in the Carolinas, he had ordered the officer commanding this reinforcement to enter the Chesapeake in the first instance, and to take possession of the lower parts of Virginia, after which he was to obey the orders he should receive from Lord Cornwallis, to whom a copy of his instructions had been forwarded. The detachment amounted to near 3,000 men under the command of General Leslie. It sailed on the 6th of October, and entering James River after a short passage, took possession of the country on the south side as high as Suffolk. After a short time Leslie drew in his outposts and began to fortify Portsmouth. At this place he received orders from Lord Cornwallis to repair to Charleston by water. While Cornwallis waited at Winnsboro for this reinforcement, the light corps of his army were employed in suppressing the parties which were rising in various quarters of the country in opposition to his authority. Marion had become so formidable as to endanger the communication between Camden and Charleston. Tarleton was detached against him, and Marion was under the necessity of concealing himself in the swamps. From the unavailing pursuit of him through marshes which were scarcely penetrable, Tarleton was called to a different quarter, where an enemy supposed to be entirely vanquished had reappeared in considerable force. Sumter had again assembled a respectable body of mounted militia, at the head of which he advanced towards the post occupied by the British. On receiving intelligence of his approach, Earl Cornwallis formed a plan for surprising him in his camp on Broad River, the execution of which was committed to Major Wemyss. That officer marched from Winnsboro at the head of a regiment of infantry and about 40 dragoons, reached the camp of Sumter several hours before day, and immediately charged the outpiquet, which made but a slight resistance. Major Wemyss attacks and is defeated by Sumter. Only 5 shots are said to have been fired, but from these Wemyss received 2 dangerous wounds, which had disabled him from the performance of his duty. The assailants fell into confusion and were repulsed, with the loss of their commanding officer and about 20 men. After this action, Sumter crossed Broad River, and having formed a junction with Clark and Brannan, threatened 96. Alarmed for the safety of that post, Earl Cornwallis recalled Tarleton and ordered him to proceed against Sumter. So rapid was his movement that he had nearly gained the rear of his enemy before notice of his return was received. In the night preceding the day on which he expected to effect his purpose, a deserter apprised Sumter of the approaching danger, and that officer began his retreat. Tarleton, pursuing with his usual rapidity, overtook the rear guard at the ford of the Enoree and cut it to pieces, after which, fearing that Sumter would save himself by passing the Tiger, he pressed forward with, as he states, about 280 cavalry and mounted infantry, and in the afternoon came within view of the Americans, who were arranged in order for battle. Sumter had reached the banks of the Tiger when the firing of his vedettes announced the approach of his enemy. He immediately posted his troops to great advantage on a steep eminence, having their rear and part of their right flank secured by the river, and their left covered by a barn of logs, into which a considerable number of his men were thrown. Tarleton, without waiting for his infantry or for a field piece left with them in his rear, rushed to the charge with his usual impetuosity. After several ineffectual attempts to dislodge the Americans, he retired from the field with great precipitation and disorder, leaving 92 dead and 100 wounded. After remaining in possession of the ground for a few hours, Sumter, who was severely wounded in the action, crossed the Tiger, after which his troops dispersed. His loss was only 3 killed and 4 wounded. Availing himself of the subsequent retreat and dispersion of the American militia, Tarleton denominated this severe check a victory, while Congress, in a public resolution, voted their thanks to General Sumter and the militia he commanded for this and other services which had been previously rendered. The shattered remains of the army, defeated near Camden, had been slowly collected at Hillsborough, and great exertions were made to reorganize and reinforce it. The whole number of Continental troops in the Southern army amounted to about 1,400 men. On receiving intelligence that Lord Cornwallis had occupied Charlotte, Gates detached Smallwood to the Yadkin with directions to post himself at the ford of that river and to take command of all the troops in that quarter of the country. The more effectually to harass the enemy, a light corps was selected from the army and placed under the command of Morgan, now a brigadier general. As Lord Cornwallis retreated, Gates advanced to Charlotte. Smallwood encamped lower down the Catawba on the road to Camden, and Morgan was pushed forward some distance in his front. In the expectation that farther active operations would be postponed until the spring, Gates intended to pass the winter in this position. Such was the arrangement of the troops when their general was removed. November 5. On the 5th of November, without any previous indications of dissatisfaction, Congress passed a resolution requiring the commander-in-chief to order a court of inquiry on the conduct of General Gates as commander of the Southern Army, and to appoint some other officer to that command until the inquiry should be made. Greene appointed to the command of the Southern Army. Washington, without hesitation, selected Greene for that important and difficult service. In a letter to Congress recommending him to their support, he mentioned General Greene as an officer in whose abilities, fortitude, and integrity, from a long and intimate experience of them, he had the most entire confidence. To Mr. Matthews, a delegate from South Carolina, he said, "You have your wish in the officer appointed to the Southern command. I think I am giving you a general, but what can a general do without men, without arms, without clothing, without stores, without provisions?" About the same time the Legion of Lee was ordered into South Carolina. Arrives in camp, Greene hastened to the army he was to command, and on the 2nd of December reached Charlotte, then its headquarters. Soon after his arrival in camp he was gratified with the intelligence of a small piece of good fortune obtained by the address of Lieutenant Colonel Washington. Smallwood, having received information that a body of royal militia had entered the country in which he foraged, for the purpose of intercepting his wagons, detached Morgan and Washington against them. Intelligence of Morgan's approach being received, the party retreated, but Colonel Washington, being able to move with more celerity than the infantry, resolved to make an attempt on another party, which was stationed at Rugeley's farm, within 13 miles of Camden. He found them posted in a logged barn, strongly secured by abatis and inaccessible to cavalry. Force being of no avail, he resorted to the following stratagem. Having painted the trunk of a pine and mounted it on a carriage so as to resemble a field piece, he paraded it in front of the enemy and demanded a surrender. The whole party, consisting of 112 men, with Colonel Rugeley at their head, alarmed at the prospect of a cannonade, surrendered themselves prisoners of war. Detaches Morgan over the Catawba. To narrow the limits of the British army and to encourage the inhabitants, Greene detached Morgan west of the Catawba, with orders to take a position near the confluence of the Pacolet with the Broad River. His party consisted of rather more than 300 chosen Continental troops, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Howard of Maryland, of Washington's regiment of light dragoons, amounting to about 80 men, and of 2 companies of militia from the northern and western parts of Virginia, commanded by Captains Triplett and Tate, which were composed almost entirely of old Continental soldiers. He was also to be joined on Broad River by 700 or 800 volunteers and militia, commanded by General Davidson and by Colonels Clark and Few. After making this detachment, Greene, for the purpose of entering a more plentiful country, advanced lower down the Padee and encamped on its east side opposite the Cheraw Hills. Lord Cornwallis remained at Winnsboro, preparing to commence active operations so soon as he should be joined by Leslie. The position he occupied on the Padee was about 70 miles from Winnsboro and towards the north of east from that place. The detachment commanded by Morgan had taken post at Grindal's Ford on the Pacolet, one of the south forks of Broad River, not quite 50 miles northwest of Winnsboro. The active courage of his troops and the enterprising temper of their commander rendered him extremely formidable to the parties of royal militia who were embodying in that quarter of the country. Supposing Morgan to have designs on 96, Lord Cornwallis detached Lieutenant Colonel Tarleton with his legion, part of 2 regiments of infantry, and a corps of artillery with 2 field pieces, consisting altogether of about 1,000 men, across the Broad River to cover that important post. As he lay between Greene and Morgan, he was desirous of preventing their junction, and of striking at one of them while unsupported by the other. To leave it uncertain against which division his first effort would be directed, he ordered Leslie to halt at Camden until the preparations for entering North Carolina should be completed. Having determined to penetrate into that state by the upper route, he put his army in motion and directed his course northwestward between the Catawba and Broad rivers. Leslie was directed to move up the banks of the former and to join him on the march, and Tarleton was ordered to strike at Morgan. Should that officer escape Tarleton, the hope was entertained that he might be intercepted by the main army. High waters delayed Cornwallis and Leslie longer than had been expected, but Tarleton overcame the same obstacles and reached Morgan before a correspondent progress was made by the other divisions. 1781, January 14. The combined movements of the British army were communicated to General Morgan on the 14th of January. Perceiving the insecurity of his own position, he retired across the Pacolet, the fords over which he was desirous of defending, but a passage of that river being effected at a ford about 6 miles below him, he made a precipitate retreat, and on the evening of the same day his pursuers occupied the camp he had abandoned. Morgan retired to the Cowpens, where he determined to risk a battle. 16th. It was believed that he might have crossed the Broad River, or have reached a mountainous country, which was also near him, before he could have been overtaken, and the superiority of his adversary was so decided as to induce his best officers to think that every effort ought to be made to avoid an engagement. But Morgan had great and just confidence in himself and in his troops. He was unwilling to fly from an enemy not so decidedly his superior as to render it madness to fight him, and he also thought that if he should be overtaken while his men were fatigued and retreating, the probability of success would be much less than if he should exhibit the appearance of fighting from choice. These considerations determined him to halt earlier than was absolutely necessary. Battle of the Cowpens. Tarleton, having left his baggage under a strong guard, with orders not to move until break of day, recommenced the pursuit at 3 in the morning. Before day, Morgan was informed of his approach and prepared to receive him. Although censured by many for having determined to fight, and by some for the ground he chose, all admit the judgment with which his disposition was made. On an eminence, in an open wood, he drew up his Continental troops and Triplett's corps, deemed equal to Continentals, amounting to between 400 and 500 men, who were commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Howard. In their rear, on the descent of the hill, Lieutenant Colonel Washington was posted with his cavalry, and a small body of mounted Georgia militia commanded by Major McCall as a corps de reserve. On these two corps rested his hopes of victory, and with them he remained in person. The front line was composed entirely of militia under the command of Colonel Pickens, Major McDowell with a battalion of North Carolina volunteers, and Major Cunningham with a battalion of Georgia volunteers, were advanced about 150 yards in front of this line, with orders to give a single fire as the enemy approached, and then to fall back into the intervals which were left for them in the center of the first line. The militia, not being expected to maintain their ground long, were ordered to keep up a retreating fire by regiments until they should pass the Continental troops, on whose right they were directed again to form. His whole force, as stated by himself, amounted to only 800 men. Soon after this disposition was made, the British van appeared in sight. Confident of a cheap victory, Tarleton formed his line of battle, and his troops rushed forward with great impetuosity, shouting as they advanced. After a single well-directed fire, McDowell and Cunningham fell back on Colonel Pickens, who, after a short but warm conflict, retreated into the rear of the second line. The British pressed forward with great eagerness, and though received by the Continental troops with a firmness unimpaired by the rout of the front line, continued to advance. Soon after the action with the Continental troops had commenced, Tarleton ordered up his reserve, perceiving that the enemy extended beyond him both on the right and left, and that on the right especially his flank was on the point of being turned. Howard ordered the company on his right to change its front so as to face the British on that flank. From some mistake in the officer commanding this company, it fell back instead of fronting the enemy, upon which the rest of the line, supposing a change of ground for the whole to have been directed, began to retire in perfect order. At this moment General Morgan rode up and directed the infantry to retreat over the summit of the hill, about 100 yards to the cavalry. This judicious but hazardous movement was made in good order, and extricated the flanks from immediate danger. Believing the fate of the day to be decided, the British pressed on with increased ardor and in some disorder, and when the Americans halted, were within 30 yards of them. The orders then given by Howard to face the enemy were executed as soon as they were received, and the whole line poured in a fire as deadly as it was unexpected. Some confusion appearing in the ranks of the enemy, Howard seized the critical moment and ordered a charge with the bayonet. These orders were instantly obeyed, and the British line was broken. At the same moment, the detachment of cavalry on the British right was routed by Washington. The militia of Pickens, who rode to the ground, had tied their horses in the rear of Howard's left. When the front line was broken, many of them fled to their horses and were closely pursued by the cavalry, who, while the Continental infantry were retiring, passed their flank and were cutting down the scattered militia in their rear. Washington, who had previously ordered his men not to fire a pistol, now directed them to charge the British cavalry with drawn swords. A sharp conflict ensued, but it was not of long duration. The British were driven from the ground with considerable slaughter and were closely pursued. Both Howard and Washington pressed the advantage they had respectively gained until the artillery and great part of the infantry had surrendered. So sudden was the defeat that a considerable part of the British cavalry had not been brought into action, and though retreating, remained unbroken. Washington, followed by Howard with the infantry, pursued them rapidly and attacked them with great spirit. But as they were superior to him in numbers, his cavalry received a temporary check, and in this part of the action he sustained a greater loss than in any other, but the infantry coming up to support him, Tarleton resumed the retreat. In this engagement, upwards of 100 British, including 10 commissioned officers, were killed. 29 commissioned officers and 500 privates were made prisoners. 800 muskets, 2 field pieces, 2 standards, 35 baggage wagons, and 100 dragoon horses fell into the hands of the conquerors. Tarleton retreated towards the headquarters of Lord Cornwallis, then about 25 miles from the Cowpens. This complete victory cost the Americans less than 80 men in killed and wounded. Seldom has a battle in which greater numbers were not engaged been so important in its consequences as that of the Cowpens. Lord Cornwallis was not only deprived of a fifth of his numbers, but lost a most powerful and active part of his army. Unfortunately, Greene was not in a condition to press the advantage. The whole Southern army did not much exceed 2,000 men, a great part of whom were militia. The camp of Lord Cornwallis at Turkey Creek on the east side of Broad River was as near as the Cowpens to the fords at which Morgan was to cross the Catawba. Pursuit of the American army through North Carolina into Virginia. Of consequence, that officer had much cause to fear that, encumbered as he was with prisoners and military stores, he might be intercepted before he could pass that river. Comprehending the full extent of his danger, he abandoned the baggage he had taken, and leaving his wounded under the protection of a flag, detached the militia as an escort to his prisoners, and brought up the rear in person with his regulars. Passing Broad River on the evening of the day on which the battle was fought, he hastened to the Catawba, which he crossed on the 23rd at Sherrill's Ford and encamped on its eastern bank. January, Lord Cornwallis employed the 18th in forming a junction with Leslie. Early next morning he put his army in motion, and on the 25th reached Ramsey's Mills, where the roads taken by the two armies unite. At this place, to accelerate his future movements, he destroyed his baggage, and after collecting a small supply of provisions, resumed the pursuit. He reached Sherrill's Ford in the afternoon of the 29th, and in the night an immense flood of rain rendered the river impassable. January 31. While Morgan remained on the Catawba, watching the motions of the British army and endeavoring to collect the militia, General Greene arrived and took command of the detachment. In his camp on the Padee, opposite the Cheraw Hills, Greene had been joined by Lee's legion, amounting to about 100 cavalry and 120 infantry. The day after his arrival, he was ordered to join Marion for the purpose of attempting to carry a British post at Georgetown, distant about 75 miles from the American army. The fort was surprised, but the success was only partial. On receiving intelligence of the victory at the Cowpens, Greene detached Stevens' brigade of Virginia militia, whose terms of service were on the point of expiring, to conduct the prisoners to Charlottesville in Virginia, and turned his whole attention to the effecting of a junction between the two divisions of his army. It was principally with a view to this object that he hastened to the detachment under Morgan, leaving the other division to be commanded by General Huger. End of Chapter 9, Part 1. Chapter 9, Part 2 of The Life of Washington, Volume 3, by John Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, Part 2, February 1. Early in the morning of the 1st of February, Lord Cornwallis forced a passage over the Catawba at a private ford which was defended by General Davidson with about 300 North Carolina militia. Davidson was killed and his troops dispersed. They were followed by Tarleton, who, hearing in the pursuit that several bodies of militia were assembling at a tavern about 10 miles from the ford, hastened to the place of rendezvous, and charging them with his usual impetuosity, broke their center, killed some, and dispersed the whole party. It was found impracticable to bring the militia into the field, and Huger, who had been directed to march to Salisbury, was ordered to effect a junction between the two divisions of the army at some place farther north. Greene retreated along the Salisbury road, and in the evening of the 3rd crossed the Yadkin at the trading ford. His passage of the river, then already much swollen by the rain of the preceding day, was facilitated by boats which had been previously collected. The rear guard, which, being impeded by the baggage of the Whigs who fled from Salisbury, did not cross till midnight, was overtaken by the van of the British army, and a skirmish ensued in which some loss was sustained, but the Americans effected the passage of the river. February 3, 9th. The rains having rendered the Yadkin unfordable, and the boats being collected on the opposite side, the pursuit was necessarily suspended. But Greene continued his march to Guilford Court House, where he was joined by Huger. After some delay and apparent hesitation respecting his movements, Lord Cornwallis marched up the Yadkin, which he crossed near its source on the morning of the 8th. After the junction between the divisions of Huger and Morgan, the infantry of the American army, including 600 militia, amounted to about 2,000 defectives, and the cavalry to between 200 and 300. Lord Cornwallis lay 25 miles above them at Salem, with an army estimated from 2,500 to 3,000 men, including 300 cavalry. Having failed in his attempt to prevent the junction of the two divisions of the American army, his object was to place himself between Greene and Virginia and force that officer to a general action before he could be joined by the reinforcements which were known to be preparing for him in that state. His situation favored the accomplishment of this object. Greene, on the other hand, was indefatigable in his exertions to cross the Dan without exposing himself to the hazard of a battle. To effect this object, the whole of his cavalry, with the flower of his infantry, amounting together to rather more than 700 men, were formed into a light corps for the purpose of harassing and impeding the advance of the enemy until the less active part of his force, with the baggage and military stores, should be secured. Morgan being rendered incapable of duty by severe indisposition, the command of this corps was conferred on Colonels Otho and Williams. Lord Cornwallis had been informed that it would be impossible to obtain boats at the ferries on the Dan in sufficient numbers for the transportation of the American troops before he could overtake them, and as the river could not be forded below, he calculated with confidence on succeeding in his object by keeping above Greene and prevent his reaching those shallow fords by which alone it was thought possible to escape into Virginia. Dix's Ferry is about 50 miles from Guilford Court House, and was almost equidistant from the two armies. Considerably below and more than 70 miles from Guilford Court House were two other ferries, Boyd's and Irwin's, which were only 4 miles apart. By directing their march towards the lower and more remote ferries, the distance from Lord Cornwallis was so much ground gained, and by dispatching an officer with a few men to Dix's, the boats at that and at an intermediate ferry might be brought down the river in time to meet the army at the intended crossing place. These facts being suggested by Lieutenant Colonel Carrington, Quartermaster General for the Southern Department, the proposition was instantly adopted, and an officer dispatched to bring the boats from above down to Boyd's Ferry. The next day both armies resumed their line of march, while General Greene pressed forward to Boyd's. Williams gained an intermediate road leading to Dix's Ferry, and thus placed himself between the two armies, a small distance in front of the one, and considerably in rear of the other. Such was the boldness and activity of this corps, that Lord Cornwallis found it necessary to temper the eagerness of his pursuit with caution. Yet he moved with great rapidity, marching nearly 30 miles each day, On the morning of the third day he attempted to surprise the Americans by marching from the rear of his column into the road which had been taken by them, while his van proceeded slowly on its original route. Information of this movement was received, and Lieutenant Colonel Lee charged his advanced cavalry with such impetuosity as to cut a company nearly to pieces. A captain and several privates were made prisoners. The whole British army turned into this road and followed in the rear of Williams, who used every effort to delay their march. February 14, the measures adopted by Greene for collecting the boats were successful, and on the 14th he effected the passage of his troops and stores. When Williams supposed that the American army had reached the Dan, he left the road leading to Dix's Ferry, and entering that which Greene had taken, urged his march to the lower ferries with the utmost celerity. Lord Cornwallis, being at length informed that Greene had taken the lower road, turned into it about the same time by a nearer way, and his front was in sight of the rear of Williams. So rapid were the movements of both armies that in the last 24 hours the Americans marched 40 miles, and the rear had scarcely touched the northern bank when the van of the enemy appeared on the opposite shore. That General Greene was able to effect this retreat without loss evidences the judgment with which he improved every favorable circumstance. The exertions, the fatigues, the sufferings, and the patience of both armies during this long, toilsome, and rapid pursuit were extreme. Without tents, without spirits, often without provisions, and always scantily supplied with them, through deep and frozen roads, high waters, and frequent rains, each performed without a murmur the severe duties assigned to it. The difference between them consists only in this: the British troops were well clothed, the Americans were almost naked, and many of them barefooted. Great praise was bestowed by the general on his whole army, but the exertions of Colonel Williams and of Lieutenant Colonel Carrington were particularly noticed. Although that part of North Carolina through which the armies had passed was well affected to the American cause, such was the rapidity with which they moved, and such the terror inspired by the presence of the enemy, that no aid was drawn from the militia. Indeed, those who had joined the army from the more remote parts of the country could not be retained, and when it reached the Dan, the militia attached to it did not exceed 80 men. Having driven Greene out of North Carolina, Lord Cornwallis turned his attention to the reestablishment of regal authority in that state. Lord Cornwallis retires to Hillsborough. For this purpose he proceeded by easy marches to Hillsborough, at that time its capital, where he erected the royal standard and issued a proclamation inviting the inhabitants to repair to it and to assist him in restoring the ancient government. As soon as it was known that General Greene had entered Virginia, he was reinforced by 600 militia drawn from the neighboring counties, the command of which was given to General Stevens. Apprehension that Lord Cornwallis, if left in the undisturbed possession of North Carolina, would succeed to the extent of his hopes in recruiting his army and procuring the submission of the people, General Greene determined on receiving this small reinforcement to re-enter that state, and avoiding a general engagement, to keep the field against a superior enemy who had demonstrated his capacity for rapid movement and hardy enterprise. February, Greene recrosses the Dan. On the 18th, while Lord Cornwallis remained on the opposite shore, the Legion of Lee had passed the Dan. On the 21st, the light infantry also recrossed it, and on the 23rd they were followed by the main body of the army. The light infantry hung around the quarters of the enemy, while the main body advanced slowly, keeping in view the roads to the western parts of the country, from which a considerable reinforcement of militia was expected. General Greene was not mistaken in the consequences of leaving Lord Cornwallis in the peaceable possession of North Carolina. He was informed that 7 independent companies were raised in one day. A large body of royalists had begun to embody themselves on the branches of the Haw River, and Colonel Tarleton, with the cavalry of his legion and some infantry, was detached from Hillsborough to favor their rising and to conduct them to the British army. Intelligence of the movements of the Loyalists and of Tarleton being received, Greene ordered Lieutenant Colonel Lee, with the cavalry of his legion, and General Pickens, with between 300 and 400 militia, who had just formed a junction near Hillsborough, to move against both parties. In a long lane, Lee, whose cavalry was in front of the whole detachment, came up with the royalists. He was mistaken by them for Tarleton, whom they had not yet seen, to whose encampment they were proceeding, and whose corps was then taking refreshment. not much more than a mile distant from them. Perceiving their mistake, Lee received their expressions of joy and attachment, and had just reached their colonel, to whom he was about to make communications which might have enabled him to proceed on his design of surprising Tarleton, when the infantry, who followed close in his rear, were recognized by the insurgents, and a firing took place between them. Party of loyalists, commanded by Colonel Pile, cut to pieces. It being apparent that the circumstance must give the alarm to the British, Lee changed his plan, and turning on the royalists, who still supposed him to be a British officer, cut them to pieces, while they were making protestations of loyalty, and asserting that they were the very best friends of the king. More than 100, among whom was Colonel Pile, their leader, fell under the swords of his cavalry. This terrible but unavoidable carnage broke, in a great measure, the spirits of the Tories in that part of the country. Some who were on their march to join the British standard returned, determined to await the issue of events before they went too far to recede. The hope of surprising Tarleton being thus disappointed, Pickens and Lee determined to postpone the attack till the morning, and took a position for the night between him and a corps of militia which was advancing from the western counties of Virginia under Colonel Preston. Tarleton had meditated an attempt on this corps, but at midnight, when his troops were paraded to march on this design, he received an express from Lord Cornwallis directing his immediate return to the army. In obedience to this order, he began his retreat long before day, and crossed the Haw, just as the Americans who followed him appeared on the opposite bank. 2 pieces of artillery commanded the ford and stopped the pursuit. To approach more nearly the great body of the loyalists, who were settled between Haw and Deep Rivers, and to take a position in a country less exhausted than that around Hillsborough, Lord Cornwallis crossed the Haw and encamped on Alamance Creek. As the British army retired, General Greene advanced. Not being yet in a condition to hazard an engagement, he changed his ground every night in the course of the critical movements which were made in order to avoid inaction, and at the same time to overawe the loyalists and maintain a position favorable to a junction with the several detachments who were marching from different quarters to his assistance. He derived immense service from a bold and active light infantry, and from a cavalry which, though inferior in numbers, was rendered superior in effect to that of his enemy by being much better mounted. They often attacked boldly and successfully, and made sudden incursions into the country, which so intimidated the royalists that Lord Cornwallis found it difficult to obtain intelligence. By these means all his attempts to bring the American general to action were frustrated, and his lordship was under the necessity of keeping his men close in their quarters. During this hazardous trial of skill, Lord Cornwallis moved out in full force towards Ruddy Fork, where the light infantry lay, in the hope of surprising that corps under cover of a thick fog, and probably with ulterior views against General Greene. His approach was perceived, and a sharp skirmish ensued between a part of the light infantry and a much superior body of British troops commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Webster, in which the loss was supposed to be nearly equal. The advance of the British army obliged Williams to retire, and General Greene, by recrossing the Haw and uniting with the light infantry on its northeastern bank at the rocky ford, disappointed any farther designs which might have been formed against the army then under his command, or against the reinforcements which were approaching. Being thus foiled, Lord Cornwallis withdrew to Deep River, and General Greene fell back to the iron works on Troublesome Creek. At length his reinforcements, though much inferior to the number he had been taught to expect, were received, and Greene, in his turn, sought a battle. With this view he dissolved the corps of light infantry, advanced towards his enemy, and encamped within 8 miles of him at Guilford Courthouse. His army, including officers, amounted to about 4,500 men, of whom not quite 2,000 were Continental troops, and the residue consisted of Virginia and North Carolina militia. Those of Virginia were commanded by Generals Stevens and Lawson, and by Colonels Preston, Campbell, and Lynch, and those of North Carolina by Generals Butler and Eaton. Of the 4 regiments which composed the Continental infantry, only one, the 1st of Maryland, was veteran. The other 3 consisted of new levies, with a few old Continental soldiers interspersed among them. The Legion of Lee and the cavalry of Washington, like the 1st Regiment of Maryland, added every advantage of experience to approved courage, and nearly all the officers commanding the new levies were veteran. March 15, having determined to risk an action, Greene chose his ground with judgment. Early in the morning of the 15th, the fire of his reconnoitering parties announced the approach of the enemy on the Great Salisbury road, and his army was immediately arranged in order of battle. Battle of Guilford. It was drawn up in 3 lines on a large hill, surrounded by other hills, chiefly covered with trees and underwood. The front line was composed of the 2 brigades of North Carolina militia, who were posted to great advantage on the edge of the wood, behind a strong rail fence, with an extensive open field in front. The 2 brigades of Virginia militia formed the second line. They were drawn up entirely in the wood, about 300 yards in rear of the first, and on either side of the great Salisbury road. The third line was placed about 300 yards in rear of the second, and was composed of Continental troops. The Virginia brigade, commanded by General Huger, was on the right. That of Maryland, commanded by Colonel Williams, was on the left. They were drawn up obliquely, with their left diverging from the second line, and partly in open ground. The 1st and 3rd regiments of dragoons, amounting to 102 troopers, Kirkwood's company of light infantry, and a regiment of militia riflemen under Colonel Lynch, formed a corps of observation for the security of the right flank, which was commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Washington. The Legion, consisting of 168 horse and foot, and a body of riflemen commanded by Colonels Campbell and Preston, formed a corps of observation for the security of the left flank, which was placed under Lieutenant Colonel Lee. The artillery was in the front line in the great road leading through the center, with directions to fall back as the occasion should require. Though Lord Cornwallis was sensible that the numbers of the American army were greatly augmented by troops whose continuance in service would be of short duration, he deemed it so important to the interests of his sovereign to maintain the appearance of superiority in the field, that he was unwilling to decline the engagement now offered him. March 15th. On the advance of Greene, therefore, he prepared for action, and early in the morning, moving from his ground, determined to attack the adverse army wherever it should be found. About 4 miles from Guilford Court House, the advance, led by Lieutenant Colonel Tarleton, fell in with Lee, and a sharp skirmish ensued, which was terminated by the appearance of such large bodies of British troops as rendered it prudent for Lee to retire. His lordship continued to advance until he came within view of the American army. His disposition for the attack was then made in the following order. The 71st British Regiment, with the German Regiment of Bows, led by General Leslie, and supported by the 1st Battalion of the Guards under Colonel Norton, formed the right, and the 23rd and 33rd Regiments, led by Lieutenant Colonel Webster, and supported by Brigadier General O'Hara, with the Grenadiers and 2nd Battalion of the Guards, formed the left. The light infantry of the Guards and the Jaegers, posted in the wood on the left of the artillery, and the cavalry in column behind it in the road, formed a corps of observation. This disposition being made, the British troops advanced to the charge with the cool intrepidity which discipline inspires. The North Carolina militia were not encouraged by the great advantages of their position to await the shock. They broke instantly, and throwing away their arms and flying through the woods, sought their respective homes. The British then advanced on the second line, which received them with more firmness, and maintained their ground for some time with great resolution. Lord Cornwallis, perceiving the corps on his flanks, brought the whole of his reserve infantry into the line. On the right, General Leslie brought up the Guards to oppose Lee, and on the left Webster changed his front to the left and attacked Washington, while the Grenadiers and 2nd Battalion of Guards moved forward to occupy the place which he had just quitted. The ground being unfavorable to the action of horse, Washington had posted Lynch's riflemen, with whom he remained in person, on a height covered with thick woods, and had drawn up his cavalry and Continental infantry about 100 yards in their rear. On being attacked by Webster, the riflemen broke, and Washington, finding it impossible to rally them, rejoined his cavalry. The British continuing to advance, and it being well understood that the militia could not stand the bayonet, General Stevens, who had received a ball in his right thigh, ordered his brigade to retreat. Lawson's brigade having given way a short time before, the second line was entirely routed, and the enemy advanced boldly on the third. The several divisions of the British army had been separated from each other by extending themselves to the right and left in order to encounter the distinct corps which threatened their flanks, and by advancing in regiments at different times as the different parts of the second line had given way. The thickness of the wood increased the difficulty of restoring order. They pressed forward with great eagerness and with a considerable degree of irregularity. Greene, in this state of the action, entertained the most sanguine hopes of a complete victory. His Continental troops were fresh, in perfect order, and upon the point of engaging an enemy, broken into distinct parts, and probably supposing the severity of the action to be over. This fair prospect was blasted by the misconduct of a single corps. The 2nd Regiment of Maryland was posted at some distance from the 1st in open ground, its left forming almost a right angle with the line, so as to present a front to any corps which might attack on that flank. The British, in advancing, inclined to the right, and the 2nd Battalion of Guards entered the open ground immediately after the retreat of Stevens and rushed on the 2nd Regiment of Maryland, while the 1st was engaged with Webster. Without waiting to receive the charge, that regiment broke in confusion. By pursuing them, the Guards were thrown into the rear of the 1st Regiment, from which they were concealed by the unevenness of the ground and by a skirt of wood. Greene was himself on the left and witnessed the misfortune without being able to remedy it. His militia being entirely routed, the flight of 1/4 of his Continental troops would most probably decide the fate of the day. Unwilling to risk his remaining 3 regiments, only one of which could be safely relied on, without a man to cover their retreat should the event prove unfortunate, he ordered Colonel Greene of Virginia to withdraw his regiment from the line and to take a position in the rear for the purpose of affording a rallying point and of covering the retreat of the 2 regiments which still continued in the field. The Guards were soon called from the pursuit of the 2nd Maryland Regiment and led by Lieutenant Colonel Stewart against the 1st. About this time Webster, finding himself overpowered by the 1st Maryland Regiment, then commanded by Colonel Gunby, and by Kirkwood's company and the remaining regiment of Virginia, with whom he was engaged at the same time, had in a great measure withdrawn from the action and retired across a ravine into an adjoining wood. This critical respite enabled Gunby to provide for the danger in his rear. Facing about, he met the Guards, and a very animated fire took place on both sides, during which the Americans continued to advance. In this critical moment, Lieutenant Colonel Washington, who was drawn to this part of the field by the vivacity of the fire, made a furious charge upon the Guards and broke their ranks. At this juncture Gunby's horse was killed under him, and the command devolved on Lieutenant Colonel Howard. The regiment advanced with such rapidity that Gunby could not overtake it, and was within 30 yards of the Guards when they were charged by the cavalry. Almost at the same instant the Maryland infantry rushed upon them with the bayonet, and following the horse through them, were masters of the whole battalion. In passing through it, Captain Smith of the infantry killed its commanding officer. After passing through the Guards into the open ground where the 2nd Regiment had been originally posted, Howard perceived several British columns with some pieces of artillery. Believing his regiment to be the sole infantry remaining in the field, he retreated in good order and brought off some prisoners. The cavalry also retreated. About the same time the remaining Virginia regiment, commanded by Colonel Hawes, and Kirkwood's infantry, who were still engaged with Webster, were directed by General Greene to retreat. The artillery was unavoidably abandoned, the horses which drew the pieces being killed, and the woods too thick to admit of their being dragged elsewhere than along the great road. The retreat was made in good order, and Greene in person brought up the rear. Though the action was over on the right and center, Campbell's riflemen still maintained their ground on the extreme of the American left against General Leslie with the regiment of Bowes and the 1st Battalion of Guards. After the Guards had routed the brigade commanded by Lawson, they were attacked on their right flank by the infantry of Lee's Legion and by Campbell's riflemen, and were driven behind the regiment of Bowes, which, having moved with less impetuosity, was advancing in compact order. This regiment sustained the American fire until Lieutenant Colonel Norton was able to rally the Guards and to bring them back to the charge, after which the action was maintained with great obstinacy on both sides until the battle was decided on the right. Lieutenant Colonel Tarleton was then ordered to the support of Leslie. The Legion infantry had retreated, and only a few resolute marksmen remained in the rear of Campbell, who continued firing from tree to tree. Being unable to resist a charge of cavalry, they were quickly driven from the field. 2 regiments of infantry and a detachment of cavalry pursued the right wing and center of the Americans for a short distance, but were soon ordered to return. On examining his situation, Lord Cornwallis found himself too much weakened, and his troops too much fatigued by the action, to hazard its renewal or to continue the pursuit. General Greene halted about 3 miles from the field of battle, behind Rudy Fort Creek, for the purpose of collecting his stragglers, after which he retired about 12 miles to the Iron Works on Troublesome Creek, the place appointed for the rendezvous of his army in the event of its being defeated. The returns made immediately after the action exhibited a loss in killed, wounded, and missing in the Continental troops of 14 commissioned officers and 312 non-commissioned officers and privates. Major Anderson, a valuable officer of Maryland, was killed, and General Huger, who commanded the Continental troops of Virginia, was wounded. The same return states the loss of the militia at 4 captains and 17 privates killed, and in addition to General Stevens, 1 major, 3 captains, 8 subalterns, and 60 privates were wounded. A great proportion of this part of the army was missing, but it seems to have been expected that they would either rejoin their corps or be found at their homes. The victory at Guilford was dearly purchased. Official accounts state the loss of the British army at 532 men, among whom were several officers of high rank and distinguished merit. Lieutenant Colonel Stewart of the Guards was killed, and Lieutenant Colonel Webb, who was ranked by his enemies among the best officers in the British service, was mortally wounded. This loss, when compared with the numbers brought by Lord Cornwallis into the field, was very considerable. The Americans did not compute his troops at more than 2,000 rank and file, but his own accounts state them at only 1,445. No battle in the course of the war reflects more honor on the courage of the British troops than that of Guilford. On no other occasion have they fought with such inferiority of numbers or disadvantage of ground. Estimating his first line at nothing, General Greene's army consisted of 3,200 men posted on ground chosen by himself, and his disposition was skillfully made. The American general, expecting to be again attacked, prepared for another engagement, but the situation of Lord Cornwallis had become too desperate to hazard a second battle or to maintain his position. He found himself under the necessity of retreating to a place of greater security where provisions might be obtained. When the expedition into North Carolina was originally meditated, Major Craig, at the head of a small military and naval force, took possession of Wilmington, a town near the mouth of Cape Fear, and extended his authority several miles up the river. Lord Cornwallis now looked to a communication with this post for aids, which had become indispensable to the farther operations of the campaign. On the third day after the battle, he broke up his encampment and proceeded by slow and easy marches towards Cross Creek. Greene advances to Ramsey Mills with a determination to enter South Carolina. General Greene, on hearing that the British army was retreating, resolved to follow it. The difficulty of subsisting the troops in an exhausted and hostile country, and the necessity of waiting for a supply of ammunition, impeded the march of his army, so much that he did not reach Ramsey's Mills until the 28th of March. At this place Lord Cornwallis had halted, and here General Greene expected to overtake and attack him. But on the approach of the American army, his lordship resumed his march to Cross Creek, and afterwards to Wilmington, where he arrived on the 7th of April. April 7. General Greene gave over the pursuit at Ramsey's Mills. So excessive had been the sufferings of his army from the want of provisions that many of the men fainted on the march, and it had become absolutely necessary to allow them some repose and refreshment. The expiration of the time for which the Virginia militia had been called into service furnished an additional motive for suspending the pursuit. At this place the bold and happy resolution was taken to carry the war into South Carolina. The motives which induced the adoption of this measure were stated by himself in a letter communicating his determination to the commander-in-chief. It would compel Lord Cornwallis to follow him and thus liberate North Carolina, or to sacrifice all his posts in the upper parts of South Carolina and Georgia. The Southern army amounted to about 1,700 effectives. That of Lord Cornwallis is understood to have been still less numerous. So impotent were the means employed by the conquest and defense of states which were of immense extent and value. This unexpected movement gave a new aspect to affairs, and produced some irresolution in the British general respecting his future operations. After weighing the probable advantages and disadvantages of following Greene into South Carolina, he decided against this retrograde movement and determined to advance into Virginia. End of Chapter 9, Part 2.